In the dim corridor, despite the unchanging temperature, an icy gust swept through, sending shivers down the spine. Lumion, who had cleared his mind to restore his spirituality, snapped back into attention. He examined the tombs on both sides, his demeanor unaffected by the sudden disturbance. His initial urge was to reach into his pocket and grasp Mr. K's finger. Yet, he held back, mindful of the unfamiliar territory that was the southern continent. Mr. K might not sense the use of his finger, so Lumion suppressed his instinct. Franca reacted swiftly too. A small mirror materialized in her palm. Jenna, less experienced, didn't grasp the scene's significance, but her instincts told her it wasn't a positive development. It was akin to the spooky tales told in bar dance halls to frighten young girls. Salent, avoiding the dim oil lamp's gaze, briskly moved past Jenna and Franca, making a beeline for the pitch-black wooden door to the basement. He paid Lumion no attention. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds of impact echoed from the tombs on either side. It wasn't clear if sarcophagus lids had been struck or heavy stone doors pounded. Salent's expression shifted, and he bolted out. In the silent basement, the echoes of the pounding lingered. Lumion and the others hurried after the mystic potion store owner, easily overtaking him. At that very moment, the pitch-black wooden door creaked shut abruptly. Seeing this, Franca sprinted forward and flung the mirror out the door. A resonant crack marked the mirror's collision with the wooden door, fragments scattering across the floor. Lumion and Franca came to a halt simultaneously, their attention on Salent. Jenna, still in motion, comprehended and made the same choice. In the eerily dim corridor, Salent, decked in a blue coat with gold accents, stood frozen. His pale face tinged with a sickly green hue. The pounding from the tombs persisted, its reverberations shaking everyone present to the core. Salent trembled visibly, muttering to himself, "We're done for. We're all finished." Franca inquired swiftly yet composedly, "What's going on?" Only by grasping the core issue could she devise a swift and effective strategy. Seemingly detached from his own senses, Salent didn't answer. He half mumbled, "We're done for. We're all finished." Before he could complete his thought, the entire basement quivered. The dark green flames that had shrunk to the size of rice grains flickered noticeably in the same direction. Fear warped Salent's features, his voice unconsciously amplified. "It's awake! It's awake! Who is it?" Jenna found it more spine-chilling than any ghost story she'd encountered, but she pushed herself to ask. Salent remained unresponsive, repeating his panicked cry, "It's awake! It's awake!" Seeing that the mystic potion store owner was clearly in a state of extreme horror and not in his right mind, Franca decisively abandoned her attempts to ask him for information and took out a mirror. Her plan was to use magic mirror divination to swiftly assess the current situation. Even if the divination's response wasn't crystal clear and required interpretation, it was still better than being completely clueless. In a matter of moments, Franca completed the incantation and witnessed an aqueous light emanating from the mirror. Just as she was preparing to gather her thoughts and formulate appropriate questions to obtain corresponding answers, Lumion, who had been standing silently beside her, suddenly spoke up. "Did it work?" "It did. I can perform the divination," Franca cooperatively responded. Although she was puzzled by Lumion's actions, Lumion immediately broke into a grin. No need for questions. Franca was caught off guard before she grasped Lumion's intention. Just then, the basement shook once more. Salent, the mystic potion store owner, was so overcome with fear that his voice turned high-pitched. "It's here. It's here. We're going to die." In the next heartbeat, Lumion seized his shoulder. Simultaneously, Lumion firmly held Jenna's arm with his other hand, while Franca hooked her arm around his shoulder like a bro. An eerie light shimmered through the crevices of their clothing, and the four of them materialized outside the basement, standing before the pitch-black wooden door adorned with intricate and enigmatic symbols. "It's here. It's here. We're going to die." Salent's cries of despair still echoed in the air. Lumion cast an appraising glance at the mystic potion store owner, pondering whether to utilize the knee's face to transform into a mummy and give him a scare. Therapeutic provocation had its merits too. However, considering his waning spirituality and the prudence of revealing too many abilities to a stranger, Lumion ultimately shelved the prank idea. Smack! Jenna swung her right palm, delivering a resounding slap to Salant's face, leaving him bewildered. He gazed at the woman before him, utterly perplexed. Franca and Lumion exchanged speechless glances, unsure how to react to this unexpected turn of events. As the pitch-black door and the basement walls swayed gently, the cacophony outside abruptly subsided. Jenna felt the weight of their gazes and mumbled, "Isn't this how they wake them up? That's how they would bring back my neighbor when she lost control of her emotions." It wasn't madness. In the factory district, people had their own practical remedies. More often than not, they did the trick, though occasionally they proved ineffective. Of course, if he were part of her family, she wouldn't dare try it. She'd seek professional assistance instead. Franca snapped out of her reverie and commended sincerely, "Well done." Several moments elapsed, and Salant's gaze cleared. Instinctively, he scanned their surroundings and exclaimed in surprise, "We're outside? When did we get out? When you were screaming, 'We're going to die. We're going to die,'" Lumion retorted with an annoying tone. He then raised an eyebrow and inquired with a deep intonation, "Who were you saying was about to wake up?" Salant's expression shifted multiple times before he stammered, "A genuine ancient mummy. It slumbers deep within the tomb and occasionally stirs. It only woke up a few days ago." Why did it wake up so quickly? Normally, there was a rough time frame for how long the mummy remained awake. According to Salant's experience, it would be at least another month before it awoke again. That was why he dared to bring Lumion and the others into the basement. Unexpectedly, an accident occurred. What caused the ancient mummy to awaken prematurely? Lumion directed a thoughtful gaze at Franca, as if silently asking her if she wished to consider obtaining the genuine ancient mummy. Franca comprehended his inquiry and shook her head, indicating that it wasn't necessary. The mummy's ashes were merely supplementary ingredients. The ones formed the year before were still usable. There was no need to risk dealing with what seemed to be a perilous entity. Lumion withdrew his gaze and pushed through the headache gnawing at his temples. He turned to Salant and grinned. "I don't care if it's last year's mummy or an ancient one awakening. There are two things I know for sure. First, I saved your life. Second, we were scared out of our wits and nearly met our end down there. So, you owe me a thank you present and compensation for the mental strain. How much do you think is fair? Keep in mind, I only want gold." With the memory of owing the Armored Shadow and Mr. Fool a total of 100,000 Vril d'Or in gold, Lumion was keen on seizing every opportunity to amass funds. As the tumult behind the pitch-black wooden door gradually settled, Salant heaved a sigh of relief and responded, "How about 1,000 Vril d'Or? That's all the gold I have on hand." His heart ached at the thought of parting with the money, but he acknowledged Lumion's point. Without their intervention, he'd have met his end in that basement, becoming fodder for the mummy. Moreover, the group had demonstrated significant prowess. Rejecting their request outright seemed like a risky proposition. Agreed. Lumion didn't push for more or attempt to haggle. As the quartet made their way toward the stairs leading to the warehouse, Franca lowered her left hand and surreptitiously let something slip into the shadowy corner. After obtaining 1,000 Vril d'Or in gold coins, gold nuggets, and jewelry, Lumion, Franca, and Jenna exited the Highland Mystic Potion Shop. Franca glanced back at the shop and let out a wry chuckle. "Tisk, all this trouble, and we ended up with a mummy's hand and an additional 500 Vril d'Or." Without waiting for Lumion's response, she queried with a grin, "Are you running short on funds again? You used to save people without expecting payment. They could give it or not. Have you switched to the spectator's pathway?" Lumion teased, nodding in agreement. "The special contract I mentioned involves sacrificing 100,000 Vril d'Or worth of gold within a set time frame after the pact is made. 100,000 Vril d'Or? Jenna's understanding of monetary matters had undergone quite a transformation since entering the world of mysticism. Based on what she knew, even someone like Seal didn't possess as much liquid wealth as her. Yet, he dared to accumulate a debt of 100,000 Vril d'Or just for a contract granting access to those special abilities. Franca clicked her tongue and inquired, "Why didn't you teleport us right to the door from the start?" The basement door wasn't closed then, so no mishaps would have occurred. "Don't you think it's more dramatic to do it at the last moment?" Lumion retorted with a question. Naturally, the actual reason was that he had recently gained the ability to traverse the spirit world and hadn't ingrained a reflex to use it. When the pitch-black wooden door in the basement shut, he had been hesitant to attempt teleporting for fear of it failing. Later, Franca successfully completed her magic mirror divination. Through it, Lumion confirmed his ability to remain connected to the outside world within the seal, which allowed him to make the definitive teleportation. Amid Franca and Jenna's baffled expressions, Lumion massaged his aching head and announced, "Let's find an inn. I need to rest and restore my spirituality." Okay. Franca wasn't in a hurry to secure an inn. Instead, she turned into an empty alley and produced an ornate makeup mirror. "Why are you using divination?" Jenna queried inquisitively. Franca's lips curled into a smile. "I'm using it to divine the reflection in my other mirror." Seeing Jenna's perplexity, she elucidated, "I left a small mirror that looks like a shard outside that basement." With that, Franca caressed the mirror and chanted an incantation. Before long, the mirror projected an image. Salent, the mystic potion store proprietor, stood before the pitch-black wooden door. His posture hunched as he cried out, "Only death endures forever. Only death endures forever?" Lumion and Jenna struggled to grasp the gravity of the situation unfolding before them. Their attention turned towards Franca. Franca observed as Salent bowed and offered his prayers before departing from the dimly lit basement. The mirror's enigmatic display dissolved into darkness, marking the end of the divination. She spoke contemplatively. "He seems to be from the Numinous Episcopate." Numinous Episcopate? Lumion, who had encountered references to this secret organization within Aurora's grimoires, knew that it originated from the royal lineage of the Balam Empire on the southern continent and ancient death believers. The organization's mission seemed to involve awakening or reviving death while expelling colonists to restore the Balam Empire to its former glory. Aurora's knowledge of the Numinous Episcopate was somewhat superficial, lacking details about prominent figures, rituals, or specific practices. The Numinous Episcopate? Jenna's lack of familiarity was apparent in her voice. Franca proceeded to provide a succinct overview of the Numinous Episcopate's background, aligning with Lumion's understanding. She concluded, "In the southern continent, the Numinous Episcopate holds a comparable status to the Rose School of Thought. Although they don't resort to blood sacrifices or terrorism like some secret faith-based organizations, rituals are inherent to their nature. The Numinous Episcopate's pursuit of death's revival necessitates sacrificial rites. Right? The Numinous Episcopate's leader is a demigod nicknamed Pale Empress. Pale Empress? Given the Numinous Episcopate's similarity in strength to the Rose School of Thought, it's plausible that Pale Empress is an angel." Lumion rubbed his head, lacking the energy to analyze further. Jenna's gaze shifted toward the Highland Mystic Potion Shop, her confusion evident. Why would the shop owner, an Intision, join the Numinous Episcopate? The Numinous Episcopate's goal was to eradicate colonists and rebuild the Balam Empire. Intis was one of the colonial powers established in West Balam. Salent, though having lived in the southern continent for over a decade and reaping the rewards of being an Intision, found himself in a puzzling predicament. His allegiance to the Numinous Episcopate, despite these benefits, raised questions. Salent wasn't one of the lowest-class denizens of Trier like Jenna, who didn't have a clear concept of colonial interests. Franca muttered, "Who knows? Numerous possibilities exist. Enforced conversion after being captured, manipulation by mysterious forces, gradual enticement with escalating benefits leading to devout belief, or a transformative experience thanks to being rescued by a kind death believer. In any case, the numinous episcopate displays cunning by employing a genuine northern continent native to operate a mystical potion shop, peddle mummies, and act as an inconspicuous spy. Their strategy appears well orchestrated, defying easy suspicion. Observing Lumien's weariness, Franca decided to not delve further. She located a nearby inn and secured lodgings for them. Upon Lumien's awakening, sunlight streamed through the glass window, casting a warm glow on Franca and Jenna, who were seated at the table. The sky was serene, adorned with fluffy clouds resembling wisps of cotton. Franca and Jenna savored a burrito seasoned with spices, enveloping succulent beef and mutton, while Lumien indulged in a plate of roasted onions, potatoes, corn, and assorted meats. A sweet corn-based beverage graced their table, emanating a delightful aroma. As Lumien sat up, a chuckle escaped his lips. "Looks like you two had quite the time." Munching on her food, Franca mumbled, "I don't often venture to the Star Highlands, and I accomplished what I set out to do. Naturally, it's time to unwind." "What's this called?" "It's called, damn it, forget it. You get the idea." Despite a prolonged attempt, Franca struggled to articulate her thoughts in the appropriate language. Eventually, she abandoned the effort, prioritizing her meal. Jenna gestured to her right. "We brought you some lunch." A strip of fried beef, coated with a crimson sauce exuding a subtle alcoholic aroma, lay before Lumien. "I figured you might be hesitant to venture out due to the language barrier," Lumien admitted, promptly satisfying his hunger. He had previously realized that only a minority of the locals understood Intijan, and even then only on a basic level for rudimentary communication. Franca, swallowing a bite of burrito, sipped on a cup of steaming corn juice. "Body language is universal," Jenna added with a grin. "Franca's gestures are truly something to behold. She even mimics pig squeals, cow moos, and sheep bleats to communicate her meat preferences to vendors unfamiliar with Intijan. Yet, the nobles here are a departure from my expectations. They appear more akin to northern continent counterparts than their southern continent peers." In this relaxed ambience, the trio enjoyed a leisurely lunch, recounting their escapades as if they were on an authentic holiday. Under the cover of night, within the Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman district, nestled at Riss Docks, an abandoned building stood, a site Lumien had previously set ablaze. Cognizant of the potential disturbances that advancements within an apartment might trigger among nearby residents, Franca heeded Lumien's advice and selected this vacant location. Promptly erecting a wall of spirituality, Franca collected the ashes of the incinerated mummy, thanks to Lumien, along with the other requisite ingredients. Meanwhile, Lumien and Jenna maintained a careful distance, intently observing as Franca adroitly mixed the ingredients and consumed the potion. A brief hush enveloped the scene, then Franca's visage twisted in anguish. Almost instantly, her flaxen hair, formerly bound in a ponytail, broke free of its constraints. Propelled by an invisible force, the hair drifted and extended, resembling a radiant web expanding in all directions. More ethereal strands emerged, dense and elongated. Swiftly, they populated the space embraced by the wall of spirituality, fashioning a spectral woodland of filaments. Once again, Jenna bore witness to the mystifying and surreal attributes of the potion, while obscured by the burgeoning hair. Alongside Lumien, she patiently awaited the anomaly to subside. Whether this passage of time spanned dozens of seconds or stretched beyond 2 minutes, the ethereal flaxen hair finally withdrew, returning to Franca's form. With a jubilant countenance, Franca pivoted to face her companions, her limpid eyes radiating contentment. "Everything went quite seamlessly. I'm anticipating future advancements to be quite cumbersome and challenging." Curiously, Jenna found Franca's flowery blouse and off-white breeches harmonizing impeccably with her demeanor for the first time. The attire seemed to accentuate an ineffable allure, evoking a blush and a warmth in Jenna's ears, despite her own femininity. On the other hand, Lumien experienced an unfamiliar and unwanted warmth and reaction. As Franca acclimated to the powers of the demoness of pleasure, Lumion and Jenna's racing hearts eventually steadied, restoring a semblance of normality. Concluding their task and dismantling the spiritual barrier, Franca rejoined them, sporting a radiant smile. Her eyes shimmered akin to a lake glinting with reflected light. How much of an improvement are we talking about? Lumion posed a direct question. A rough comprehension of the situation would facilitate better teamwork. Franca's eyes danced playfully as she responded, a grin adorning her face. Take a guess. I'm not a demoness. How can I guess? Lumion's retort barely left his lips before he frowned. An intangible force had coiled around his legs and body. Then, with a sudden rush, Lumion's form was engulfed in crimson flames that erupted from within him, engulfing the enigmatic threads. Only now did Lumion and Jenna perceive the intangible tendrils, tinted in fiery hues resembling translucent spider silk. Amidst her amusement, Franca inquired of Lumion and Jenna with a mischievous glint. Do you understand now? Perhaps you'd like to explore another. No. No need. In unison, Jenna and Lumion retorted, their voices echoing their apprehension. Franca maintained her smile, suggesting, Are you truly certain you don't wish to give it a try? I assure you, a mere touch can envelop you in true pleasure. Damn it! Jenna instinctively retreated a step, her expletive punctuating her reaction. Lumion regarded Franca, grappling with whether she was indeed teasing him or harboring some genuine intent. Yes, the target should be Jenna. I can't rule out the possibility of using simple contact to embarrass me. As Lumion's thoughts raced, Franca suddenly composed herself and said seriously, In addition to the two I mentioned earlier, my proficiency in black fire, frost, curse, and mirror magic has all been elevated. Their integration has expanded as well. For instance, I can utilize a mirror to focus on a target and employ black fire to enact a curse. Another scenario involves my utilization of mirror substitution and staff substitution to counteract fatal harm while gaining some measure of recuperation. My capabilities as an assassin and instigator have also been enhanced. She succinctly summarized her advancements without delving into particulars. Lumion nodded, mulling over Franca's capabilities. He inquired thoughtfully, Do you possess a charm-like ability too? Franca's smile hinted at an answer, but she chose to remain silent. Jenna observed Franca for a moment and then noted something else, pointing at her and remarking, You've become even more beautiful. Franca's individual features and overall appearance had transcended any imperfections. Her demeanor radiated an undeniable brilliance, a striking, flamboyant beauty that demanded no disguise. Is that so? Franca responded, her surprise evident. Lumion couldn't resist stroking his chin, pondering whether Madame Hiddenblade would genuinely switch to Iron-Blooded Knight when going from Sequence 5 to Sequence 4. As Lumion bade Franca and Jenna farewell and embarked on his return to Aubaird's Du Coq d'Or, a sudden realization swept over him. He lowered his voice and inquired, Temaboros? What's the next boon after Contractee? Yet, Termaboros remained silent, offering no reply. Lumion let out a scoff. It's fine. Once I locate the Padre, he'll divulge the information. Although his confidence might waver internally, maintaining an outward appearance of assurance was essential in times like these. The day of the prophesied event arrived swiftly. In Quartier de la Princesse Rouge, at the crossroads of Rue de la Muraille and Rue du Cheval Blanc, Lumion disembarked from a public carriage with a casual grace. Clad in a white shirt, a black vest, brown trousers, and sleek leather shoes, he cast his gaze upon the slumbering neighborhood that lay ahead. Lumion stood at an intersection, his hands casually tucked into his pockets as he strolled leisurely toward Rue de la Muraille. This street held more significance to the people of Trier than even the renowned Avenue du Boulevard. It was their aspiration. In the days before Emperor Roselle ignited the Industrial Revolution, Trier's cityscape hadn't sprawled to the extent it had now. It nestled in the easternmost corner, fortified by stout city walls and vigilantly guarded by soldiers. Their military encampment wasn't distant, which prompted the emergence of numerous brothels and prostitutes nearby. As the sands of time sifted through, Rue de la Muraille garnered its reputation, and Trier's population burgeoned. A modest market burgeoned into a realm of prestige and extravagance that stretched across the northern and southern continents. Lumion passed beneath the sheltering canopy of Intis parasol trees, his gaze taking in opulent palace-like structures alongside unassuming apartments. They all shared a common trait: windows adorned with frosted glass and the occasional green shutter. Rue de la Muraille appeared to be rousing from its midday slumber. The road hosted few pedestrians, but each one bore a distinct air. Some dashed by in somber gray-blue work attire, driven by haste, while others donned antiquated finery. They glanced around before slipping into apartment complexes. Cameras slung around necks captured candid moments before these wanderers vanished into ornate edifices. Attempts at projecting an Intisian facade couldn't mask true identities, betrayed by hairlines and exaggerated heights. Moreover, Lumion's keen eye caught sight of an iron-gray robot, towering at 2 meters. A steam-spewing outlet adorned its back, accompanied by gears, torsion springs, screws, and bent pipes. A symphony of decorative mechanics. Perched on the robot's left shoulder, a lavishly dressed man flaunted intricate makeup. His leisurely observation spanned pedestrians, dignitaries shrouded in gold or silver masks, and groggy men stumbling into wakefulness. Here, the ordinary and elite intertwined in a peculiar harmony. As Lumion advanced, he methodically surveyed his surroundings, his gaze unrelenting in its pursuit of his target. In a flash, he spotted Albus approaching from a side alley. The Iron and Blood Cross Order member, sporting dark red locks, acknowledged Lumion with a sly grin. He lifted his right hand, pointed at his own head, provocation in motion. Under Gardner Martin's directive, Albus was tasked with tracking down Padre Guillaume Benet. It seemed Albus was insinuating a competition of sorts, pitting Lumion against himself to see who'd uncover the prey first. Beyond Albus, the Iron and Blood Cross Order likely deployed several official or peripheral affiliates. In this, Gardner Martin had kept his promises. Undeterred by Albus's gesture, Lumion pressed on, deeper into Rue de la Muraille. Guided by the revelations of Demonis of Pleasure Franca's magic mirror divination, the prophecy's domain narrowed. Guillaume Benet's presence was expected on 5 streets, including Rue de la Muraille and Rue du Cheval Blanc, within the week. However, Rue de la Muraille's length, its expanse, and the thronging populace created a nebulous landscape for Lumion's quest. Carpet searches and widespread netcasting was virtually impossible. Success hinged on the possibility of enlisting aid from the authorities and mustering an army to seal off this domain, vigilantly guarding every entrance to underground Trier. Previously, Lumion could only hope that the Iron and Blood Cross Order, a secret organization teeming with formidable hunters, boasted superior tracking and manhunt techniques. Or perhaps Termaboros, an inevitability angel, might drive them to converge. As long as the distance between Lumion and Guillaume Benet was moderate, they would reunite as though preordained. However, a new trail had emerged. This advancement was predominantly the fruit of the mystical knowledge he had acquired as a contractee. Within this trove of knowledge lay a menagerie of uncanny creatures, summonable or recruitable, complete with the requisite costs for forging contracts. The compendium detailed the abilities obtainable and the subsequent penalties incurred post-contract. Merging the exhibition of Guillaume Benet's contractual capabilities from his memory and dream, Lumion pieced together a fragment of insight. Summoning abyss demon flowers necessitates a sacrifice of fresh human blood. The downside, an increased desire for coitus. Invisibility mandates 13 portions of prepared meat. The downside, an intensified susceptibility to hunger. Slow flight sacrifices one's romantic infatuation perpetually. The downside, an urge to show off. Bone curse predicates the sacrifice of a living person. The downside, drowsiness. The soul assimilation mystic spell exacts no fewer than 3 human souls. The downside, random bouts of dizziness numbering 4 to 5 daily. Internal explosion demands the sacrifice of any beyonder characteristic. The downside, unrelenting spirituality drain, tantamount to permanent reduction of spirituality capacity. From the detailed description of the soul assimilation mystic spell, Lumion conjectured that the Padre had inadvertently met an additional covert cost. That was his name. The soul assimilation mystic spell affected the target's spirit body by invocating their true name, causing them to experience dizziness and other reactions, amplified by deeper comprehension of the target and employment of verbiage echoing the spirit world. In contracting with a spirit world entity armed with the soul assimilation mystic spell, Guillaume Binet inadvertently disclosed his true name. Entities endowed with such powers could wield a person's true name for manifold feats, a potentially profound latent hazard. This clandestine peril was merely one amid numerous akin enigmas housed within a contractee's mystic wisdom. Therefore, Lumion opted for an extensive screen of spirit world creatures, personal interaction followed by experimental engagement. Based upon the known downsides accompanying the contracted abilities, Lumion hatched an educated hypothesis. After Guillaume Binet, a man driven by insatiable desires, found his appetite for sex surging, he had definitely sought out women. The prophecy's alignment with Quartier de la Princesse Rouge harmonized with the results unearthed from the magic mirror divination about the 5 nearby streets. Furthermore, he found his hunger more voracious than ever, and the act of intimacy left him drained of vigor. Thus, the likelihood was high that he would gravitate towards a brothel that catered to both carnal and culinary needs, or invite a woman back home. Guillaume Binet was not only a man of fervent desires but also an ambitious soul, thirsting for power. Being confined in the village and before the contractual abilities imbued his life with adverse effects, his lust mirrored an expression of power. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain how his desires sprawled across every woman, an inclination spanning the spectrum between esteemed paramours and those of lesser stature. To him, appropriating the companions of other men became a testament to his standing, might, and allure. Stepping onto Trier's soil, a place where his provincial accent drew disdain from the citizens, he undoubtedly sought vindication, manifesting his claims in his own unique manner. Fused with his relentless pursuit of strength and his past style, Guillaume Binet very likely went after sought-after courtesans, stoking the fires of envy amongst the local denizens. He might even spirit one or two of these coveted women away to grace his home. This comprehensive analysis of the Padre's character and psyche wasn't Lumion's solitary undertaking. Rather, it emerged from the expertise of Anthony Reed, a psychiatrist. Armed with Lumion's intricate portrayal of Guillaume Binet, Reed painted a psychological canvas, a vivid portrait of this heretic's inner workings. Thus, 2 distinct paths unfurled to ensnare his prey. The first entailed staking out upscale brothels, where both meals and famous courtesans awaited. The other trail veered towards investigations surrounding courtesans who had entered matrimony, taken on mistress roles, or even vanished within the past 2 months. For the former pursuit, the mantle rested upon the shoulders of the Iron and Blood Cross Order. Lumion's current task revolved around unearthing a conduit to intelligence about Rue de la Muraille's clandestine tales. Anthony Reed, an adept intelligence broker, held a key. He was well acquainted with Bueller, a ghost-faced columnist renowned for exposing scandals and whispers that wove through the fabric of Rue de la Muraille. Bueller, a connoisseur of drinking and writing, would frequent a corner of Hope Café where he could survey the entrance before venturing into the brothels. With his objective clear, Lumion embarked on a steady stride toward the café nestled amidst Rue de la Muraille. En route, he revisited the entirety of the task at hand, stirred by an indescribable emotion. His divination capabilities paled in comparison to Franca's. A lone prophecy spell rested in his arsenal, a tool he dared not wield recklessly. The finesse of Anthony Reed's psychological profiling and information-gathering expertise dwarfed Lumion's own. However, mobilizing these allies allowed him to harness these strengths, akin to gaining possession of these abilities. Lumion couldn't foretell the ramifications of ascending to godhood. Yet, one thing was certain. Beneath Sequence 4, one's prowess met constraints. Cooperative squads harnessed the potential for synergy, enabling them to confront even higher sequences sans those with godhood. Soon, Lumion caught sight of Hope Café, its entrance adorned in a milky white veneer. After pushing open the heavy door, he cast his gaze upon the corner, granting anyone a vantage point. A slender-faced man in his 30s, his ebony hair framing azure eyes, his beard trimmed meticulously and waxed to precision, met Lumien's gaze. His attention fixated on the entrance. Sensing Lumien's scrutiny, the man's visage transformed. He reached for the soft-covered notebook and crimson fountain pen upon the table, on the verge of vanishing through the back door. In response, Lumien drew his revolver and dispatched a shot toward the cafe's rear exit. With a resounding bang, the bullet embedded itself into the wood. The cafe's patrons were jolted into alarm, their reactions oscillating between concealment and inquiry, engendering chaos. The bearded man stood immobilized, neither sure if he should run or stay. Under the collective gaze of bartender, patrons, and staff, Lumien advanced toward his target, revolver in hand, amusement playing across his features. "Are you Monsieur Bueller?" "Yes, that's me." Bueller forced a smile. Lumien gestured toward Bueller's original seat and spoke nonchalantly. "Take a seat. I've come to purchase information." A sigh of relief escaped Bueller as he hunched, retracing his steps to settle into the chair. Lumien occupied the opposite seat, putting down his revolver. With a trace of playfulness, he queried, "Why the preference for such a dim corner?" Bueller sighed and said, "In my line of work, reprisals are a constant concern. You're well aware that some individuals detest seeing their names or likenesses entangled in the web of scandals across newspapers and periodicals. This corner grants me an unobstructed view of the entrance, affording early detection of any potential troublemakers. And, should the need arise, I can effect a swift escape through the back." After a brief mention of the reason for selecting his seat, Bueller glanced up at Lumien, a self-deprecating smile on his lips. "I didn't expect you to open fire so quickly." Lumien's hand rested casually on the revolver by his side as he offered a faint smile in return. "It seems the folks you've encountered before are law-abiding citizens." Bueller's instincts, honed from past experiences of being beaten, urged him to retort. But as he compared Lumien's demeanor with those of his previous encounters, he found a strange logic in the man's words. Thanks to the shelter of the law, he, a columnist for Ghostface, had managed to survive up to this point. "Are you not afraid of attracting the police?" Bueller turned to look at the waiter, who dared not approach with the menu and drink list. "Firing a gun in a place like this isn't a minor incident. Someone should have already alerted the authorities." Lumien chuckled. "That's why we have to hurry." His words punctuated by deliberate actions, Lumien picked up his revolver, rotated the cylinder, and slotted a yellow cartridge into the empty chamber, right before Bueller's eyes. "I want to know which courtesans have left Rue de la Muraille, this haven of extravagance, in the last 2 months. Lumien inquired with a calm resolve. Instinctively, Bueller shook his head. "They aren't true courtesans. Those women possess their lavish residences and permanent paramours. They frequent high society, wielding influence over industries and policies with their words alone. This place merely acts as a reserve for courtesans. I'm only interested in those who fit my description." Lumien dismissed the specifics of courtesanship. Bueller's gaze flickered between the revolver in Lumien's grip and said, recollecting, 4 of them. Lil Jort wed a lone merchant and relocated to Backlund. White Vase Sophie became the lover of Member of Parliament Battis, attending high society banquets and salons. She had a chance of becoming a true courtesan. Dew Rose Mary fell victim to mental illness and mutilated her face with scissors one morning. She's confined to an asylum. Condiment beauty Polina vanished from Rue de la Muraille without a trace, as though whisked away by someone of status. As Bueller recounted, he noticed the dashing figure before him, ready to fire at the slightest provocation, producing a post-it note and a fountain pen, meticulously jotting down notes. Swallowing unease, he continued, "I encountered Paulina on Rue Vincent not long ago. She seemed well off with a 4-wheeled carriage, a maid, a valet, and even a butler. Sadly, I had pressing matters then and failed to determine her place of residence. Rue Vincent," Lumien's memory jogged. It was one of the 5 streets Franca had divined. Farthest from Rue de la Muraille, it exuded a quieter, upscale aura. Based on Buller's account, he suspected Paulina had become Guillaume Benet's paramour. For a fugitive, a prospective courtesan proved a safer choice than frequenting Rue de la Muraille. Guillaume Benet was intelligent and capable. His present yearnings for intimacy and his voracious hunger hadn't rendered him a mindless imbecile. He would surely opt for a less risky strategy. Just then, hurried footsteps resonated outside the cafe as 3 police officers neared the entrance. Coolly, Lumien donned his dark blue cap, stashed his note and pen, and slid 50 Verldor notes onto the table before Buller. With these tasks accomplished, he reclaimed his revolver, stood up, and proceeded to the cafe's rear door. Swiftly, he opened it and departed. Bang! The police officers burst into Hope Cafe through its main entrance. On the elegant street of Rue Vincent, stately villa-like houses adorned both sides of the road. The road was wide and well-kept, with only occasional pedestrians and carriages passing through. After Lumien turned into the street, he found himself at a loss. He couldn't infiltrate every house and search every room. Could he? Besides, he wasn't the most suitable candidate for this kind of investigation. Franca would be better suited for it, but involving her was risky. After a brief contemplation, Lumien allowed a smile to grace his features. He strolled toward one of the houses and pressed the doorbell. A young valet opened the dark brown door. His appearance suggested no trace of southern continent lineage, and he gazed at Lumien in bewilderment. In a clear Trierian accent, he inquired, "Sir, how may I assist you?" With an amiable grin, Lumien replied, "I'm here to inquire about the most splendid madam residing on this street." The valet was momentarily speechless. This was the first instance he'd encountered someone seeking such peculiar information. Or perhaps not. While such matters were whispered about behind closed doors and boasted about in taverns, there were occasionally individuals who exhibited curiosity about such affairs. However, who would approach a stranger's door in the sweltering sun to inquire? What was this person up to? Before the valet could react, Lumien produced a 10 Verldor note and offered it with a genial demeanor. The valet's eyelids twitched. He hesitated for a moment before accepting the payment. He suspected this young man to be a counterfeit dandyist, specialized in duping affluent ladies of their bodies and riches. The appearance and conduct matched the descriptions found in newspapers. However, if the lady wasn't the valet's mistress or lady, why refuse the reward? When the stranger acquired what he sought, a certain madam would also receive some gratification. The valet cast a furtive glance around before lowering his voice. "The lady in Unit 50 is exquisitely beautiful. A genuine Trierian. She married a foreigner from the southern lands." That accent! As the valet spoke, he shook his head with a mixture of indignation and scorn, as if he had harbored this sentiment for some time. Lumien's smile broadened. Indeed, under the sway of his burgeoning impulses, the padre couldn't resist sharing his prize with the neighbors. A stunning Trierian courtesan. He might not host grand banquets or waltz to proclaim his conquest, nor would he escort his lover for a public appearance. Nonetheless, he would inevitably find subtle ways to make his neighbors aware that even foreigners could possess resplendent courtesans as mistresses. At times like this, Guillaume Benet had to exercise prudence in disguising himself. However, his mistress's beauty wasn't something easily concealed. She might even meticulously dress herself to exhibit her remarkable presence. Of course, Lumien couldn't be certain if the lady was Paulina, the presumed mistress. Yet, the gradual collection of anticipated information through bold assumptions and careful confirmation made him feel he was steadily closing in on Guillaume Benet. Beyond the gates of 50 Rue Vincent, Lumien glanced at the facade as an ordinary passerby might. The 3-story beige structure stood before him, surrounded by a lush green lawn and a garden vibrant with colors. A gardener tended to the greenery, offering a partial view. Lumien promptly averted his gaze from the building's pillar, wary that prolonged observation could arouse suspicion. As for any possibility of being recognized by the padre, Lumion held no concern. Prior to setting out, he had employed Ni's face to alter his appearance and communicated to his companions that it was due to cosmetics. Lumion's striking appearance, a fusion of golden and black hair, could be anyone's. As long as Guillaume Binet lacked the ability to penetrate the illusion or actively employ it, it was unlikely he'd realize his pursuer had infiltrated the vicinity. Lumion's current plan was to leave Rue Vincent and switch places with Jenna or Franca. He would then ensconce himself in the shadows across from Unit 50, patiently observing until all suspicion around the target was dissipated. He refrained from adopting the guise of a tramp this time, given the scarcity of such individuals on this refined street. While a rare appearance might occur, these transients were promptly shooed away by the household staff. Just as he prepared to depart from the beige edifice, Lumion turned his head in a casual manner. His gaze alighted on a figure visible through the living room window. The figure stood at a modest height, barely reaching 1.7 meters. Clad in a dark shirt and black trousers, the person possessed a slightly stocky build. Their nose bore a gentle curve, and their black hair fell in a mid-length cascade. Lumion's pupils dilated for a fleeting moment before swiftly returning to their normal state. A wisp of a smile tugged at the corners of his lips, and an invisible fire seemed to ignite in his eyes. Despite the adept disguise, Lumion would recognize him even if he were reduced to ashes. It was Guillaume Binet, the Padre of Cordoue. Lumion wrestled to contain his surprise, his gaze steering onward. Simultaneously, his mind raced as he evaluated the next course of action to undertake. Before long, he reached the end of Rue Vincent. At that very juncture, a parrot adorned with green and white feathers took flight from Rue de la Muraille and perched itself on Lumion's shoulder. It chirped excitedly, "We've located the target." Located the target? Then who did I just see? Another padre? Lumion was momentarily flabbergasted and perplexed. Which one was the genuine Guillaume Binet? Had he erred in judgment, or had the Iron and Blood Cross Order and Rat Christo been deceived? 15 minutes earlier, at the Dill brothel on Rue de la Muraille. Within the annex bar on the first floor, Albus savored his lanty-proof while discreetly observing the attendants, laborers, and the overseer who managed the establishment. His assessment encompassed the clientele as well, but it yielded nothing of note. Many concealed their identities by donning assorted masks, making it nearly impossible to unveil their true selves. Having gained a preliminary insight into the inner workings of the Dill brothel, Albus seized the chance to make his way toward the washroom. He veered onto the path leading to the kitchen when an attendant approached, carrying a collection of post-it notes. This attendant's responsibility encompassed recording the requirements of each room and relaying orders to the kitchen. Albus, marked by his dark red hair, advanced and retrieved a handful of glistening coins along with a substantial bundle of banknotes from his pocket. The attendant's features twisted into a blend of perplexity and intrigue. Albus smiled and said, "I'm on the hunt for a scoundrel." Uncertain about his guise, "I'm merely aware he shares your build and possesses a penchant for consorting with the most celebrated ladies. Post-exertion, he seeks sustenance to satiate his hunger immediately. If you're able to furnish me with the relevant particulars, all this is yours." The attendant's gaze locked onto the handful of gold coins and the banknotes, their unique ink fragrance captivating his senses. He couldn't help but hold his breath, caught in the allure of the treasure before him. After a few heart-pounding moments, he swiftly surveyed the area, ensuring no prying eyes were nearby. Gradually, a sense of relief washed over him. All of it? The attendant's voice quivered as he swallowed with difficulty. With a precise flick of his wrist, Albus tossed a gold coin worth 5 Vril d'Or into the attendant's waiting palm. A confident smile tugged at his lips as he spoke. "That depends on the value of the information you provide. Rest assured, you'll receive another 20 Vril d'Or, no matter what." The attendant gingerly bit the gold coin, stealing a glance back at the path they had traversed. His voice dropped to a hushed tone as he shared, "Just as you surmised, the man from the south, in room 2 on the 6th floor, frequents the company of the most renowned courtesans. He possesses a penchant for pre-ordering his meals, which we dutifully deliver to his quarters every half hour. A southerner with a penchant for famous courtesans and a habit of pre-ordered meals. Room 602. Albus wasn't one to skimp on appreciation. He tossed 2 10 d'or coins, etched with the likeness of a warship, to the attendant. Seizing the calmness on Rue de la Muraille, Albus covertly ascended to the 6th floor, concealing himself on the balcony at the corridor's far end. Within mere minutes, the attendant tasked with meal deliveries arrived at room 602, carried by a steam-powered mechanical elevator. A silver-white metal serving cart accompanied him. Carefully, he pressed the doorbell. Albus straightened up, aligning his view with room 602's entrance. His gaze intensified. The door swung open, revealing a man of slight stature, not exceeding 1.7 meters. His attire comprised a pitch-black half-mask, a crisp white shirt, and pale-hued boxer shorts. Removing his trousers but leaving his upper attire on, concealing tattoos, perhaps? The more Albus observed, the stronger his conviction that the occupant of room 602 matched the likeness of Guillaume Binet from the wanted posters. Abstaining from disturbing his quarry, Albus settled back into a white-paneled armchair on the balcony. From his pocket emerged a gray-furred rat, one of beast tamer Christo's pets. Lumion had engaged the services of the rat, his abilities allowing easy communication and efficient coordination among team members. Naturally, Christo served as the intermediary and the translator. Albus tenderly patted the rat's head, signaling it with a gesture. A thumb and index finger forming a ring, with the remaining fingers raised. This signified the discovery of the prime suspect. With a high-pitched squeak, the rat darted from Albus's grasp, off to find its owner at a nearby tavern. Upon learning from Christo's pet parrot that members of the Iron and Blood Cross Order had located the Padre, Lumion found himself plunged into a momentary maelstrom of shock and confusion. Had they truly found Guillaume Binet? Then, who did I see? If the occupant of 50 Rue Vincent is Guillaume Binet, where did the counterfeit they see come from? In the whirlwind of his thoughts, a realization struck Lumion with the force of lightning. Substitution spell. Guillaume Binet must have enacted the substitution spell ritual. It was one of the 5 specialized ritualistic magics Lumion had acquired as an alms monk. The Padre, now a Sequence 5 Fate appropriator, was evidently familiar with it. This ritual enabled the user to choose another person to inhabit their identity for a period upon sensing impending danger. By gaining the genuine or fake approval of those around them and establishing a strong mystical connection, a ritual could then finalize the switch. If the substitution spell succeeded, the stand-in would be indistinguishable from the original in the eyes of others, although their self-awareness and performance might be compromised to a degree. Nevertheless, their core identity would remain. When the substitute faced imminent disaster, the one who cast the substitution spell could alter their own fate, thus avoiding the impending calamity. Of course, this hinged on the substitute being kept unaware of the impending danger. While this ruse could prove effective on other Beyonders, Lumion was well acquainted with the circumstances surrounding the substitution spell. Thus, he couldn't be easily deceived. For Lumion, the paramount issue at hand was this: which individual was the true Guillaume Binet, and which was the substitute? To deal a decisive blow to the Padre and apprehend him with minimal casualties, Lumion needed to consolidate his forces and make a choice. He couldn't attack both entities simultaneously. Gardner Martin had merely agreed to assist in locating the prey, without extending further support. Consequently, the majority of individuals dispatched by the Iron and Blood Cross Order were low-sequence Beyonders or even regular people. If Lumion opted to solicit Gardner Martin's aid, it might take hours for the Iron and Blood Cross Order to assemble sufficient reinforcements. Guillaume Binet didn't possess limitless endurance, and the courtesan wasn't a demoness of pleasure who could allow an extended encounter. He would definitely be gone by then. The question remains: what decision would Guillaume Binet make? Would he have the substitute remain at the residence to divert danger while he ventured out for personal pursuits? Alternatively, Would he dispatch the substitute to showcase his characteristic behavior, drawing danger away from himself? Lumion found both scenarios challenging to dismiss. After deliberation, his gaze shifted to the green and white parrot. He addressed it, "Locate Red Boots Franca and ask her to divine the authenticity of the Guillaume Binet at 50 Rue Vincent and the one present here." The parrot stared at Lumion as if questioning his sanity. "I'm just a parrot. What I said is too complicated. You can't understand or memorize everything." Lumion swiftly arrived at a decision. "Guide me to Red Boots Franca. Actually, first lead me to Christo." Time remained on their side. The individual at 50 Rue Vincent couldn't elude them. The team responsible for the mission could convene briefly, exchanging essential information. In the shadows they lingered, while their foes roamed in plain sight. As long as they didn't startle the targets, they could afford to wait. Of course, they had to conclude before Guillaume Binet's deed with the courtesan reached its conclusion. After all, tailing an individual posed inherent risks, especially when dealing with the padre and his array of bizarre and unfamiliar abilities. In a narrow alley near Rue de la Muraille, the afternoon sun cast its radiant touch upon the mostly dismantled barricade, while even the breeze seemed to take a momentary pause. Franca, now garbed in an assassin's attire, and Jenna, disguised as a female mercenary, rendezvoused with Anthony Reed, still clad in his military green attire, and Lumion, sporting a cap, a black vest, and a white shirt. Lumion delivered a succinct briefing, omitting details about the substitution spell due to time constraints, referring to it merely as a form of witchcraft capable of generating lifelike substitutes. Before Lumion could inquire further, Franca retrieved a mirror from her possession. As her fingers grazed the surface, she intoned an incantation. Soon, an aqueous luminescence radiated from the mirror, accompanied by an aged voice. "They are both real. Both real." Franca turned to Lumion in surprise. The witchcraft responsible for creating the substitute proves potent, resembling the original down to appearance and fate. Conventional divination methods stand powerless against such deception. Both real. Lumion had anticipated this response and had already devised an alternative course of action. Sensing his silence, Franca drew a deep breath, hesitatingly suggesting, Do you need me to consult another source?" She aimed to seek confirmation from the entity renowned for unerring divination. Yet, this approach risked unveiling a question that could render her socially deceased before Jenna, Lumion, and Anthony Reed. She envisioned the other party asking, "Do you often entertain the idea of doing the deed with Jenna?" How would she navigate her future interactions with Jenna? Lumion shook his head, asserting, "No need. I have a plan." Turning his attention to Jenna, he directed, "Conceal yourself in the shadows diagonally across from room 602 in Dill. Keep a vigilant watch on that Guillaume Binet's activities. If he concludes his affairs and prepares to depart, but we haven't arrived yet, refrain from impulsive pursuit. Instead, discreetly monitor his movements from a distance and deduce his chosen path." "Understood." Jenna nodded, mentally rehearsing her upcoming task. Lumion shifted his focus to Franca and Anthony Reed. "Let's proceed to 50 Rue Vincent together. I'll directly confront Guillaume Binet. Franca, maintain invisibility and follow me closely. We mustn't launch an attack until we're certain of his authenticity. Anthony, secure the perimeter outside. If the Guillaume Binet on Rue Vincent proves to be counterfeit and we hasten to Dill, covertly monitor the madame there, tracking her movements. In case Guillaume Binet manages an escape, she could serve as a pivotal lead for subsequent pursuit. If the 50 Rue Vincent counterpart is genuine and a skirmish erupts, approach discreetly and provide reinforcement." Franca harbored no objections to this arrangement. Aware of Lumion's teleportation abilities, she grasped that once he confirmed the Rue Vincent Guillaume is fake, he could facilitate swift transition for the primary combatants to the opposite location, preventing the two Guillaumes from exchanging information. Assessing the calculated risks, Anthony endorsed the plan, confirming his willingness to execute his designated role. 50 Rue Vincent, near the beige 3-story building. Observing Franca's seamless invisibility, Lumion raised his right hand and swept it across his face. In an instant, he transformed into a man in his 30s, attired in a black uniform with an inspector's epaulette. Knee's face. Satisfied with his condition, Lumion proceeded to the designated building and pressed the doorbell. The door swung open, revealing a man garbed as a butler. His gaze landed on Lumion as he inquired with a touch of confusion, "Officer, how may I assist you? I'm here regarding a missing vagrant case linked to this street. I'd appreciate a conversation with your master." Lumion nonchalantly fabricated. A subtle shift occurred in the butler's expression. "Please wait a moment, officer. I shall inquire with our master." After a brief pause, the butler returned to the doorway, addressing Lumion, "Officer, our master invites you to the small parlor on the ground floor." Lumion offered a slight nod and trailed the butler into the abode at 50 Rue Vincent. The living area exuded spaciousness, hosting a bluish-gray cat huddled in one corner, its presence accompanied by the ceaseless chirping of caged birds. Positioned in the aisle, a black dog, reminiscent of a hound, remained seated, its gaze unwaveringly fixated on the unfamiliar entrant. Circumventing an elegant sofa, the butler led Lumion into a parlor towards the rear. There, a man with midnight hair, azure eyes, and a slightly hooked nose reclined in an armchair. He sported a dark-hued shirt and black trousers, his demeanor one of relaxed arrogance as he gently caressed the head of a sizable brown-furred dog. "Officer, in what way may I be of assistance?" the man inquired, rising with deliberate languor. "It's him, Guillaume Benet, Padre Guillaume Benet." Lumion's pupils contracted, closing the distance to a mere 5 meters. Then, he parted his lips and voiced, "Ha!" Action was the sole path to distinguishing the genuine from the impostor. "Ha!" Lumion's right chest glowed faintly. His spirit body quivered as a yellowish beam shot forth from his mouth. It instantly struck Guillaume Benet, dressed in a dark shirt and black pants, causing him to collapse in confusion and shock. Spell of Harumph. "He's fake." Lumion's eyes narrowed as he assessed the situation. He wasn't too surprised by the outcome. It was evident that this wasn't the real Guillaume Benet, a Sequence 5 fate appropriator. The way the man reacted to the attack, coupled with his lack of familiarity with Beyonder powers and mysticism, made Lumion believe that the substitute was an ordinary person thrust into an unfamiliar world. Disregarding the bewildered butler, Lumion swiftly turned on his heels and sprinted out of the compact living room. As he ran, he whispered, "To Dill!" Franca, draped in her hooded, leather-armored black robe, materialized in front of Lumion. Lumion grabbed her shoulder, allowing the black mark on his right shoulder to flicker with a dark light. Amidst the swirling maelstrom of vibrant hues, the duo found themselves on the balcony of Dill's 6th floor. Having sent Jenna to inform Albus previously, Lumion had already memorized the coordinates. Upon seeing her companion arrive, Jenna, dressed as a female mercenary, emerged from the shadows. She pointed at room 602 and lowered her voice. "It's not over yet. Damn it, he's dragging this out. The second round, perhaps?" Lumion chuckled. According to Albus, the occupant of room 602 had already blown his load once before having afternoon tea. Now it had begun again. "The soundproofing here is impressive," Franca remarked, her head tilting as she listened for any signs of activity from within room 602. Jenna observed as Lumion wiped his face, disguising himself as a typical Dill brothel attendant. She clicked her tongue and voiced her thoughts. "That woman in there screams occasionally. Damn it. Is that perverted padre into some abusive stuff?" Jenna, an underground singer frequenting bars and dance halls, had cultivated an open and passionate image. Her close rapport with Franca, who managed the dancers, exposed her to a world beyond the ordinary. She had zero experience, but her insights were substantial. Franca caught on swiftly. She modulated her voice and clicked her tongue. Lumion, his knees face transforming him, glanced at Franca, silently requesting her to sprinkle fluorescent powder in the corridor outside room 602. a countermeasure against Guillaume Binet's invisibility. Lumion knew that the invisibility didn't erase traces or scents. Should Guillaume Binet escape into the corridor during combat, the fluorescent powder would create a luminous trail, guiding Lumion's pursuit. However, Lumion reconsidered and decided that the use of fluorescent powder might be too conspicuous. Guillaume Binet could easily detect the abnormality and escape using his bizarre abilities before Lumion could launch a surprise attack. After a moment's reflection, Lumion leaned in to whisper to Franca, "Deploy invisibility to conceal yourself in the corridor. Use invisible spider silk to create a web that covers the target's door from the ground to the ceiling." This approach would neutralize the effectiveness of invisibility, while also entangling Guillaume Binet if he attempted to employ slow flight. No problem. Franca adjusted her black hood and entered the corridor. In a blink, her form dissolved, as if a snowman had melted in the sun. 7 to 8 seconds later, a gentle breeze brushed against Lumion's legs. He was taken aback for a moment before comprehending. Franca is using the invisible spider silk to signal readiness. Since this dude advanced to a demoness of pleasure, everything she does carries a sense of teasing. Yeah, she just advanced and might not have full control over the potion's power. She could be unwittingly affected. Muttering inwardly, Lumion shifted his attention to Jenna and instructed, "Conceal yourself in the shadows here. If Guillaume Binet flees this way, you can shoot or execute an assassination. If that fails, withdraw immediately. If he heads in another direction, don't pursue." Got it. Jenna, well-versed in these situations, didn't push for more involvement. She understood that her capabilities could be effectively deployed only under specific circumstances. With his team arranged, Lumion pivoted and directed his gaze at the wooden door of room 602. He inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly to steady his nerves. With that, he fetched an armchair from the balcony and positioned it in the corridor. The invisible spider silk avoided him as he moved some distance away from room 602 and set down the chair. In the following moment, he lightly tapped the chair's back. Crimson flames flowed from his palm, slithering over the chair like serpents. As the armchair caught fire, Lumion jogged toward room 602 without attempting to conceal his movements. He rapped his knuckles against the wooden door. "What is it?" A voice tinged with contained anger reverberated from within room 602, indicating a pivotal juncture. "Fire! There's a fire!" Lumion shouted in feigned panic. "Son of a sow!" The male voice inside cursed in a Riston province accent. Simultaneously, Hunter Lumion detected a distinctive motion, someone getting off the bed. 2 to 3 seconds later, the door swung open, revealing a naked man wearing an iron-colored half-mask and a white shirt, his lower half exposed. A brunette, clad in a fishnet nightgown, was still draped over him. "Holy heck, can't you even let go of her?" Franca's amused commentary echoed in Lumion's mind from her invisible position diagonally across. However, Lumion's focus was unshaken. When the suspected Guillaume Binet appeared, his gaze flickering towards the smoky, flaming chair, Lumion acted swiftly. Ha! Another yellowish beam shot forth, piercing through both the man in the iron-colored half-mask and the woman in the fishnet nightgown, enveloping them. A glimpse of shock and panic flashed across the eyes of the supposed Guillaume Binet, revealing his grasp of beyonder powers. Then his eyes dulled, and he collapsed, a fraction after the woman. As the sound of something heavy thudding to the floor echoed, Lumion seemed to enter a surreal trance. Impossible. A fate appropriator like Guillaume Binet couldn't be knocked out by a contractee's spell of harumph. Is he a decoy? The one at 50 Rue Vincent was an imposter too. Where is the real Guillaume Binet? Shaking off his momentary daze, Lumion knelt, peeling off the iron-colored mask from the unconscious man. The face beneath was unervingly familiar. It was the hooked-nosed countenance of Guillaume Binet. Darkening with concern, Lumion pushed the half-dressed woman away from his target and tore open the white shirt. In the next heartbeat, his eyes fell upon 3 black marks resembling signatures on the unconscious man's upper body. One on the left chest, one on the right chest, and another on the abdomen. This wasn't Guillaume Binet. Guillaume Binet held more than 3 contracts, probably a dozen or more, all fake, all substitutes. Lumion clenched his fists, his eyes igniting with an invisible blaze. He rose, dragging the man, an identical look-alike of Guillaume Binet, back into room 602. Then he found a blanket, swathed the unconscious woman, and deposited her in the corridor. In the interim, Franca discerned the falsity of the prey once again, vanishing her invisibility. She summoned frost and doused the flames consuming the armchair. As she transferred the woman from the corridor to a vacant room, Lumion extended his right hand, fingers closing around the throat of the inevitability bestowed. With a decisive snap, he broke the man's neck, rendering him unconscious and lifeless. Following that, he shut the wooden door, drew the ritual silver dagger, and sanctified it. A wall of spirituality enshrouded room 602. Subsequently, Lumion initiated the summoning dance, opting to engage in a preliminary, purpose-driven spirit channeling through this method. He had chosen not to enlist Franca's aid for a reason. He was uncertain about the peculiar creatures the deceased had contracted. It was possible they would induce corresponding corruption. Only Lumion, having long been an inevitability bestowed, remained unaffected by the spirit channeling process. The sedatives and the last remnants of truth serum from the Bliss Society were reserved for use on the real Padre. Diagonally opposite 50 Rue Vincent, perched on the 2nd floor of the building and ensconced in cover, Anthony Reed, steadfastly observing the target, espied a graceful lady in a pale green gown hurrying out, accompanied by her valet, maid, and butler. The group entered a carriage, deftly relocated from the rear to the front entrance, before embarking toward the far end of Rue Vincent. Without precipitously giving chase, Anthony meticulously memorized specific details concerning the carriage and the horses. Amidst the fervent and contorted dance, the departed spirit detached from its corporeal vessel, hovering midair. It cast a glare laden with animosity and perplexity upon Lumion. Drawing his own blood, Lumion enacted a command, compelling the spirit to bind to him. Although desire and veracity ignited within him, Lumion remained resolute, detecting an additional presence. Summoning the abyss demon flower, invisibility, transfiguration, damn it, an involuntary curse escaped Lumion's lips. He began to grasp the unfolding situation. The individual at 50 Rue Vincent was possibly a product of the substitution spell. The one at the Dill brothel, on the other hand, had been fashioned as a substitute by Guillaume Binet, utilizing transfiguration, exploiting its negative effects. He was vigilant against anyone exploiting his negative effects to track him down. Transfiguration was a contractual ability capable of altering a person's appearance, physique, and disposition. It also possessed a measure of resistance against divination. The price exacted was one's own visage, with the detrimental side effect manifesting as a desire for the exploitation of others. Lumion steadied himself, summoning to mind the genuine Guillaume Binet. His visage, his deeds. This resonance united with the memories that had left the most indelible mark on the spirit of the deceased, enabling Lumion to hunt for clues. In due course, a cluster of 7 or 8 memories quivered slightly. Lumion selected one, striving to magnify it for deeper understanding. The memories of the false Guillaume Binet surged, and Lumion found himself immersed in the familiar confines of 50 Rue Vincent's cozy parlor. Draped in an air of regal poise, the counterfeit Guillaume Binet stood before the armchair, addressing the recipient of these memories with calculated words. Take this money and venture to Rue de la Muraille. There, seek out the renowned courtesan of utmost repute. But you must assume my looks, veiled by a mask. With humility and deference, the memory's owner bowed. Understood, Archbishop. And thus this memory concluded. Lumion held a steadfast conviction that the inevitability bestowed before him was a meticulously crafted proxy, a construct devised by none other than Guillaume Binet himself. It appeared that he had likely garnered a cohort of adherents to inevitability. From among them, he had singled out a candidate from southern Intis, one who swiftly reaped 3 successive boons. This candidate was meticulously endowed with the same abilities as him: the summoning of the Abyss Demon Flower and the Shroud of Invisibility. This granted him an impeccable guise, perfectly mirroring the true him thanks to the contract's negative effects. Of course, Transfiguration remained an integral, indispensable ability. From this vantage, it became evident that Guillaume Binet hadn't neglected the adverse ramifications of the specialized covenant. He might have contemplated this from inception or perhaps gained insight subsequent to a dire prophecy, reviewing his recent undertakings. Regardless, this counterfeit Guillaume Binet, proficient in Transfiguration, appeared to be a deliberate ruse. Lumion suspected the presence of other inevitability devotees who clandestinely monitored the Dill brothel. They clandestinely shadowed the sham Guillaume Binet, primed to relay swift notification to the authentic padre should danger befall his double. In such a scenario, Guillaume Binet enjoyed a distinct advantage, whether he elected to abscond, leaving the product of the substitution spell to grapple with looming peril, or opted to ensnare his antagonists using the doppelganger as bait. Synthesized with the fragments of the fake Guillaume Binet's recollections, Lumion surmised that the genuine Guillaume Binet primarily resided at 50 Rue Vincent. Yet, he permitted the substitute to operate overtly, effectively obfuscating his true whereabouts. Upon this realization, Lumion harbored a pang of vexation. Had Albus not unearthed the sham Guillaume Binet within the confines of the Dill brothel, Lumion wouldn't have been lured away from the decoy. He would have been affixed on the Guillaume at 50 Rue Vincent. This would have spared him the frenzied teleportation prompted after the incapacitation of the substitution spell's byproduct. Lumion would have gravitated towards scouring the building, conceivably unearthing the genuine Guillaume Binet. Granted, absent the synchronous appearance of Guillaume Binet, Lumion wouldn't have entertained notions of a substitution spell. He'd have likely fallen prey to deception, swerving far from the path leading to the authentic padre. With this epiphany at the forefront, Lumion cast aside his intention to scout for lurking inevitability adherents. Recognizing that the bona fide Guillaume Binet had been alerted, Lumion terminated his summoning dance and dissolved the wall of spirituality. Turning to Franca and Jenna, shrouded in separate shadows, he intoned, "Let's head to 50 Rue Vincent now." Presently, Lumion clung to the hope that vestiges of clues lingered or that Anthony Reed, entrusted with overseeing the locale, had gleaned pertinent insights. Franca and Jenna emerged from the shadows one after another, wasting no time to inquire about the current situation. Lumion grabbed their shoulders and activated spirit world traversal once more. In the blink of an eye, their forms solidified within the modest confines of 50 Rue Vincent's parlor. Absent were the butler, valets, and maids, leaving an unattended figure, unconscious, the result of the substitution spell, laid out on the carpet. A meticulous scan of the surroundings concluded with Lumion's approach. He knelt beside the proxy, employing a variety of techniques to rouse him from his stupor. As the counterfeit Guillaume Binet's eyes fluttered open, they met an unfamiliar visage. Startled, he jolted upright, fear tinting his tone. "Who are you? Why did you barge into my house? Get out. I'll call the police. I'll call the police." He recollected the recent attack. A curse-like assault. Lumion drew his revolver and pressed it against the fake Guillaume Binet's forehead. The substitute fell silent. "Where is the true master of this residence?" Lumion's voice resounded, deep and steady. As if pierced by a sudden realization, the impostor Guillaume Binet spat out, "I am the true master. I'm the master here." Lumion's lips curled into a smile. "In that case, I offer my sympathies. Your wife, it seems, ran off with the butler with your valuables. The valets and maids, meanwhile, seem to have embraced an opportunistic approach, essentially relieving you of anything tangible except this house. In a while, the police will arrest you, citing your involvement in the slaying of a vagrant and perpetrating cultic rituals and extensive deceit." A mosaic of fact and conjecture, Lumion's words emerged with an intent to intimidate the substitute, dismantling any fantastical illusions. Considering the retreat of the madame, butler, valets, maids, coachman, and gardener from 50 Rue Vincent, Lumion inferred their conversion into believers of inevitability, orchestrated by the genuine Padre. This intricate maneuver camouflaged a multitude of cultic practices and eccentric observances, all harmonized through the substitution spell. The false Guillaume Binet at Dill, having reached sequence 7 contractee status, was indicative of multiple instances of boon request rituals in Trier. Innocents would undoubtedly become sacrifices, and the best candidates were undoubtedly tramps. At Lumion's declaration, the imitation Guillaume Binet gazed about, bewildered and panic-stricken, his voice piercingly beseeching, "Paulina! Paulina! Paulina! It's indeed the condiment beauty. Unfortunately, she's now a heretic." Lumion watched as the fake Guillaume Binet fell silent, his eyes filled with despair. "Any final words?" Lumion inquired once more. The fake Guillaume Binet shuddered and said, "I'm real. I'm really the master of this place. However, that woman is a succubus. She surreptitiously lured someone and ensconced him within the cellar. She's having an affair with a devil. Affair with a devil. In the basement. Was she secretly meeting the real Padre in private? Yes, the negative effects of Guillaume Binet's desire for coitus will always exist. They won't disappear just because he has 2 substitutes." Lumion scrutinized the mock Guillaume Binet, who tenaciously clung to his facade as the genuine master of 50 Rue Vincent. Left hand poised, he controlled his might, and with precision, delivered a calculated blow behind the impostor's ear. The fake Guillaume Binet fainted again. Lumion's strategy entailed swift exploration of the residence, as allowing the impostor to run amok could inadvertently trigger calamity. He rose to his feet, massaging his throbbing temples, and turned to Franca and Jenna for an update. "Any word from Anthony Reed?" "No." Franca shook her head gently. "It seems he followed your directive to trail Madame Paulina." Lumion tersely acknowledged. "Then let's search this place and await his feedback." Franca adjusted her black hood and emphasized, "One team of 3. Don't split up." This was the territory of the heretics. Even if they had already escaped, residual vestiges might still remain. Should they split their efforts and encounter mishaps, timely rescue would be jeopardized. When the authorities carried out such operations, they had to be at least in groups of 3 or within sight of each other if they wanted to split up. Lumion issued a pointed gesture toward the staircase adjacent to the parlor. "Let's proceed to the basement." The trio descended, and as they did, Franca leaned to Jenna, her tone hushed. Seal's exchange with the counterfeit was textbook instigation. "When you return, dissect the intent behind each phrase." "Okay." Jenna absorbed the counsel like a parched sponge. In due course, they reached the basement door. Lumion turned toward his companions. "Preparations before we venture inside." To thwart lingering echoes of inevitability's powers or unconventional creatures, precaution was paramount. Promptly, Lumion, now adorned with altered visage and partially lengthened hair, pushed the door open, revealing the basement's dim recesses. Within, an unremarkable array of miscellaneous items cluttered the space. No conspicuous anomalies were apparent. Just as Franca readied for magic mirror divination, Lumion, with his hunter's acumen, discerned subtle traces. With metallic clinks, he unveiled a concealed door. Beyond lay a stairwell descending further into the subterranean depths. The trio descended cautiously, arriving after moments at a vast yet rudimentary chamber, bathed in gas lamp radiance. It was unknown if Guillaume Binet had created it himself or if he had sealed off a portion of underground Trier and modified it into a private territory. In the center of the stone-floored hall stood an altar, surrounded by ghastly white human bones, complete sheepskin, cowhide, and giant canine skin. Upon seeing this, Lumion was taken aback as he recalled one of the 5 special ritualistic magics that Om's monk had. Animal creation spell. Simultaneously, remembrances of the felines, avians, and canines inhabiting the floor above, and the brown-furred dog nestled beside the mock Guillaume Binet, surged forth. Dog, animal creation spell. With an epiphanic rush, Lumion pieced together the genuine Guillaume Binet's concealment. He had invoked the animal creation spell to transmute himself into the hulking, brown-furred canine. In this form, he paraded brazenly before his counterfeit and the surrounding onlookers. With a recitation of the preordained incantation, the true Guillaume Binet could rapidly molt his canine facade, resuming his human guise. In the confines of the parlor, the counterfeit Guillaume Binet remained enshrouded in an unconscious reverie, utterly oblivious to the stark duality between reality and illusion. Cautiously, he inched the guest room door ajar, greeted by a jarring tableau. Before him sprawled his beautiful wife, Paulina, ensconced upon the sumptuous bed, unclothed, whilst a hulking brown-furred canine loomed beside her. At the bedside, a plate bearing a medium-cooked steak was positioned. Amidst clenched teeth, Lumion communicated the enigma of the animal creation spell and his speculative hypothesis to Franca and Jenna, his words resounding, "I hope we find that damned dog. No, he should have shed his dog's skin by now. Animal creation spell. Humans turning into dogs." Jenna was alarmed. The world of mysticism is so bizarre and terrifying. The three of them worked together and swiftly searched for traces. Before long, Jenna picked up something from a crevice in the stone slab and exclaimed in surprise, "I've found something!" Franca ran over and realized it was brown dog fur. Both approached Lumion, who continued his investigative fervor, presenting their find. Lumion's elation was palpable. He postulated Guillaume Binet's evasion via an underground covert route, disentangling him from Paulina and the rest. Then they discovered a few strands of brown dog fur. Following the fur, they found another hidden door. After opening the hidden door in the rock wall, Franca performed a simple magic mirror divination and received a revelation that nothing was amiss. Then, she followed Lumion and Jenna in. At that moment, Jenna, who was in the middle of the group, lost sight of Lumion. Franca was still following behind her. Without waiting for Jenna to speak, Franca surveyed the room and frowned. "We've circled back to the sacrificial hall." Emerging through the secret door, Lumion entered an expanse echoing a quarry's cavern. With gas lamps conspicuously absent, Lumion summoned forth a crimson blaze to pierce the shadows. Almost simultaneously, he sensed that Jenna and Franca hadn't followed him. "We got separated just like that?" Puzzlement swirled within Lumion's mind, overridden by a low voice that echoed from the abandoned mine's depths. "Lumion Lee! Lumion Lee!" Lumion found himself frozen in place, his gaze distant as he reacted to the ominous growl. In a shadowy corner of the abandoned mine, a figure outlined itself. Clad in a complete coat of brown dog skin, the figure's torso and abdomen burst open, revealing a human form adorned in a white robe, embellished with intricate silver and black threads. Without a sound, the canine skin dropped to the ground, unveiling a man of slight stature, barely reaching 1.7 meters. His thin black hair framed a face with sharply intense blue eyes, and a slightly upturned nose added to his air of authority. This was none other than Guillaume Binet, the padre of Cordoue village. At that very moment, a smile graced Guillaume Binet's lips. He held a white human bone in his grasp, his eyes aflame with a fanatical zeal that suggested he was on the cusp of receiving a newfound boon from the forces of inevitability, a boon that could reshape his destiny. Guillaume Binet's initial instinct was to flee from 50 Rue Vincent the moment he saw his decoy incapacitated by the strange spell, and his adversary vanishing through the aid of spirit world traversal. In doing so, the decoy could fulfill its full potential of averting disaster. He would escape the looming catastrophe, embarking on a fresh start in a new location, unburdened by the present circumstances. Yet, within an instant, his abilities as a fate appropriator alerted him to the anomaly in the assailant's destiny and the lingering traces of a formidable entity aligned with the inevitability pathway. From this revelation, he deduced that the individual responsible was Lumion Lee, the very person harboring the angel he had once tirelessly invoked. Rapid thoughts raced through Guillaume Binet's mind. As a devoted adherent to the might of inevitability, he was instantly consumed by zealous fervor. He sought to capture or eliminate Lumion Lee. He aspired to break the seal, allowing inevitability's angel to truly descend upon the land. He yearned to obtain a godhood boon, breaking free from the constraints of mortality. He longed to stand as inevitability's chosen representative, guiding the troves of foolish humanity. Having swiftly assessed the situation on both fronts, Guillaume Binet ordered Paulina and the others to flee, luring any potential allies of Lumian Li away from the scene. Meanwhile, he left behind the substitute, creating a trail of clues for Lumian Li to follow, leading him into the basement to unveil a hidden door. With his preparations in place, Guillaume Binet entered the sacrificial chamber, deliberately preserving the sheepskin, cowhide, and dog skin. This would enable Lumian Li, already versed in the animal creation spell, to swiftly uncover the truth. Simultaneously, he shook off a tuft of dog fur, inadvertently revealing his escape route. He chanted the incantation he had prearranged, dispelling the animal creation spell. Drawing upon his concealed power, Guillaume Binet unlocked the door leading to underground Trier, a contractual power known as the Bottle of Fiction. This ability, a source of personal avarice, enabled Guillaume Binet to convert designated, modest-sized spaces, those harboring symbolic elements like doors and windows, into realms encapsulated within the Bottle of Fiction. He could impose simple entry conditions, permitting only those who met the prerequisites to enter, while others would be promptly returned to their original positions. Guillaume Binet's stipulation for entry was one bearing the power of inevitability. This criterion was one he shared with Lumian Li. Regardless of whether Lumian had embraced inevitability's boon, as a carrier of the inevitability angel, enmeshed in the threads of fate, he undeniably possessed inevitability's power. This design ensured that Lumian's allies couldn't breach the Bottle of Fiction's barrier without a boon of inevitability. It left only Lumian Li and himself secluded within. And if they had indeed embraced inevitability, they would both remain influenced by the great existence, transforming them into equivalent companions during pivotal moments. Guillaume Binet sidestepped the utilization of individuals hailing from Cordoue as entry criteria into the Bottle of Fiction, as it posed a vexing challenge to confirm such origins. Such a determination demanded consultation with the spirit world, unlike the more direct assessment of one possessing a distinct power. Furthermore, should Paulina and the others manage to elude their pursuers and return to this very spot, they could provide essential aid through the opening of the bottle. Having meticulously orchestrated his plan, Guillaume Binet concealed himself, poised for Lumian Li's entry into the Bottle of Fiction. As anticipated, upon seeing Lumian Li, now under an altered guise yet devoid of any traces of the inevitability angel's influence, Guillaume Binet took swift action, invoking the soul assimilation mystic spell. Understanding that Lumian Li wasn't the individual's original name but had been assumed for nearly 6 years, recognized by all those around him, Guillaume Binet was certain this identity held a mystic connection that could serve as the true name. Endowed with the knowledge of Cordoue as its padre, he possessed a certain insight into Lumian Li's circumstances. With conviction in the efficacy of the soul assimilation mystic spell, he anticipated it would gravely disorient Lumian Li. Observing Lumian Li's form, frozen at the threshold of the Bottle of Fiction, head bowed and body swaying with instability, Guillaume Binet's grin expanded. Acting without hesitation or speech, he hurled the white human bone he clutched, intending to employ a curse spell capable of rendering the target comatose indefinitely. With this achieved and Lumian Li under his sway, his intention was to retrieve the pre-prepared ritual sheepskin, enshroud the captive, and intone the incantation, transforming him into a voiceless, nearly powerless sheep. At that juncture, Guillaume Binet could lead the sheep elsewhere, endeavoring to shatter the seal and unleash the imprisoned angel. Once successful, he would ascend to sainthood, becoming a potent human figure bestowed with godhood powers. Smack! As the bone landed, Guillaume Binet surged forward, rapidly enunciating a Hermes incantation. Blind D. Midway through the chant, the padre, having made all of Cordoue village a sacrificial offering, suddenly experienced a tightening within his chest, an uncommon premonition heralded by fate. For him, such premonitions occurred rarely. Including this instance, it was the second occurrence. The prior occasion had led him to reassess his actions upon arriving in Trier, spurring him to execute the substitution spell and transfiguration, generating a substitute. With absolute faith in inevitability, Guillaume Binet ceased his chant and lunged to the side. In the next second, he heard Lumien's voice. Humph! A nearly imperceivable white beam shot forth from Lumien's nostrils, impacting the precise spot where Guillaume Binet had stood. The beam streaked through the air, vanishing upon contact with the uneven gray-black terrain. Lumien's gaze lifted, his eyes extraordinarily clear, seemingly untouched by the soul assimilation mystic spell. Concealed beneath his elongated hair, his ears were snugly filled with soft paper balls. In anticipation of residual effects upon entering the basement, he had taken precautionary measures, blocking his ears and altering his appearance to fend off the soul assimilation mystic spell's influence. How could I be affected if I can't even hear you call my name? Admittedly, the paper balls couldn't wholly stifle sound. A faint shout did reach Lumien, though he failed to discern it as his name. The impact was but a mild vertigo, quickly dissipating. Capitalizing on this opportunity, he deduced the affliction he had confronted to be the soul assimilation mystic spell. With feigned gravity, he baited his lurking adversary into revealing himself, launching a surprise counter with the spell of Harumph. Yet, Lumien hadn't envisaged Guillaume Binet as his assailant. Unwilling to flee just yet, he clung to his resolve to confront the foe and liberate the imprisoned angel. Such a determination heightened Lumien's intensity, a fusion of anxiety and exultation, an undercurrent of madness underscoring his elation. Instantaneously, Guillaume Binet vanished upon landing beside him. Ebony tendrils, contorted like serpentine forms, descended from the mine's apex, shrouding the bottle of fiction in an enveloping embrace, blossoming into colossal flowers as crimson as blood. Circling the entryway, Lumien retrieved the iron-gray military alcohol flask, uncapped it, and withdrew the decency brooch. Swoosh! 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 Emerald-green arrows exuding a pale pallor streaked forth from the rear of the black vine, piercing the space Lumien had just vacated. Where these arrows connected, the rocks and earth seemed to undergo the assault of concentrated acid, manifesting glaring and exaggerated signs of corrosion. After donning the decency brooch, Lumien's form agilely evaded the ghastly green arrows, targeting his cranium. Simultaneously, he genuflected and inclined forward, palms pressed to the gravel and dirt. Abruptly, vermilion flames surged forth, forging a crescent-like barrier. This fiery barricade extended in all directions, kindling the obsidian vines in its path and inciting the vivid flowers, their fierce maws agape. An inconspicuous, saccharine aroma permeated the air, inducing a drowsy haze, an inclination toward slumber. Guillaume Binet, unveiling himself after launching the ghastly green arrows, nimbly shifted his position. Inhaling the anesthetic gas engendered by the blazing abyss demon flowers, he beheld the crimson wall poised to transmute the entire abandoned mine into an inferno. Why would Lumien Li ignite the abyss demon flowers, knowing they induce sleep? A momentary bewilderment flashed across Guillaume Binet. In a flash, his insight converged with Lumien's stratagem. Lumien aimed to cultivate an environment saturated with anesthetic gas, an environment impartial to ally or adversary alike. In essence, this would induce slumber in Lumien Li as well as Guillaume Binet. Lumien's companions stood sentry outside the bottle of fiction. It was conceivable they would soon decipher a means to shatter the contract spell's hold. Comprehending this, Guillaume Binet emitted a disdainful snort, his visage adorned with a metallic sheen. Steel body. This was also a contract ability he had never exhibited in front of Lumien Li. Temporarily morphing him into a metallic entity, it rendered Guillaume Binet impervious to the anesthetic gas's effects. Naturally, metamorphosing into a metallic entity would curtail his capacity to wield most of his abilities. Outside the bottle of fiction, upon grasping that she and Jenna had returned to the sacrificial chamber while Lumien had mysteriously disappeared, Franca swiftly procured a mirror. Stains of blood and black splotches marred the mirror's surface. Puzzled, Jenna inquired. Why are you employing mirror substitution? Wouldn't it be more sensible to make another attempt at traversing the hidden door? With an air of solemnity, Franca explained, this mirror carries the mirror substitution spell I prepared for Seal prior to our mission. It allows me to cast a reversed curse on Seal. Presently, I'll employ a milder curse to assess if I can establish a connection with him. Should she succeed in placing a curse upon Lumion, it would imply the connection remained intact. If the bond hadn't been severed, an alternative resolution had to be pursued. Simultaneously with Franca's explanation, inky flames emanated from her right hand, melding with the mirror that belonged to Lumion's substitute. Jenna observed with a mixture of apprehension, her breath held involuntarily. Within the bottle of fiction, just as the wall of flames surged forth, kindling the abyss demon flowers, a pang of agony gnawed at Lumion's heart, birthing a faint shroud of black flames upon his chest. In response, his spirit body descended gradually, drawn into an abyssal darkness, a void obliterating light. Curse? Lumion, ensconced within the cradle of crimson flames, was caught off guard. The reasons behind this unexpected curse eluded him. On the one hand, he had preemptively plugged his ears, blunting the impact of the soul assimilation mystic spell. On the other, Guillaume Benet lay concealed among the dormant abyss demon flowers, offering no overt indications of invoking contract abilities. Furthermore, he remained unscathed, leaving behind neither flesh nor blood. Every strand of his discarded hair had been consumed by the encroaching flames. As the black flames emerged, the curse lingered at a subdued level, manifesting as a faint affliction that refrained from impeding his movements. Instantaneously, Lumion formulated a hypothesis. This curse came from Franca. Employing mirror substitution, she sought to reach out to him. With renewed determination, Lumion thrust his hands in the direction of the Padre's covert location. Resounding with crackling, another barrier of crimson flames materialized, fire enveloping the descending abyss demon flowers. Leveraging this veil to obscure Guillaume Benet's line of sight, Lumion pivoted and sprinted toward the entryway of the bottle of fiction. His actions and his overt choice resonated with unmistakable clarity, conveying to Guillaume Benet, "Why should I fight you within your chosen battleground? If my comrades are barred from entry, I'll venture outside and unite with them." Emerging from his concealment behind a cluster of abyss demon flowers, Guillaume Benet radiated a metallic gleam across his exposed skin. Blazing tongues of fire surged toward him, yet they could only strip away a fraction of fabric, unable to sear his flesh. Through the fiery veil, the Cordu Padre bestowed a smile upon Lumion's indistinct figure. Given the capability to freely traverse the bottle of fiction with requisite conditions fulfilled, he had ingeniously laid a trap at the entryway, awaiting Lumion's unwitting ensnarement. Having assumed a metallic form, his utility was confined to boons involving his body, fate, and 3 distinct contract abilities untouched by his transformation. Among the latter was Shadow Burial. A black mark on Guillaume Benet's torso wavered, summoning pallid white and abyssal black arms that extended from the encroaching shadows, ensnaring Lumion, mid-sprint toward the entryway. Lumion, with a forceful stomp, catapulted into the air, seemingly aiming to vault over the eerie appendages emerging from the shadows, seeking sanctuary at the hushed, inky exit. Behind him, a crimson fireball materialized, poised to detonate at a moment's notice, transmuting into a vessel of obliteration. Simultaneously, fierce fireballs ignited to his left and right, as if poised to counteract the grasp of the arms. Guillaume Benet's metallic visage bore a smile more discernible than before, though it remained deprived of vitality, stern and emotionless. He anticipated Lumion's imminent leap into the bottle of fiction's exit. The strange arms accompanying the shadow burial served as a diversionary tactic, forestalling any suspicions from arising. It's a pity that I can't use Bone Curse in my metallic state. Otherwise, this would be a good opportunity. Guillaume Benet hesitated to dispel his steel body and deal Lumion another blow. That way, he wouldn't be able to transform into a metallic creature again anytime soon. The abandoned mine, now permeated with anesthetic gas, would shortly transform into an inferno. For weak humans lacking godhood, this hostile terrain was untenable. Even Am's monks could sustain themselves only a brief interval longer. In the throes of hesitation, Guillaume Benet ultimately opted to persist with shadow burial, permitting the nightmarish arms to continue their relentless encroachment upon Lumion. With a vigorous leap, Lumion neared the exit of the bottle of fiction, almost within grasp. At that moment, the pitch-black exit, a shadowed orifice devoid of flame, suddenly writhed faintly, akin to a shadowy maw yearning for sustenance. Undetected, a suffused aura of shadow had enshrouded the secret door's surface, a profundity seemingly imbued with life. This was a trap Guillaume Benet had meticulously laid. The mechanism lay dormant during Lumion's initial entrance, solely activating when Lumion attempted exit. This safeguard was devised to preempt Lumion from having any danger premonitions when initially entering the bottle of fiction, deterring him from braving its confines. Lumion perceived the sensation of plummeting into an abyss, the final lifeline eluding his grip. The deceptively thin veil of darkness coiled, an amalgam of endless shadows that converged into an abyssal maw, an aperture on the verge of engulfing him. Mid-flight, Lumion extended his right palm, yet just before it made contact with the shadowy maw shrouding the hidden door, he abruptly withdrew it, mimicking a gesture of prying open a door. In tandem, the decency brooch nestled upon his right chest emitted a subdued golden glow. Distortion. Lumion distorted the action of opening the door with the concept of unsealing this confined space. From the outset, his intent to depart the bottle of fiction was absent. Instead, he sought to find a way for his companions to infiltrate, thus furnishing reinforcement. This enclave laden with combustible resources stood as a haven for a pyromaniac. Boom! With a resounding detonation, the crimson fireball positioned to Lumion's left erupted, issuing a horizontal thrust that exacted a substantial toll. His attire lay rent, and his flesh bore charred imprints, inflicted by the fiery onslaught. Gradually nearing the shadowy vortex, the forceful explosion propelled him away from the exit of the bottle of fiction and beyond the enshrouded region brimming with appendages swathed in pallid white and abyssal black. Resounding with a thud, Lumion tumbled, ensconcing himself behind a rampart of surging flames. This maneuver forestalled the further encroachment of the shadowy expanse, obliging the strange arms to contend with the blistering blaze. Outside the bottle of fiction, a frigid zephyr brushed against Franca and Jenna, wafting from the hidden door's interior. Swiftly, the chill metamorphosed into a searing fervor. Behind the hidden door lay a derelict mine engulfed in a sea of crimson flames, the blazing inferno punctuated by the descent of undistorted fire dragons, their incandescence unbridled. The remaining black vines, the crimson flowers, and the strange arms all succumbed to the fiery onslaught, pursued relentlessly by the raging conflagration. Signaling to Jenna, Franca receded into the shadows as she drew closer to the hidden door. Jenna understood Franca's intentions and rationally retreated into the shadows outside the hidden door, concealing herself. She knew that it would be difficult for her to participate in the battle with her strength. Thus, she chose to bide her time, awaiting the enemy's emergence through the threshold, poised to exploit a fleeting opportunity to deliver a decisive, lethal strike. Within the ajar bottle of fiction, Lumion, having concluded his somersault, propped himself up with a single hand, locking his gaze onto the distant Guillaume Benet. His form akin to that of a metallic marionette. Lumion's lips curled wordlessly, yielding an eruption of crimson flames that engulfed his flesh and attire. A familiar pang of torment reverberated across Lumion's psyche, jolting him awake from the lethargic stupor. It's been some time. Lumion's grin was tinged with distortion as he hurtled toward the metal-encased Guillaume Benet. His forward momentum stirred the encompassing crimson flames, elongating behind him like a shimmering, unfurled cape. Wary of Lumion's earlier utilization of the Harump spell, Guillaume Benet, resembling a puppet forged from steel, evaded direct confrontation, executing artful shifts in position. Discerning Lumien's strategy of harnessing the flames to stave off the abyss demon flowers-induced anesthetic gas, Guillaume Binet discerned this endeavor to be fleeting. At best, Lumien's fiery gambit would delay his descent into unconsciousness. Certain matters couldn't be resolved by self-harm. Having adopted the form of a metallic entity via steel body, Guillaume Binet remained impervious to the anesthetic gas's effects, even foregoing the need to draw breath. This form also minimized the conflagration's impact on him. Guillaume Binet was convinced that steel body's efficacy would persist until Lumien Li succumbed to unconsciousness. Furthermore, his assessment revealed Lumien's substantial spirituality expenditure, coupled with Lumien's evident abstention from spirit world traversal. This deduction led Guillaume Binet to surmise that the Harumph spell likely bore limitations on its frequency of use. Of course, sustained evasion was untenable. Lumien Li's actions hinted at him using some unconventional means to open the bottle of fiction, suggesting his companions had likely infiltrated covertly through invisibility. Guillaume Binet couldn't allow this duo to demonstrate the potency of their teamwork. Nimbly maneuvering around the plummeting tendrils of flaming vines, Guillaume Binet executed a sudden pivot, facing Lumien with unwavering intent. His metallic countenance mirrored the flaming luminance, refracting a kaleidoscopic iridescence. Myriads of diminutive rainbows coalesced, cleaving Guillaume Binet as though he gazed upon his mirror image. Light incarnation, one of the 3 contractual abilities accessible in his steel body state. Its premise lay in leveraging light to forge a fleeting incarnation, capable of channeling an individual's capabilities. 2 metallic Guillaume Benets surged toward Lumien simultaneously. Thud, thud, thud. Each stride they undertook fostered corporeal expansion, culminating in the metamorphosis into metallic titans, which tore asunder their white robes adorned with silver-black threads. Elevating his right hand, Lumien summoned into being a host of crimson fire ravens that swirled about him. The fire ravens promptly surged toward the 2 Guillaume Benets, demonstrating no clemency. Given the inherent challenge of distinguishing authenticity from imitation within a short span of time, Lumien adopted a stratagem of unleashing an onslaught indiscriminately, comprising both genuine and illusory manifestations. For truth could not be falsified, nor could falsity be genuine. In an abrupt detonation, the Guillaume Binet before him disintegrated. Rumble, accompanied by the explosion, amid which a multitude of fire ravens were prematurely engulfed in combustion. A water cannon sculpted from dark green liquid surged forth from the fake Guillaume Binet's fragmented remnants. The water cannon, of astonishing alacrity and proximity, penetrated Lumien's fiery shroud, impinging upon his form. As a consequence, Lumien's physique began exhibiting telltale signs of liquefaction. Draenir gland poison, one of 3 contractual abilities he could use as a metallic entity. With a brittle crack, Lumien's corporeal structure fractured, metamorphosing into mirrors. A mere 10 meters from Guillaume Binet, Franca, owing to the activation of mirror substitution, involuntarily escaped her state of invisibility. Observing her emergence, Guillaume Binet's blue irises assumed a pallor bordering on translucence. A deft push of his right palm propagated the emergence of an expansive river of mercurial sigils encircling Franca. Pitting himself directly against Lumien Li proved to be a disconcerting engagement for Guillaume Binet. His paramount and most formidable fate appropriator ability remained inaccessible, for its utilization would catalyze a consequential backlash from inevitability. Since it couldn't be used on Lumien Li, it could be used on his companion. A fate appropriator harbored 2 primary abilities. Firstly, the capacity to magnify a corresponding fate tributary, thereby setting in stone an imminent destiny for the target. This process could be expeditious, yet its future influence spanned a mere 10 seconds. The resulting efficacy was contingent upon environmental compatibility. A more congruent backdrop augmented the probability of the event materializing in the forthcoming future. Secondly, the ability to swap an accumulated fate for a fragment of the target's own destiny. Absent a premeditated arrangement, one had to either kill the adversary to access their fate or employ their personal fate as a substitute. relatively more protracted in execution than magnifying an impending fate tributary. This method prohibited one from assailing the target or inducing harm mid-process. At this moment, Guillaume Binet, who wasn't fighting one-on-one, clearly didn't want to engage in a fate exchange. His plan was to utilize the current environment and magnify Lumion Lee's female companion's fate tributary of being affected by the Abyss Demon Flower's anesthetic gas to make it a reality. Of course, as the woman in the black hood hadn't fallen asleep and wouldn't be paralyzed or knocked unconscious for 10 seconds, the sole recourse was to expedite the process while steering it toward the most dire outcome. In a similar vein, this elucidated one of the rationales behind Guillaume Binet's abstention from interfering with Lumion Lee's fate tributary. What he refrained from attempting was the exchange of the adversary's fate or the inversion of key tributaries into the principal course, lest he suffered the backlash invoked by inevitability. He wouldn't have a problem if he only made Lumion Lee slip and fall, achieving futures that wouldn't have significant impact. The mercurial river encircling Franca was reflected in Guillaume Binet's lightened eyes. After some discernment, he grabbed at one of the tributaries formed by the mercury symbol that wrapped around itself. Concurrently, Franca arched her neck, thereby unveiling her supple neck and moist vermilion lips under the hood's shadows. Peculiarly, a palpable flutter stirred in Guillaume Binet's chest, reverberating to his nether regions as he recollected scenes of his liaisons with courtesans along Rue de la Muraille. Yet, these recollections paled in allure compared to the figure opposite him, despite her visage remaining partially veiled. Despite his momentary lapse, Guillaume Binet promptly reinstated his focus. Capitalizing upon this fleeting respite, Franca, enlightened to the general scope of a fate appropriator's abilities courtesy of Lumion, sparked latent black flames, engendering frost that enshrouded her form. Opaque filaments converged, manifesting palpable encasement amid the frigid shroud, akin to a cocoon. Unperturbed, Guillaume Binet's lips curled into a smirk, unfazed by the unfolding situation. If a fate appropriator's abilities were so easily rendered ineffectual, they wouldn't be called fate appropriators. Furthermore, as long as the target's fate tributary was magnified or underwent a fate exchange, they wouldn't be able to break free even if they used a substitute. With measured deliberation, Guillaume Binet extended his right palm and executed a slight wrist rotation, magnifying a particular fate he had chosen. Nonetheless, in this precise instant, he perceived the hooded lady's fate river adopting an uncanny semblance of illusory ambiguity, an etherealness so pronounced as to border on feigned fabrication. A decoy, Guillaume Binet's endeavor to augment the fate tributary was abruptly thwarted. The cocoon disintegrated, frost fragmenting and black flames metamorphosing into coruscating beams of light. Yet, the focus of the protection wasn't Franca herself, but rather a mirror. Capitalizing on Guillaume Binet's momentary bewilderment, a casualty of the demoness of pleasure's allure and his self-imposed adverse effects, Franca seized the initiative. Employing mirror substitution, she ensconced herself in layers of black flames, frost, and spider silk, confounding the adversary while concealing the real lethal peril. Thus, she extricated herself from the figurative crosshairs, evading the adversary's targeting. Simultaneously with the failure of Guillaume Binet's attempt to amplify the fate tributary, a figure garbed in an assassin's attire manifested behind him, its visage partially obscured by a classic brass revolver, aimed steadfastly at the enemy's cranium before pulling the trigger. Bang! The iron-black round collided with the dodging Guillaume Binet's head, emitting a distinct metallic clang. Guillaume Binet's head, bedecked in a metallic sheen, yielded to the impact, though its structural integrity endured, deflecting a potentially lethal strike. Nearly in tandem, Lumion, having used mirror substitution to evade the effects of Draenir gland poison, and draped in flaming clothes, emerged nearby. Dropping to a genuflecting posture, he pressed his palms to the ground. In response, twin crimson fire serpents surged into being, consuming the incendiary vines while spreading the flames along their trajectory, ultimately converging to form a colossal pair of fire dragons. Both entities surged toward Guillaume Binet. However, their purpose wasn't to ingest their quarry, but to intertwine and coalesce. giving rise to an ostentatious and brilliant conflagration blooming flower. As the fiery flower unfurled before him, Guillaume Binet grappled with comprehending Lumian Li's intentions. With his steel body, his resistance to flames was steadfast for the time being. But the other party wouldn't go as far as wasting an opportunity and do nothing but perform fire magic, right? This was bribe. Lumian had gifted Guillaume Binet with a blazing flower, an emblem signifying incineration and obliteration. Capitalizing on the decency brooch, he had completed a bribe, thereby attenuating the adversary's defenses. Although Lumian Li's true motives remained opaque, Guillaume Binet's intuition kindled with the conviction that this augured unfavorably. In rapid succession, Guillaume Binet invoked light incarnation anew, fragmenting into 3 iterations as he advanced toward Lumian. As Franca's assault faltered, she vanished anew. Witnessing the 3 iterations of the metallized Guillaume Binet rapidly engorge, Lumian conjured a new cohort of fire ravens and distributed them evenly amongst the trio of adversaries. Then, turning his form and slowing his pace, he primed himself for a prospective evasion of the ensuing water cannon conjured from Draenir gland poison. Swoosh! 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 The crimson fire ravens landed precisely on the 3 metallized Guillaume Benets. Rumble! 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 They exploded simultaneously. A torrent of dark green liquid surged forth from one of Guillaume Binet's forms, water cannon. Lumian, braced for the assault, deftly evaded, his gaze fixed upon the collision of aqueous impact against the rocky wall, a tremor rippling through the bottle of fiction. Yet, as Lumian's evasion completed, he detected a colossal shadow enshrouding his feet. Thereupon, a medley of pallid white and obsidian black arms extended forth from this obscurity. In contrast, Lumian's other choice of direction was shrouded in a dark shadow. At sequence 5, light incarnation permitted Guillaume Binet the creation of up to 3 incarnations, each incarnation fake. One harbored Draenir gland poison, while the other pair wielded shadow burial, intent on ensnaring Lumian within their shade-infused grasp. Curved, grotesque limbs ensnared Lumian's ankles, striving to haul him into the nebulous depths. Amid this peril, a figure emerged from the inky depths, a half-naked, metallic-finished Guillaume Binet. Shadow burial was a form of shadow concealment for him. By capitalizing on 3 light incarnations which consumed a large amount of spirituality, to veil his position, thereby detaining Lumian temporarily, Guillaume Binet engineered his stealthy approach via the shadows, orchestrating a decisive assault. His body suddenly expanded as he punched Lumian behind the ear. A thunderous crack resonated as Lumian's form fragmented akin to a glass pane, fracturing into myriad minuscule fragments subsequently claimed by the pallid white and obsidian black arms. Mirror substitution. It was precisely due to the implementation of mirror substitution that Franca refrained from intervening on Lumian's behalf when she saw him restrained by the strange arms extending from the shadow. Rather, she bided her time, anticipating Guillaume Binet's advent to administer a terminal blow. Amidst the cracking sounds, Franca's hooded, black-robed figure involuntarily appeared once more, quickly spotted by the Padre. Guillaume Binet had been waiting for this opportunity to stop himself from being affected by the charm and turn his blue eyes light-colored again. He saw the mercurial river of fate and began to choose the fate of being paralyzed by the burning gases of the abyss demon flowers. Yet, an abrupt surge of peril seized Guillaume Binet's consciousness, compelling a stark realization. Interference with the adversary's fate would undoubtedly yield cataclysmic repercussions. Impossible! Moments earlier, such consequences hadn't arisen. Yet, as he scrutinized the figure before him, Guillaume Binet, who had been able to interfere with his target's fate normally previously to near success, saw a hooded woman hiding behind the hooded woman. The woman behind her held a palm-sized mirror that illuminated his figure. In an instant, Guillaume Binet understood what was going on. The hooded woman standing in front of him, revealing the river of fate, was Lumian Li. After activating mirror substitution, he took the initiative to appear in front of his companion. Seizing the opportunity, he used a transfiguration-like ability to change his appearance and disguise himself as his companion. You do realize using the same trick won't work twice? Franca, who was hiding behind Lumion, chuckled when she saw this. Seeing Lumion under attack, she took out her teammate's mirror substitution and threw it in front of her. Taking advantage of the cover and the enemy's drawn attention, she aimed another mirror at Guillaume Binet. Without hesitation, Franca's palm was enveloped in black flames as she swiped the mirror's surface. Curse, Demonist's curse. In a simultaneous eruption, a quietly smoldering black flame ignited from within Guillaume Binet's metallic form. Elated that his steel body rendered him impervious to conflagration, inflicting only minor wounds, he soon perceived an anomalous drain on his spirit, coupled with indications of severe ethereal scorching. In the span of an eye's flutter, the Corda village padre emitted a tormented cry. Instantaneously, his metallic semblance plummeted to the earth with a cacophonous clatter, reconstituting into a form unadorned by metal, starkly naked and manifestly fleshy. At the same time, Franca, too, experienced a visceral tremor, her countenance assuming a pallid hue. Rebirth. The contractibility in question facilitated Guillaume Binet's revival within the Slayer's body. Guillaume Binet's spirit smiled and hastened to replace the woman holding the mirror and take control of her body. Yet, he confronted a disconcerting reality. Before him stood an enshrouded woman brandishing a mirror, bearing her lower visage in a manner reminiscent of malevolent allure. She's in front, then whose body did I rebirth into? A disorienting befuddlement inundated Guillaume Binet. Meanwhile, Lumion, ensconced within Franca's semblance, donned a knowing grin, gradually retracting his right palm from the padre's lifeless cadaver, the decency brooch aglow with a dusky golden luminescence. Distortion. How could he not guard against Guillaume Binet's rebirth ability when he already knew that Guillaume Binet's mistress had chosen such an ability? Lumion couldn't overtly commandeer Guillaume Binet's rebirth with his seal and corruption alone. Nevertheless, Lumion, resembling Franca with uncanny precision, had already instructed Franca to bring the earth blood or, innately repellent to even the Monsurus ghost, the earth blood or imposed an unseen force field compelling Guillaume Binet's spirit body's circumvention. Leveraging the distortion afforded by the decency brooch, coupled with the earth blood ore's obstructive efficacy and the knees faces transformation, Lumion orchestrated Guillaume Binet's rebirth within his very body. Although Lumion's visage paled and his frame quivered slightly, a smile graced his lips as he extended his hand towards his left chest, gently declaring, "Padre, everyone is waiting for you." As Lumion's words reverberated, an inexplicable chill settled over Guillaume Binet, even in his spirit body form. Simultaneously, a peculiar tug gripped him, causing him to involuntarily convolute and plunge towards a specific direction. There, a colossal, semi-transparent vortex unfurled, ensconced in a wispy gray fog at its nadir. Within this haze materialized a dimly lit village, populated by spectral forms. One of these apparitions gazed skyward, noticing Guillaume Binet's struggle against the vortex's inexorable pull. His pale white face instantly lit up with excitement and fanaticism as he shouted, "Oh, my deity, my lord, you're here too? Quickly join us. Hasten your approach." The figure belonged to Guillaume Binet's brother, Pons Binet. Sensing Pons Binet's abnormality, the figures lingering in the dim village looked up at Guillaume Binet. Among them, Madonna Binet, Philippa Guillaume, and the others, who had once been Guillaume Binet's mistresses, extended their pale white arms to the sky and smiled blankly. "Quickly join us. Hasten your approach." Immediately after, Shepherd Pierre Barry, Lumion's comrade Guillaume Barry, Azema Lizier, and more added their supplicating gestures. In an instant, a peculiar, pallid forest seemingly sprouted from within the village's dim enclave, its spectral denizens directing their palms towards the padre. Guillaume Binet's descent escalated, his spirit body verging on fragmentation. Struggling to counteract the vortex's pull, he sought to resist its sway, aiming to evade its dominion and flee Lumion's profoundly perilous vessel. He couldn't care less about the rebirth in the other party's body and the corresponding fate. That was something he couldn't bear. Lumion's grin expanded, seemingly attuned to the cacophony of terror and anguish echoing within his own body. Indeed, possessing him via rebirth and forcing a possession by luring others over via the summoning dance were completely different treatments. The former would form a connection with his fate and, in an attempt to replace it, it would inevitably trigger the seal. Guillaume Binet's profound corruption by inevitability meant that the resonance of this seal's potency was inevitable. Though Lumion remained ignorant of the precise ramifications, he intuited they would bode ill. Perceiving Guillaume Binet's vehement longing to extricate himself, Lumion opted to refrain from thwarting his escape, willingly relinquishing any interference. Post-rebirth, save for scenarios involving specific domains such as Sun, Lumion lacked the capability to forcibly expel an uncooperative Guillaume Binet from his body. Mirror substitution, too, proved ineffectual in such a case. However, should Guillaume Binet yearn to depart, the course of action was rendered straightforward. Ultimately, Guillaume Binet, having expended a considerable amount of his spirituality, struggled to escape from Lumion's body. Precisely then, Lumion deftly rotated his wrist, enlisting distortion anew. A dark golden glimmer traversed his chest, heralding Guillaume Binet's emergence within the palm-sized mirror clasped in Franca's grasp. Franca's palm coalesced an unblemished frost, which she spread over the mirror's surface. Instantaneously, Guillaume Binet's form became ensconced within a veneer of ice, ensnared within the mirror's confines. Concurrently, Franca summoned black flames, which enshrouded the icy enclosure. Though the ice in itself was inadequate to bar a spirit body's escape from the mirror, the shrouding black flames bore that capability. Should Guillaume Binet dare venture beyond the ice's protection, the flames awaited to engulf him. With Guillaume Binet's spirit body securely sealed, Franca glanced up at Lumion, who had removed the paper balls, and directed, "Channel his spirit after we're out. Your flames and anesthetic gas are everywhere." With her physique and expenditure, holding on for another 2 or 3 minutes sans mirror substitution posed no undue challenge. Nonetheless, she sensed Lumion reaching his threshold. Affirming Franca's directive with a nod, Lumion briskly pivoted and surged towards the bottle of fiction's exit. Consequent to Guillaume Binet's demise, the concealed trap had naturally been lifted. Having returned to the sacrificial hall, Lumion promptly dissipated the knee's face, reverting his appearance from that of Franca's hooded visage and black robe. His upper body bore the telltale markings of being charred, yet owing to his skillful management following the initial digestion of the pyromaniac potion, his trousers remained unscathed. This approach, evoking pain, stimulating cerebral activity, and rousing his senses, didn't necessitate subjecting his entire form to incineration. Localized scorching proved sufficient. Observing his somewhat unconventional appearance, Franca, torn between concern and amusement, chimed in with an air of teasing, "Do you have a penchant for masochism? You go through this ordeal every time you engage in combat." Lumion directed his attention toward the mirror ablaze in Franca's grip and casually responded, "That's how hunters are. I'd be deluding myself if I bought into your fabrications. I'm an instigator after all." Franca had borne witness to prior pyromaniac skirmishes. Witnessing their conversational exchange, Jenna deduced that their adversary had been ensnared and the situation had reached its resolution. Thus, she emerged from the concealment of the shadows. Franca graced her with a smile before turning her attention back to Lumion, relaying, "Hold on for a moment. Don't fret. Guillaume Binet isn't entirely dead yet. Once the rebirth effect wanes, he'll morph into a recently expired spirit, his faculties adrift. At that juncture, channeling his spirit will prove less hazardous, and we can be sure he doesn't lie." Lumion calculated the remaining duration of the decency brooch's efficacy and remarked, "Let's wait here." Leveraging the mystical knowledge gleaned from the boon, he discerned that the rebirth effect endured merely 2 minutes. Its termination was imminent. Abandoning their current location to embark on a quest for a more secure locale for spirit channeling would necessitate identifying another concealed setting, subjecting Lumion to an additional hour of repulsion before spirit channeling could ensue. The optimal time frame for spirit channeling would subsequently elapse. Moreover, Lumion harbored a reluctance to further procrastinate. Franca nodded in understanding. Stepping toward the altar, she set the mirror upon the pitch-black ring symbol crafted from thorns, thereby maintaining the enshrouding black flames. This facilitated Lumion's observation. Fixated on Guillaume Binet's pale and ashen visage, ensnared beneath the duality of black flames and ice, Lumion smirked with brilliant satisfaction gradually etched upon his lips. He uttered, "You're truly foolish. If I were you, I'd evade and refrain from launching an assault post-steel body activation, awaiting the adversary's inevitable fatigue. Ah, I neglected to apprise you. My spirituality has plummeted below the safety threshold, thereby making spirit world traversal or even utilization of the spell of Harumph impossible. I'm barely able to kindle fire, changing my face, and using the brooch. Should you have bided your time, I would have neared my limit and fainted on the spot. I acted rashly and reacted relatively slowly towards the end. On the one hand, I didn't want to expend more spirituality and wanted to save them for critical moments. On the other hand, mirror substitution consumed Franca's spirituality. On the other hand, it was a trap for you. Do you remember the flaming flower? Without this gift, to complete bribe, Franca's curse wouldn't have been able to kill you. A sequence 5. Upon hearing the term spell of Harumph and recalling Lumion's actions of knocking out 2 fake Guillaume Benets in a row, Franca's eyelids twitched in shock and confusion. Jenna looked at Lumion, who kept mocking the spirit body in the mirror, and tugged at Franca with a measure of concern. She whispered, "Perhaps we should attempt to assuage him?" "No need." Franca shook her head and took the initiative to distance herself from Lumion, giving him a private space to vent. Jenna tersely acknowledged and followed Franca to the edge of the sacrificial hall, casting a lingering glance at the visage of pallid, pale white and ashen hues reflected within the mirror. Guillaume Binet emanated a mixture of hostility, terror, and ultimately, despair. Dill Brothel, 6th floor. On a distant balcony, Albus positioned himself in a discreet corner, his concealed gaze unwaveringly fixed upon room 602. Once Lumion and his companions had seemingly teleported away, Albus stepped out from his concealment, a wry smile tugging at his lips. To think a mere sequence 7 individual wields an artifact that enables traversal of the spirit world. His connection with Red Boots isn't simple. Whether Gardner Martin is privy to this or remains in the dark, I wonder. As he muttered, Albus's smile carried a hint of ambiguity and playful intrigue. 50 Rue Vincent Underground Sacrificial Hall. Lumion's continuous taunting endured until the rebirth effect gradually subsided, a shadow darkening Guillaume Binet's eyes. Meanwhile, Franca, intently calculating the elapsed time, positioned herself near the altar and erected a wall of spirituality, priming herself for the forthcoming endeavor. With the moment at hand, she softly intoned the incantation, engaging her self-devised magic mirror spirit channeling spell. Yet, just as success appeared imminent, Lumion summoned the decency brooch's distortion once again, rerouting the inquiry of the magic mirror spirit channeling spell toward himself. In a final bid for success within a singular attempt, he even invoked the knee's face, transfiguring into Franca once more. Almost instantaneously, the mirror's surface dimmed, casting Guillaume Binet's pale visage into a slightly blurred disposition. With his capacity to sustain the knee's face dissipated, Lumion reverted to his original form and shifted his focus back to Guillaume Binet. Who led you to place faith in inevitability? Although Franca harbored a degree of curiosity, she was mindful of the repercussions of Lumion broaching forbidden topics, thus jeopardizing her corruption. Subsequently, she parted the wall of spirituality, positioning herself at a distance from the altar. Guillaume Binet, in a somewhat dazed state, responded, "It was Aurora Lee." Upon discovering that the faith of an accursed deity was disseminating, she covertly approached me, affirming that I could harness superpowers without supplicating the bishops. Moreover, I was assured of the prospect of obtaining godhood in the future, potentially ascending to the rank of saint and thereby securing eternal life. At the time, I remained skeptical. Nevertheless, My curiosity compelled me to withhold judgment. Over time, however, I witnessed her burgeoning might, my reservations gradually subsiding. After a brief lull, Lumion inquired, his blue gaze intense, "Who influenced Aurora Lee to embrace inevitability?" "I don't know." Guillaume Benet's bewilderment was palpable as he shook his head. Following a moment of contemplation, Lumion continued his line of questioning. "What profound impression did Aurora Lee leave upon you?" Guillaume Benet's countenance shifted, a semblance of recollection mingling with apprehension. As she said that she wasn't Aurora Lee. She said she wasn't Aurora Lee? Lumion felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck him, his thoughts freezing in their tracks. In fact, he could deduce that Aurora Lee wasn't his sister's real name. Someone deliberately settling in a border village wouldn't likely use their true identity. Yet, after almost 6 years together, he could sense that his sister embraced the name Aurora Lee. She never spoke of her original identity or her past life in his presence. Moreover, the forged identity documents she possessed seemed increasingly genuine. When she rose to fame as a best-selling author, their authenticity was unquestionable. Why would she suddenly say that? And how did it tie into her inexplicable faith in the enigmatic existence known as inevitability? A sharp ache throbbed in Lumion's head, jolting him back to reality. Anxiously, he inquired, "Did she mention who she was?" On the mirror-like surface, no longer shrouded in black flames and frost, Guillaume Benet, pallid and tinged with a bluish hue, responded with a dazed expression. "She claimed to be Roche Louise Sanson." "I've never heard of such a name." Lumion furrowed his brow and probed further. "Did she mention anything else about this identity?" Guillaume Benet shook his head. "Nothing more." Lumion pressed his left hand against his temple. After a brief silence, he pressed on. "Was Roche Louise Sanson involved in the plot to sacrifice Cordu in exchange for the arrival of the inevitability angel?" Guillaume Benet appeared to wrestle with himself, but ultimately yielded to the sway of the spirit channeling. His response came forth, candid and unfiltered. "No, that was my doing. I was driven by the desire to attain godhood swiftly, to ascend as a saint. Aurora Lee initially approved, only to oppose my plan mere hours later. She was indecisive. Eventually, I chose to conceal my intentions from her and made covert preparations. Later on, she seemed to tacitly endorse our efforts, offering aid during critical junctures. Occasionally, though, she resisted and engaged in acts of destruction, yet she'd quickly relent. The Aurora you depict almost seems schizophrenic." Lumion found himself clinging to the image of Aurora, yet he couldn't escape the memory of the lizard-like, diaphanous elf emerging from his sister's mouth. He recalled her sporadic awakenings, her discussions on escaping their predicament. But even in those moments of clarity, Aurora's behavior hardly resembled normalcy. She even overlooked the option of summoning Hellas Messenger for swift assistance, the most direct solution out of their ordeal. Lumion shifted the conversation, asking, "When did Aurora begin propagating the faith of inevitability in Cordu?" Guillaume Benet appeared even more muddled than before. "My initial investigation pointed to around May or June of last year. After that, she paid me a secret visit. Seems to be consistent with my suspicions. Something must have transpired back then to corrupt Aurora. If she was an original believer in inevitability, she wouldn't wait 5 or 6 years before proselytizing." Lumion's expression flickered with pain, which he quickly suppressed. "Have you ever come across diaphanous, lizard-like creatures in Cordu?" "No," Guillaume Benet answered truthfully. "Do you have any knowledge of a figure known as the Sufferer in Cordu?" Lumion inquired further. Guillaume Benet appeared taken aback. "I don't know." "No." Lumion's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. "Have you observed an owl around Aurora?" "No." Guillaume Benet negated again. Lumion continued to pose inquiries regarding the Cordu catastrophe, yet the answers offered were far from satisfactory. Finally, he probed, "Is there a secret organization or a heretical church associated with Roche Louise Sanson?" Guillaume Benet, his pallid countenance increasingly diffused, finally nodded. Yes, it's called Sinners. I now hold the position of one of the Sinners' archbishops. Sinners, the heretical church which believes in inevitability? Lumien's intrigue grew as he delved further. Who leads the Sinners? And who acts as the intermediary for you? I'm uncertain of the leader's identity, but he's the sole individual among all the sinners who possesses godhood. Guillaume Binet's hollow voice responded with an eerie timbre. The individual responsible for my contact is Bouvard Pont-Piro. Sole individual possessing godhood. Could it be the sufferer lurking in my midst? Lumien's mind raced as he continued his probing. How can I establish contact with Bouvard Pont-Piro? It's futile, Guillaume Binet's ethereal voice replied, a hollowness to its tone. Upon my demise, he will sense the shift in fate and preemptively erase all traces. Transfiguration is one of the abilities granted through a pact. He can become anything, but he is no longer himself. Can take on any form, but at the cost of his own identity. Prolonged use of transfiguration might have driven him to complete madness. Perhaps I can visit the asylum and seek out any patients with similar cognitive impairments. I must be careful with acquiring further contract abilities. If there are only 3 or 4 negative effects, that's manageable. However, if the list becomes extensive, it not only invites trouble but also provides enemies with exploitable openings. If the Padre had encountered a member of the Bliss Society or a bestowed from the Mother Tree of Desire, he would undoubtedly fall victim easily. Lumien gazed at the altar mirror and posed another question. Why did the Sinners' organization send you to Quartier de la Princesse Rouge? Guillaume Binet's indistinct visage lit up with zealous fervor. It satisfies my desires and simultaneously serves as a recruitment ground for believers, all in preparation for the upcoming grand ritual. Only by allowing our Lord to tread upon this realm can sinners like us seek redemption and baptism, thus escaping our predetermined fates. Did the Sinners' organization provide you financial support, or did you amass funds independently? Lumien aimed to trace the origins of the money for potential leads. Guillaume Binet shook his head. It's an anonymous deposit from Aurora Lee No Roche-Louise Sanson. The sum totals 100,000 Vril d'Or. Damn it, you swine! Lumien cursed. While he had foreseen this, the realization that the Padre had been using Aurora's earnings to support a courtesan and sustain a lavish lifestyle for recruiting heretics ignited a seething anger within Lumien. Suppressing his emotions, Lumien let out a scornful chuckle and stated, Did the Sinners' organization not provide you beyonder characteristics? Have you never consumed a potion? Otherwise, the Padre would have been even more formidable and difficult to deal with. Beyonder characteristics of the seer, monster, apprentice, and marauder pathways that inevitabilities bestowed are compatible with aren't easily acquired. I've been searching for them. Given the adverse effects those contracted creatures have on me, drinking potions from other pathways would undoubtedly lead to a loss of control on the spot. Fortunately, my current negative effects remain minimal and feeble. If they were more potent, it could jeopardize my ability to ingest hunter pathway potions in the future. Lumien's spirituality was dwindling, so he capitalized on the moment to pose one final inquiry. What are sequences 6 to 0 of the inevitability pathway? Guillaume Binet's voice hollowed further. Sequence 6 is ascetic, sequence 5 is fate appropriator, sequence 4 is circle inhabitant, and sequence 3 is sufferer. Beyond that, I am unaware. Ascetic, it seems akin to the advancement of an alms monk. Why didn't Termaboros inform me? Right. As a victim, he will likely have the ascetic boon extracted from him in the future. It's only natural for him to evade answering related queries. If he remained utterly impassive and too willing to provide an answer, I would have grown wary and suspected a trap. Lumien's gaze lifted slightly, his countenance involuntarily contorting. What abilities does an ascetic possess? Guillaume Binet's voice drifted as he responded. An ascetic is defined by endurance, accumulation, and eruption. After accruing one's usual strength within the body, it can be momentarily unleashed during combat, rendering the ascetic akin to a giant. Accumulating ritualistic processes permits the simplification of certain special rituals, making them applicable in combat. Akin to a giant, a momentary outburst, Lumion recollected the confrontation between Shepherd Pierre Barry and the investigator, Ryan, along with the metallic giant the Padre had morphed into. Had the metallized Guillaume Binet not been overly cautious of the spell of Harumph and abstained from close-quarter combat, constantly maintaining a safe distance and shifting positions swiftly, thereby thwarting Franca's psychic piercing, by amalgamating steel body with ascetic, the Padre could have likely outmatched Lumion, who needed to use his spirituality judiciously. This corroborated Lumion's rationale for disregarding the strange creatures that came with the boon's knowledge and opting to identify a contract target from the spirit world bestiary. If he hadn't, the Padre would have been able to determine if the spell of Harumph was still at Lumion's disposal and gauging his remaining combat strength. In that scenario, his adversary's battlefield decisions would probably have starkly diverged from the ultimate outcome. Guillaume Binet had earlier shared details of the simplified ritual. By enveloping an individual in sheepskin through ritualistic accumulation and intoning the incantation, they could be transmuted into a sheep. A cumbersome and intricate ceremony was unnecessary. Just as Lumion was on the cusp of inquiring about the abilities of a sufferer, an acute pang surged through his head, thwarting his continuation. A pang of disappointment ensued, albeit one he could accept. Had Franca not devised the magic mirror spirit channeling spell, Lumion wouldn't have been able to amass such a wealth of answers through his line of questioning. Lumion engaged his spirit vision and concluded the spirit channeling. He took deep breaths as Guillaume Binet's spirit drifted out of the mirror. Having calmed down, Lumion suddenly extended his right palm, capturing the Padre's spirit body. Though his grasp couldn't control the intangible entity, crimson flames surged forth from Lumion's palm, immolating the already fragile spirit of Guillaume Binet. Amid the flames, which burned fiercer than the noonday sun, Lumion watched the apparition writhe instinctively, a pained visage etched upon it. A faint smile curved Lumion's lips as he proclaimed, "Praise the sun!" Momentarily bewildered, Guillaume Binet's form swiftly disintegrated within the flames. Lumion's smile gradually softened as he watched the spirit body writhing and wailing within the flames. This was one of the ways the Padre died as he had predicted. Certainly, when he initially ignited the abyss demon flowers, transforming the derelict mine within the bottle of fiction into a fiery inferno, he hadn't anticipated Guillaume Binet's direct incineration. During that moment, he had relied on his combat instincts and seasoned experience to create an environment that favored his strengths and mitigated his most vulnerable points. The summoning of the abyss demon flowers by the Padre had presented an opportunity. The anesthetic gas produced by the incineration of the abyss demon flowers wasn't his intention. His aim was to battle within an infernal hell. During that period, his remaining spirituality had been scarce. Nonetheless, a pyromaniac's resistance to flames significantly outclassed a fate appropriator's. Moreover, this resistance was a physical attribute that didn't deplete his spirituality. As the bottle of fiction transformed into a blazing inferno, even the very air could scorch the trachea and lungs. Lumion believed he would ultimately prevail. He could outlast Guillaume Binet, enduring until the flames extinguished themselves due to lack of fuel. With his grasp of the inevitability pathway, and in the absence of unforeseen deviations for Sequence 6 Beyonders, Guillaume Binet's constitution was merely more robust than that of an ordinary person. His strength lay in his flexibility and tolerance, rather than fire resistance. Lumion's observations during the Cordoue confrontations validated this point. Both Guillaume Binet and Pierre Barry, individuals who had clearly progressed beyond Sequence 7, exhibited remarkable combat capabilities, albeit lacking commensurate defensive attributes. Lumion hadn't anticipated the Padre contracting the steel body ability. This ability possessed pros and cons. On the one hand, it thwarted Lumion's initial plan for an infernal hell. On the other hand, it curtailed the Padre's own capabilities, granting Lumion an opportunity to contend more effectively and unseal the entrance to the bottle of fiction. This would permit his accomplice to join the fray and offer assistance. Lumion subsequently exploited Guillaume Binet's determination to eliminate unnecessary obstructions by dealing with Franca first. He then improvised, crafting a lethal snare. Amidst the sizzle of burning air, Guillaume Binet's wailing spirit body disintegrated swiftly, gradually dissipating. With the task accomplished, Lumion pivoted, acknowledging Franca and Jenna with a nod, signifying his completion. In the ensuing instant, he staggered toward the altar, retrieving the skins of cow, sheep, and dog. These items were whole, exuding a sinister aura upon closer inspection. These constituted specialized hides, amassed through the initial half of the animal creation spell ritual, harnessed by leveraging ascetic powers for accumulation. Upon grasping the corresponding incantation and enveloping individuals and oneself with these skins, the animal creation spell could be executed outright. Although Lumion hadn't yet deciphered the predetermined incantation for animal creation or its nullification, these obstacles could be surmounted in due course. He could, for instance, detain Paulina, the Padre's butler, and others to determine if they possessed such knowledge. Alternatively, he could engage a cryptologist of the Marauder pathway to decode the incantation. He could even resort to trial and error, applying his knowledge of the inevitability domain and his comprehension of Guillaume Binet's persona. Last of all, he could use divination to get any clarity on success. Thus, these 2 sheepskins, a single cowhide, and 2 dogskins held considerable value. Employed judiciously, they could unleash unparalleled effects. Guillaume Binet had nearly beguiled Lumion previously by adopting the guise of a massive, brown-furred dog, attempting to flee Rue Vincent and sever their destined encounter. However, his fanaticism in inevitability's boon and his greed due to his contract had overridden reason. This led him to transition from prey to hunter, setting a trap in reverse. When Lumion's body began to sway as if he had lost his footing, Franca and Jenna lent their support, each helping him bear a share of the cow, sheep, and dog skins. In that instant, the bottle of fiction quaked. Stripped of Guillaume Binet's reinforcement and subjected to the infernal hellfire for a duration, it eventually fractured akin to ice, its fragments plunging into the void. The derelict cavern, encompassed by its confinement, unveiled itself to Lumion and his companions through the secret door. All the abyss demon flowers had been reduced to ashes and strewn across the ground. The flames had exhausted their combustibles, and bereft of Lumion's spirituality, most had dwindled to cinders. Only select regions persisted with a crimson luminescence, which was waning steadily. Lumion glanced at Franca and said, "I'll head back to Rue de Blouses Blanches through underground Trier. Carry the earth blood or as you make your way to the surface." Once the decency brooch was removed, Lumion would inevitably be scorned by those around him. Should he retrace his steps, numerous mishaps could befall him. Alternatively, if he didn't remove it, an alert would be triggered within 2 to 3 minutes, attracting the attention of nearby official beyonders or concealed factions. Given the potential complications involved in carrying the earth blood or into the underground, coupled with the possible difficulties Jenna might encounter upon receiving it, Franca nodded, pursing her lips, and turned toward Jenna. "Follow Seal. He's at his limit. He might not even stand a chance against a dog. If it's the same dog as before, I wouldn't be able to defeat it," Lumion muttered. As the exit on the opposite side of the abandoned mine remained unobstructed, a frigid gust swept into the sacrificial hall, dispersing the anesthetic gas with the fragmentation of the bottle of fiction. Lumion staggered onward, arriving at the charred remains of Guillaume Binet. He kicked the body and turned it over, ensuring nothing was concealed within. Lumion picked up the iron-gray military alcohol flask and advanced toward the abandoned mine's exit. There, he noticed a brown-furred dog's skin that no longer bore a sinister aura. This particular area had avoided incineration, leaving the dog's skin intact. Nevertheless, the process of reconstituting the animal creation spell ritual was mandatory. Only through the application of an ascetic's ability could it regain its status as a beyonder item. Beyond the abandoned mine's exit, 2 objects were propped against the rocky wall. One comprised a kerosene-lit lantern, while the other was a dark green canvas backpack favored by adventurers and mercenaries. Lumion hoisted the backpack, finding it surprisingly weighty. It was almost too heavy to lift. Curious, Franca crouched down and unfastened the backpack. Within it lay gratifying gold bars, stacks of banknotes, and golden coins. "Wow!" Franca exclaimed. "So much money?" Lumien's initial thought was, "Thank goodness, the Padre didn't expend all of Aurora's accrued royalties." This was followed by a rather visceral reaction. "Fucking damn it, this man is so sinister." Evidently, Guillaume Binet had anticipated the possibility that Paulina and the others might not escape. In such an eventuality, Lumien and his companions could deduce that the Padre had chosen an alternate escape route based on the scarce funds carried by these inevitability believers. Consequently, they would converge on the basement, inadvertently walking into a trap. "Not too shabby, not at all," Franca remarked, grinning. "While these heretics might not drop characteristics, they do drop other spoils." Indicating upward with her hand, she continued, "I'm heading back up. Pass me this dog skin." She relinquished the 3 ritualistic hides to Jenna and returned to 50 Rue Vincent, clutching Guillaume Binet's dog skin. Jenna slung the dark green canvas bag over her shoulder, gripping the 5 sinister hides. She observed as Lumien picked up the lantern and kindled it. After a few strides through the dim tunnel outside the abandoned mine, Lumien promptly removed the decency brooch and placed it in another military alcohol flask hanging from his waist, sinking it to the bottom of the liquor. Lumien took a few more steps before suddenly shuddering. He turned around, glancing at Jenna, who was trailing behind. Jenna, clasping the cow, sheep, and dog skins while toting the canvas bag, bore a somber expression, marked by repugnance. She struggled to speak, her voice faltering. I can control myself. Damn it, I won't beat you up." Though Lumien was skeptical, he had no choice but to continue his journey. After 7 to 8 minutes, he encountered an abandoned tunnel and settled into a corner, awaiting the dissipation of the decency brooch's adverse effects. He seized the opportunity to rest and recuperate some of his spirituality. The events that transpired at 50 Rue Vincent remained unknown to anyone as Franca methodically erased all evidence and conducted an anti-divination process in the manner befitting a demoness. Throughout this endeavor, she combed through every room. Vigilant against potential corruption, she refrained from delving too deeply, though her explorations yielded neither valuable clues nor significant items of interest. Ultimately, she returned to the parlor on the ground floor, rousing the unconscious impostor Guillaume Binet. The impostor Guillaume Binet gazed at the cloaked figure adorned in a black robe, a brown dog skin clutched within her grasp. For a fleeting moment, he experienced a sensation akin to being trapped within a dream, unable to awaken. Franca emitted a soft chuckle. "As you can see, we've killed that devil." In her eyes, the impostor Guillaume Binet was no longer identical to the Padre. He had become very unfamiliar. Perhaps this was his true appearance. Aye. The impostor Guillaume Binet stammered in surprise and elation. "Are you here to aid me?" "We're demon hunters," Franca fabricated. "What else can you tell us about this devil?" Though her magic mirror spirit channeling spell enabled Lumien to glean extensive information from Guillaume Binet, its reach had limitations. Could not cover every facet. Further inquiry into relevant individuals was imperative to avert the risk of overlooking crucial leads. The impostor Guillaume Binet found the shrouded woman before him remarkably affable. He contemplated briefly before responding. "Other than engaging in an affair with my wife and indulging in steak and mutton chops, there's nothing particularly remarkable about that devil. Yes, it vanishes for 1 day each week before resurfacing without fanfare. Disappearing once a week." Franca acknowledged this detail and pursued further inquiries. Having exhausted the potential for extracting additional information, she smiled and subtly instigated the impostor Guillaume Binet. "If I were in your position, I'd hastily depart this location. Your wife is akin to a devil. I would relocate any valuable possessions to regions where my identity remains unknown. I'd purchase a new residence, enter a fresh marriage, and embark on a new chapter." Guillaume Binet's heartbeat hastened, and his resolve to stand his ground waned. In the ensuing moment, he observed the woman before him liquefy akin to melting ice. In the abandoned tunnel, Lumien's eyes snapped open. Unintended slumber had overtaken him, but it also served to rejuvenate his spirituality. At the very least, the pounding in his head had ebbed away, and the searing fire coursing through his veins, organs, and flesh had altogether abated. Lumien's sight plunged into unadulterated darkness. His hands groped for the lantern that had been snuffed out, and after lighting it, he noticed Jenna. Clad in the guise of a female mercenary, she sat diagonally across from him. She reclined against the tunnel's wall, her gaze affixed to the dark green canvas backpack and the 5 ritualistic hides splayed before her. Sensing the corresponding motion, Jenna looked up at Lumien. After scrutinizing him for a few seconds, she playfully jested, "Finally, you're no longer as annoying. Have the negative effects of the decency brooch been lifted?" Lumien instinctively exhaled a sigh of relief. Jenna's lips curled into a grin as she rose, hoisting the dark green canvas backpack onto her shoulder. She told Lumien, "Earlier, I entertained notions of beating you up and painting your face with dog poop while you slept, but I managed to restrain myself." "Much appreciated," Lumien said, his gratitude tinged with sarcasm. With the backpack slung casually over one shoulder, Jenna stooped to gather the 5 ritualistic hides. Her smile bore an air of leisure as she uttered, "You're welcome." And with that, she strode toward the tunnel's exit, a smile dancing on her lips. "Chalk it up to me treating you as a friend? You're mocking me again," Lumien grumbled under his breath, picking up the lantern before following suit. Apartment 601, 3 Rue de Blouses Blanches. Franca, now dressed in her usual attire, a blouse and light-colored breeches, awaited Lumien and Jenna's return. Her eyes traveled over Lumien's scorched upper body, and a grin formed on her lips. "Jenna didn't take the opportunity to stab you a few times? Decency's negative effects aren't as potent as I'd imagined." Jenna interjected before Lumien could respond. "For the first half hour, it was a real struggle. I had to hide outside the tunnel where he was resting. Every few minutes, I checked for potential threats from below ground, the ceiling, or behind the rock walls. But even then, I seriously contemplated collapsing the tunnel and burying him alive." "That's not what you said just now." Lumien couldn't help but glance at Jenna. For a moment, he couldn't tell if the instigator was telling the truth in the abandoned tunnel or if she was telling the truth now. Franca chuckled and gave Jenna a thumbs up. "That couldn't have been easy. You maintained your vigilance, even in a semi-enclosed, deserted tunnel. You anticipated attacks from below, the cave's ceiling, and the very walls surrounding him." Jenna's brows relaxed, and her smug smile was unmistakable. "You're always feeding me those horror tales, remember? Like hands emerging from the earth to grab ankles, bloody heads dangling from ceilings, or figures springing from walls to embrace the protagonist. Every night's entertainment involves retelling horror stories to Jenna?" Lumien glanced at Franca, sensing that her intentions might run deeper. "See? Those stories have their uses." Franca beamed. Then she turned her attention to Lumien. "Need a doctor?" The burns appeared quite severe. "No need. For a pyromaniac, it's merely a minor scrape." Lumien refrained from mentioning that he would be fully recovered by 6 a.m. the following morning. "And if things worsen, I can always seek out Rat." His nurtured planter hadn't risen to the ranks of a Sequence 8 doctor yet, so his assistance was rather limited at the moment. Observing Lumien's lack of visible discomfort, Franca's concern lessened. She picked up the dark green canvas backpack Jenna had left on the armchair and prepared to place it on the coffee table to meticulously tally their spoils. Casually, Lumien pushed aside cups, plates, newspapers, and magazines that cluttered the table, creating enough space. Glancing around, he noticed the magazine's title, Women. It was a widely read weekly among middle-class Intisian women, showcasing Trier's latest fashion trends, lifestyle advice, and beauty tips. The Lone Kingdom had its own bootleg version, Ladies' Aesthetic. Lumien raised his head with a smile, and his gaze shifted to Franca, a playful question in his eyes. "Oh, you read such magazines?" Franca pursed her lips and puffed out her chest in response. What's wrong with me reading women? After their brief exchange, Franca unzipped the backpack and removed banknotes, coins, and gold bars. Roughly 60,000 Vril d'Or, she assessed after a moment's calculation. In a little over 2 months, the Padre had managed to deplete 40,000 Vril d'Or of Aurora's savings. And all that without acquiring beyonder characteristics or obtaining any mystical items. The more Lumion pondered, the more vexed he grew. It wasn't that the Padre lacked options for mystical items. Rather, suitable ones were proving elusive. On the one hand, his status as a heretic warranted caution, limiting his exposure. He didn't frequent many mysticism gatherings, and thus remained ignorant about numerous aspects. On the other hand, his slew of contracted creatures came with many negative repercussions. Several mystical items would be counterproductive or perilous for him. Some might even bring about abrupt, fatal consequences. Franca pondered for a moment before addressing Lumion and Jenna. All the gold is Seal's share. I'll take half of the remaining assets. Jenna, you and Anthony can divide the rest. Let's decide on the distribution once Anthony returns and we see what he's managed to acquire. Does that sound fair? This arrangement would allocate around 30,000 Vril d'Or to Lumion and 15,000 to Franca. I'm fine with that, Jenna responded with a hint of concern. But Anthony still hasn't come back. Damn it, could something have happened to him? If it were anyone else, I might suspect trouble, but Anthony is a psychiatrist. He's highly skilled in reading people, so falling into a trap is unlikely for him. Plus, he's an experienced information broker. His tracking abilities are on par with mine or Seal's, Franca explained with a smile. Most importantly, while waiting for you two, I used magic mirror divination to ensure his safety. It might actually be a good sign that he's taking so long. It suggests he hasn't lost his target and might have gained something. Why do you have to explain so much instead of just saying you checked through divination? Lumion quipped, finding amusement in the situation. Franca made a tongue-clicking sound and chuckled. You don't get it. This is about not solely relying on divination. She gestured toward the 5 ritualistic hides. Are those the components for the animal creation spell? Can we use them? At the moment, only I can utilize them, Lumion replied, shaking his head. And I haven't obtained Guillaume Benet's preset incantation yet. Franca's expression showed a tinge of disappointment as she settled into her recliner. After a few seconds, her smile returned. By the way, I've discreetly informed the authorities using my contacts that a wanted criminal is hiding at 50 Rue Vincent. Once Guillaume Benet's death is confirmed, we should be eligible for a bounty of around 20,000. Should we stick to our initial plan for distributing that? Entrusting this task to Jenna wasn't feasible. It could raise suspicions that Lumion Lee was among the people she associated with. Anthony Reed, the information broker, was the most suitable choice, but his absence raised concerns. Franca worried that further delays might lead the police to uncover the situation at 50 Rue Vincent before they could claim the bounty. Once Lumion and Jenna acknowledged the plan without objections, the trio settled in to await Anthony Reed's return. After a few minutes, the seated Lumion leaned forward, fixing his gaze on Franca and Jenna. In a measured tone, he said, "There's a matter I need your analysis on. With Aurora's affairs, he often found himself grappling with his emotions and straying from rationality. This was why he wanted to hear perspectives from Franca and Jenna. One of them shared a connection with Aurora, yet their bond was markedly different from Lumion's deep tie with Aurora. The other had no direct involvement, making their viewpoints invaluable in approaching the situation from diverse angles. Sure, both Franca and Jenna responded in unison, adopting a professional demeanor by shifting their postures. For the first time, Lumion recounted the events in Cordu. While he omitted certain details such as the inevitability angel and anything related to the dreamscape, he provided an overview of the catastrophe. This encompassed Aurora's unusual behavior, Louis Lund, Madame Pualis, Guillaume Benet, and the rest. Franca had some prior knowledge, but Jenna was largely unfamiliar with this narrative. As Lumion spoke, the underground singer of Salle de Balbrise and apprentice actress at Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons, found herself transported into a world that seemed both distant and strangely familiar. While the notion of the animal creation spell was already unnerving, they weren't prepared for concepts like men giving birth and babies scaling walls like birds. It was madness, utter madness. Franca's primary concern, however, revolved around Aurora's transformation. She had harbored curiosity about Muggle's death in Cordu but hadn't dared to probe too deeply, fearing it might agitate Lumion. Franca couldn't believe it when she realized the source of the problem was Aurora. This didn't match her impression of Muggle at all. Aurora's revelation that she wasn't Aurora Lee in the presence of Guillaume Binet caught Franca off guard. Her initial surprise morphed into a grave expression. Soon, Lumion narrated the concluding sacrificial ritual. Aurora's sudden awakening within the altar and her act of shoving him to safety allowed him to survive. In response to this account, Franca abruptly rose from her seat. Baffling Lumion and Jenna with her actions, she hurried to her bedroom, returning with a stack of papers in hand. These were Aurora's grimoires, transcribed by Lumion, who harbored a suspicion that something might be awry. He had hoped Franca could offer insights. The papers were spread across the coffee table, and Franca extracted one sheet, her expression morphing into a blend of trepidation and seriousness. She began, "I think I know what's wrong." Lumion looked over in surprise and saw that the notebook had a copy of the warlock spell known as soul summoning, a supplementary spell designed to aid spirits in separating from the flesh or to help astral projections find their spirits when adrift in the spirit realm. Having previously studied the spell structure, Lumion had discerned no problematic elements. It wasn't associated with any evil god. However, Franca's words carried a weight that demanded attention. Lumion directed his gaze to the spell once more, focusing on the date and its origin. April 1st, 1357, purchased from the April Fool's Gathering. Lumion withdrew his focus from the grimoire and turned his attention to Franca. Is there a problem with that? He had meticulously studied the soul-summoning spell on numerous occasions. If there had been a problem, he should have uncovered it sooner. His limitation lay in his inability to learn the spell and discern its ultimate effects. However, as a pyromaniac, he didn't possess the necessary capacity for such learnings, being incompatible with the corresponding sequence. Franca remained silent for a few seconds before speaking up. What happens when the soul-summoning spell is used on others? It enables the spirit to reunite with the body from which it was separated, providing a means to call back astral projections lost in the spirit world, thus offering an opportunity for reconnection with their physical forms. Lumion began, describing the spell based on Aurora's grimoire before offering a personal example for clarity. In the previous battle, if I had been afflicted by Guillaume Binet's soul assimilation mystic spell, resulting in severe disorientation, the soul-summoning spell might have roused me from unconsciousness. Naturally, the premise here is that there exist beyonders with the ability to learn and employ this spell. Franca disregarded Lumion's answer and inquired with gravitas. What if one were to employ it on oneself? What kind of question is that? Lumion pondered for a moment and asked. It would be ineffective. If no signs of separation between spirit and body are evident, the spell would have no impact when cast on oneself. If there's already a problem resembling such a condition, then one wouldn't be able to employ any spells at all. But what if, hypothetically? Franca began before her words trailed off. Jenna, observant and quick-witted, glanced at Franca, then at Lumion before rising from her seat and flashing a smile. We've been engrossed in discussion for quite a while. Aren't you both feeling hungry? How about I get some afternoon tea? Sure. Lumion agreed on Franca's behalf. He sensed that Franca was on the brink of revealing something that might be problematic if Jenna caught wind of it. This was why she stopped short in the midst of speaking. Lumion had already contemplated introducing Jenna to Mr. Fool's faith. They were comrades now, destined for numerous joint endeavors. In such scenarios, certain secrets couldn't be concealed, and in constantly doing so would inevitably hinder collaboration. As for whether to share information about the Tarot Club and Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, Lumion hadn't reached a conclusion. After careful consideration, he determined that preaching to Jenna would be more fitting once she became a witch. Her sequence was still too low, and she lacked the strength to shoulder the weight of such knowledge. Too much information could make her vulnerable and inadvertently divulge secrets. However, Sequence 7 Witches of the Assassin Pathway represented a qualitative transformation below the demigod tier, empowering Jenna to fend for herself. While Lumion remained unfamiliar with the Sequence 5 of this particular pathway, its name and the beyonder powers it encompassed, he believed that a Sequence 6 Demoness of Pleasure didn't manifest a drastic metamorphosis compared to a witch. The latter could even alter an individual's gender, illustrating the considerable gap in their capabilities. Franca's gaze followed Jenna's retreating figure until the sound of her gradually fading footsteps reached her ears. She settled into a cross-legged position on the recliner, emitting a soft sigh. It's not that Jenna couldn't know about this, but I'm concerned that it might make her fearful of me, that she'll distance herself and view me in a different way. Lumion didn't pose the question. Aren't you worried I might react similarly? He retook his seat, patience etched on his features as he awaited Franca's explanation about the soul-summoning spell. Franca's lips pursed, her demeanor wavering between hesitation and apprehension. After a beat, she chuckled self-mockingly. It's also why I sensed a dangerous aura in this matter. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even thought about sharing this with you. I would have kept it to my grave. There's another reason too. Your spell of Harumph's origins are of great significance to me. I hope you'll lay bare all the details with me, just as I'm about to disclose my secret to you. We, members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, share one commonality. We all come from another world. With that, Franca slouched further into the recliner, seemingly drained of energy. Observing a demoness of pleasure adopt such a posture inadvertently fueled a subtle warmth within Lumion, despite his thoughts being directed elsewhere. Another world? Lumion echoed, genuine surprise coloring his voice. This was an outcome that hadn't even crossed his mind. Such a possibility was one that ordinary individuals would scarcely contemplate, and a rarity even within the confines of fiction. In a fleeting moment, he sensed an odd alignment with this notion. With a conscious effort to rein in his emotions, he inquired thoughtfully, "Is this the home my sister often speaks of? The place she claims she can never return to?" Initially, Lumion had surmised that his sister's homeland had been ravaged by conflict or catastrophe, hence her assertion of being unable to return. Otherwise, armed with her warlock strength, she could have surreptitiously revisited, even if she was being pursued by the entire world. Subsequently, Lumion discovered Aurora's status as a Triarian, causing him to find her references to an enigmatic home perplexing. Franca's expression shifted into one of complex emotions upon hearing Lumion's question. Her countenance was a blend of wistfulness, melancholy, and sorrow. "Does she frequently speak of home?" Franca inquired. Her eyes briefly shuddered to mask the shifting emotions within. Without awaiting Lumion's reply, Franca's lips pursed, and she continued, "Think of it as another planet or alternate dimension." Lumion dipped into his memories, muttering to himself, "No wonder she enjoys climbing up to the rooftop to gaze at the cosmos." The cosmos, Franca echoed with a sigh. A hushed ambience enshrouded apartment 601 as Lumion and Franca delved into their introspective reveries. After a pause, a memory resurfaced within Lumion's mind. Madame Magician had mentioned evil gods like the mother tree of desire existing outside our world, separated by a barrier. These entities perpetually seek methods to breach that boundary. Lumion's gaze shifted toward Franca, and he voiced his thoughts. "Could it be that all of you are spawn of an evil god released into this world?" Franca immediately shook off her contemplative state. "Do we look anything like that to you?" "No," Lumion responded after a brief pondering. "You're far too weak for the efforts of the evil gods to be expended in sending you here. They could have instead focused on sending more of their saints. Or perhaps they are pinning their hopes on your potential growth. After all, being weak had its own advantages. Infiltration through the barrier would be less likely to be detected." Amused and slightly annoyed, Franca was tempted to refute his words, but tangible evidence eluded her grasp, leaving her with little recourse. In any case, I've come to believe in Mr. Fool. Not one member of the curly-haired baboons research society whom I've encountered shares faith in an evil god. Even if they did, they might not reveal it to you, Lumion muttered. Franca ignored his comment and continued, I also remain uncertain about the why behind our transmigration. I've been seeking an answer for quite some time. What I do know is that we arrived in this world as spirits and found ourselves reborn within other individuals' bodies. It's comparable to Guillaume Binet's process of rebirth. Drawing on this analogy, Lumion effortlessly comprehended the situation of Franca and her companions in the curly-haired baboons research society. In other words, you inhabit the bodies of other people? Yes. Franca cast a sidelong glance at Lumion, remarking, Are you disheartened to learn that the sister you hold dear is essentially a wandering spirit occupying another's body? Why would I be disheartened? Lumion responded casually. Aurora Lee, the person who took me in and shared my life in Cordu for nearly 6 years, is my sister. I care not for the past of that body or its history. Franca seemed to seek Lumion's perspective on her own behalf. Don't you find this situation morally dubious? Do you not consider your sister and me as thieves who appropriate the corpses and lives of others? Does this not present you with moral dilemmas or conflicts? I have no morals, Lumion replied calmly. Expanding upon his statement, he added, I show kindness to those who are kind to me. Franca's mouth slightly agape. She struggled to find an immediate rejoinder. Lumion glanced at her and said, That person is already deceased. It's a pragmatic use of available resources. If guilt weighs on you, treat her, know his family well. Perhaps even fulfill some of his unfulfilled desires. True. Franca pressed her lips together, nodding in agreement. Steering the conversation back to its initial trajectory, she inquired, What might occur if individuals like us were to employ the soul summoning spell on ourselves? Could it summon a departed spirit? And if there's an underlying issue with the spirit itself? Lumion's train of thought expanded abruptly. Simultaneously, he recalled a line of inquiry introduced by Madame Hella, the vice president of the curly-haired baboons research society. Muggle's parents and other relatives likely remain alive in this world. For some reason, she distanced herself from them and refrains from returning to Trier. It's unclear whether there's something amiss with them or if they've come into contact with heretics. Did Madame Hella already harbor suspicions? Lumion's brows furrowed as he whispered, Could Roche Louise Sanson be the original Boyd spirit? Is she and some of her family members associated with inevitability, perhaps even linked to the Sinners organization? Continuing our investigation in that direction is indeed a possibility, Franca admitted after a moment's contemplation. 2 other questions arise. Why did Muggle resort to the soul-summoning spell for herself? Did the April Fool's member who sold her the spell foresee this outcome? Franca had chosen to share the secret of their transmigration with Lumion. Sensing that something might be awry within the curly-haired baboons research society and discerning an impending threat, Lumion offered a subdued nod, his expression void of emotion. A subtle smile played upon his lips as he ventured, You mentioned that April Fool's Day was formed by members of the curly-haired baboons research society who are disheartened by the future and seek only joy. Could it be that the individual who sold Aurora the soul-summoning spell hoped to experience such amusement? Franca fell into a brief contemplative silence before replying, I don't know. I'll take charge of locating the April Fool's member and delve into their motivations. Lumion offered a curt acknowledgement. I'll follow the trail of Roche Louise Sanson. With the conversation surrounding the soul-summoning spell concluded, an interim quiet settled within the living room of apartment 601. After a pause, Franca exhaled softly and told Lumion, You can now tell me about the spell of Harumph. Lumion shifted his focus away from thoughts of Roche Louise Sanson, the soul-summoning spell, and April Fools. He began recounting the tale from the very beginning, all at the behest of Franca. In the wake of the Cordu disaster, I found myself tainted by the corruption of the evil god, inevitability. Fortunately, The protection granted to me by Mr. Fool allowed me to retain my sanity, preventing me from transforming into a monster. This corruption, a curse and yet a blessing, is now being extracted in stages, as per the instructions of Madam Magician. The aim is to channel this corruption into my own power, finding equilibrium with the corresponding sequence beyond her characteristic. Franca was enlightened. So, what you were referring to as a special contract is essentially the power of a contractee. No wonder you mentioned it's impossible for me to learn it. Since Lumion didn't know the powers of a sequence 6 of the inevitability pathway, she deduced his current state as a dual sequence 7 pyromaniac and contractee. Lumion nodded. That's why Guillaume Binet doesn't dare to meddle with my fate recklessly. The degree of corruption within me is rather substantial. A sudden revelation crossed Franca's mind. To require Mr. Fool's safeguard, it means there must be godhood involved. Could there be a chance for me to receive similar boons? Do you want to give everything a shot? Lumion clicked his tongue and asked, Are you prepared to seek out the Great Mother, engaging in daily cycles of pregnancy, childbirth, and breastfeeding? Alternatively, do you wish to put faith in the mother tree of desire and drag stray dogs to bed? Hiss! Franca gasped and said, I was merely musing. Engaging in the risky business of following an evil god is out of the question for me. The immediacy of gaining Mr. Fool's protection by merely brushing against the power of an evil god, much like you, is a rarity indeed. This isn't a mere brush against power. To dispel Franca's unrealistic thoughts, Lumion divulged a little more. The power of inevitability is sealed within me. In essence, I beseech Mr. Fool and the corruption within me for a boon instead of the entity known as inevitability. This approach is pivotal for ensuring my very survival. Otherwise, I risk becoming unrecognizable or just dying abruptly. Franca instinctively exhaled and said, Just tell me about the spell of Harumph. Lumion restructured his narrative, stating, To prevent any indirect influences from inevitability, I gave up the strange creatures that accompanied the knowledge bestowed by the boon. Instead, I obtained a wealth of information about creatures from the spirit world through Madam Magician. You know the rest. The spell of Harumph originates from a creature of the spirit world that I summoned. Initially, I aimed to summon the shadow of Shriek. However, whether due to my invocation being witnessed by Mr. Fool or my summoning incantation lacking precision, I can't say for certain, but the entity I summoned greatly diverged from the description of the shadow of Shriek. Lumion delineated the relevant summoning incantation, the concept driving its formulation, the armored shadow's visual attributes, and its array of capabilities, all in meticulous detail. He even used his barely passable drawing skills to illustrate a rudimentary schematic. Fish-scale armor, spell of Harumph, night parade of 10,000 demons, soul-devouring scream. Franca softly uttered these names to herself while gazing at the sketch on the coffee table, her gaze seemingly distant. Lumion probed, Is there an issue? Were Aurora present, would she also react in a similar fashion? Franca snapped back to the present, her expression a blend of solemnity and exhilaration. That armored shadow might very well be from our world. The world that you guys come from? Lumion hadn't expected such an answer. Yet it made sense. The armor's design and the ability names bore a distinctive uniqueness, setting them apart from the present world. Franca confirmed tersely. There are many countries in our world, and the culture and language of each country are different. The armored shadow is very similar to some entity in the myths and legends of the country your sister and I hail from. Are you from the same country as Aurora? Lumion was most concerned about this. He paused a beat before continuing. Did Mr. Fool's might, combined with my imprecise incantation, summon the armored shadow from your world? Or did he transmigrate long ago, much like you, eventually transforming into a spirit world shadow after his demise? Franca said excitedly, If it's the former, it could signify a bridge between our two worlds. This implies the potential for our return. If it's the latter, the question arises, how did he use the capabilities of our original world? Did he bring these skills along? or did he acquire them at a later time? Resolving these mysteries would inch her closer to the truth of transmigration, potentially paving the path back home. Franca rose from her seat, her eyes gleaming with intrigue as she faced Lumion. "Can you summon the armored shadow? I'm keen to witness it firsthand. I have a pact with him. The need to invoke Mr. Fool's intervention is eliminated for precise summoning." Lumion observed Franca's evident enthusiasm, as though she was readying to assist in setting up the altar. Steering the conversation, he added, "Nonetheless, I perceive him to be immensely dangerous. While under Mr. Fool's aegis, the danger is mitigated. However, if that protection wanes, we could well find ourselves killed by the shadow. Yet, should we remain sheltered by Mr. Fool, direct communication remains an impossibility, precluding spirit channeling. We can solely execute the summoning rite." Franca frowned in disappointment. "What's our course of action then?" Lumion pondered for a moment and said, "Wait till I gather 100,000 Vrildor worth of gold and fulfill the contract. By doing so, the Pact's power shall act as our shield, enabling us to figure out why the armored shadow demands such a substantial sum." After a thoughtful pause that spanned nearly a minute, Franca finally exhaled. "That's all we can do for now." Initially, her intention had been to promptly corroborate the situation concerning the armored shadow and extract pertinent insights from it. Subsequently, she planned to inform the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, pooling their collective effort to unearth viable solutions. However, for the time being, she had no choice but to defer these actions. After a period of immersion in the summoning incantation, it became evident that Franca's success rate in summoning was rather low, presumably due to an imprecise methodology. While it was possible that a shadow of Shriek could be summoned, Lumion surmised that by omitting a particular descriptive line and using Lumion Lee's contracted creature, the target could be pinpointed more precisely. After a while, Jenna returned with a spread of coffee, treats, and meatloaf. The ravenous appetites that had ensued from their prior battle now found their solace in afternoon tea. As evening approached, Anthony Reed, masquerading as a clerk, made his return to apartment 601 at 3 Rue de Blouses Blanches. "How did it go?" Lumion's concern was evident, unabashedly displayed. With his weathered top hat set aside, Anthony nodded slightly. "I trailed the lady, her butler, valet, maid, and carriage driver to 20 Rue de la Terrasse, within the library district. It appears to be an alternate residence of sorts, akin to a safe house." Franca turned her gaze towards Lumion, inquiring, "Should we maintain surveillance?" Lumion ruminated for a beat and then grinned. "No need. Periodic checks to ensure they haven't left will suffice." "Why?" Jenna had expected Seal to rush to deal with them to gather more information. Lumion's smile was radiant. "Behind them stands an organization known as the Sinners. Their point of contact is likely aware of Guillaume Benet's demise, prompting them to disengage and erase any traces, making investigation thorny. Yet, if the Sinners find that they had managed to evade our pursuit and that there's no surveillance, what might come to pass? Perhaps a connection will be re-established. Only authentic non-surveillance can convince the Sinners that the issue has faded. They could then become active anew, crawling out from their rat's nest. Damn it, Jenna cursed silently. Seal is so sinister. Anthony, having garnered significant intel, claimed 2/3 of the final 15,000 Vrildor, leaving Jenna with a share of 5,000. As banknotes were deftly stowed away within assorted pockets, Anthony Reed turned his attention to Lumion. "I'm eager to delve into the secrets surrounding Hugues Artois and the truth behind his treachery. I hope to begin the investigation soon." This was the primary reason for his involvement in the operation. Very well. Lumion had already discussed this matter with Jenna and Franca. Jenna was set to glean relevant details from the purifiers. As Franca was highly excited about the armored shadow matter, she took the initiative to suggest, "I have acquaintances from Lone. I'll see if I can obtain a battle record from the Lone military. It might shed new light on the situation." "That's a good idea." Anthony Reed's eyes lit up. The notion of soliciting the truth directly from the attacker had not previously crossed his mind. On Rue Anarchy's forever bustling nights, Lumion, relinquishing the task of divining the incantations to Franca, walked towards Aubaird's du Coq door. There, his intent was to summon the messenger of Madame Magician, intending to relay matters regarding Guillaume Binet, the Sinners' Organization, and the Armored Shadow. Concurrently, he hoped she could relay to Madame Justice and Madame Susie his readiness for their final therapy session. Under the cool embrace of the night breeze, Lumion's thoughts unfurled languidly. After learning from Franca about the shared trait among members of the curly-haired baboons research society, Lumion's impression of Aurora crystallized. Of course, the vagueness was something he didn't understand at first, but he deemed it of little consequence. Investigations were unwarranted. It's no wonder that Aurora severed her familial ties to reside in Cordoue, a frontier village. It's no wonder that she harbors a disinclination towards Trier. It's no wonder she always says strange words and likes to explain to me what they mean. It's no wonder her novels were different from the contemporary ones. It's no wonder she likes to say, a certain philosopher from home once said, only to substitute it with Emperor Roselle once said. Lumion ruminated in a wordless, contemplative cadence, a sensation of calm washing over him, as if he wasn't strolling on Rue Anarchy but Cordoue. It was a place he could never return to. Simultaneously, Lumion gained an understanding of the symbolic elements in the dream. Aurora's acquisition of the land previously occupied by a deceased warlock. Could this embody her possession of Roche Louise Sanson's body? Consequently, might the legendary warlock, Roche Louise Sanson, symbolize the original adherents of inevitability? Mr. Poet failed to interpret the dual symbolic meanings because he lacked crucial information previously. He had solely indicated to Lumion that they likely bore their own significance. As his thoughts raced, Lumion returned to room 207 and saw a simple folded letter on the table. Letter? This doesn't seem like Madame Magician's. Lumion walked over, alarmed and suspicious. He picked up the letter and unfolded it. 2 lines of elegant Intisian script graced the parchment. I have arrived in Trier. Hella! Madame Hella has arrived in Trier? Lumion held the letter with a countenance etched in complexity. In essence, nothing seemed awry about this development. After all, the vice president of the curly-haired baboons research society, codenamed Hella, had alluded to her impending visit to Trier beforehand. However, Lumion's introduction to Roche Louise Sanson had occurred merely that afternoon, sparking suspicions of Aurora's original body harboring beliefs in inevitability and hinting at a potential anomaly within the April Fool's team. Strikingly, this very evening saw the arrival of this woman in Trier, soliciting a meeting. She had advised Lumion to keep a vigilant watch over Muggle's familial roots, surmising it to be a promising avenue of investigation. Sheer coincidence? Or is there another reason? Lumion pondered briefly before easing into his seat. Beneath the carbide lamp's glow, he set pen to paper, commencing correspondence with Madame Magician. In succinct prose, he relayed the day's occurrences, his discourse with Franca, and the conundrum of the Armored Shadow. While he withheld no mention of Hella's arrival, he refrained from disclosing the fact that the curly-haired baboons research society's members hailed from an alternate world. Approximately half an hour later, Lumion received a response from Magician. Giving up on the creature accompanying the boon and autonomously choosing a contract partner from the spirit world was a prudent choice. Your transition into an inevitability hunter, with the bestowed of the inevitability pathway as your objective, proves that my subtle guidance bore fruit after all. At this point, Lumion was a little puzzled. When had Madame Magician ever hinted at foregoing the strange creatures that came with the boon? Suddenly, a realization surged forth. Before praying for a contractee boon, unaware that the mystical knowledge it brought would encompass contract targets, Madame Magician had offered him information on creatures from the spirit world for his consideration. It was indeed a hint, but did it have to be so subtle? Lumion mused that those skilled in divination or enamored with astromancy seemed averse to straightforward elucidation. Instead, they favored dropping crumbs of insight or weaving riddles imperceptible to others. After figuring this out, Lumion lowered his head and resumed poring over Madame Magician's response. Sinners, a secret organization that venerates inevitability, has been around for more than 6 years. Its origins can be traced back to the closing stages of the Lone Kingdom, the Fasak Empire, and the Intis Republic's War. Roche Louise Sanson, the name you mentioned, might have been an adherent of inevitability, though perhaps not granted its corresponding boons. In sum, that war provided evil gods more crevices for invading our world. You've likely discerned the close connection between Roche Louise Sanson and your sister Aurora. To a certain extent, they're one yet not wholly distinct personas. Much like the rebirth ability, your sister carried a prior background, resurrecting within the departed body of Roche Louise Sanson. According to the normative progression, your sister should have taken such a path. Integration of Roche's memories and sentiments, internal conflict, a prelude to dissociative identity disorder, self-harmony, embracing a fresh existence. If self-reconciliation fell short, engaging a genuine psychiatrist was requisite. Judging by your sister's behavior during the first 5 years, even if her self-harmony remained incomplete, she fared reasonably well. Likely, her disquiet was manageable. Yet, she found Roche's association with an evil god unacceptable. This unresolved matter provided an opening for the soul-summoning spell. Just as you're puzzled, why would she want to use the soul-summoning spell on herself? It's a crucial question. I suspect that Sinners is not only the secret organization's name, but also a sequence 2 or sequence 1 of the inevitability pathway. The entity known as inevitability does have authority over the past, present, and future. You glimpsed this in your dream, did you not? Sinners of the past and sufferers of the present. Do they not harmonize splendidly? But what befits the future? Sinners of the past, sufferers of the present. I wonder if Termaboros signifies the past or the future. Yes, Madame Magician's guess is similar to Franca's, but she doesn't seem to agree that it's purely the resurgence of a wraith. It rather appears a fusion of dissociative identity and lingering spirit. Lumion meticulously pondered the message's depictions, wary of omitting any hints. He was relatively calm now. Be it the real Roche Louise Sanson's revival or Aurora's dissociative identity and the vestige of spirit unveiled through the soul-summoning spell, he could embrace either without much hardship. One was an evil person doing evil deeds, and the other was his sister being sick. What was so unacceptable? Lumion released a deliberate, slow breath, shifting his gaze towards the letter behind. The armored shadow problem is very complicated. Neither you nor the Two of Cups should be privy to the specifics at this juncture. In fact, prior to your summoning of such a shadow, I'd only heard of analogous entities from Mr. Hanged Man. He's come across them only 3 or 4 times, one instance even within a dream. In the future, as you summon the armored shadow again and fulfill your commitment, remember to write to me and inform me of any noted changes. Mr. Hanged Man, the holder of the Hanged Man card in the Tarot Club, responsible for addressing the problem with the other world. Lumion's mind engaged earnestly, realizing Madame Magician's implicit message. This entails a matter of high caliber. Details are beyond your grasp for now, but you can investigate and follow leads within your capabilities. This implies the Tarot Club's vested interest in the world represented by the Armored Shadow. Lumion tacitly nodded, his focus returning to the remnants of the letter. I'll notify you when the timing for the final psychiatric treatment is confirmed. Your mystical item should be ready within the upcoming week. Meet Hela. No glaring concerns on my end. You might even hint that Aurora's anomaly might have stemmed from the sale of the soul-summoning spell by an April Fool's member, gauging her reaction. As for telling her about the Armored Shadow, it's up to you and the Two of Cups. Lumion lightly brushed his fingertips, causing the crimson flames to set the letter alight. After completing this task, he composed a response to Hela. Honorable Madame Hela, if it suits you, let's meet tomorrow at 10 a.m. at Quartier de l'Observatoire's Little Cow Café on Rue Ancienne. Lumion had initially planned to choose a meeting spot in the market district he knew well, but the risk of the Iron and Blood Cross Order spotting him with a stranger was too high. His second option was to pick a cafe or beer house near a cathedral. However, he felt that this might come off as overly cautious. It would seem as if he could seek refuge in the cathedral if anything went awry. But the truth was he didn't dare to hide there. In the end, he settled on Rue Ancienne, the street where Salle de Bal Unique was situated. When the time came, if there was something amiss with Hella, he would draw the danger to the dance hall that set his nerves on edge. He wanted to see if he could manipulate the troublemakers into turning against each other. After receiving Hella's response and confirming the time and place, Lumion returned to Rue de Blouses Blanches with the Earthblood ore. He knocked on Franca and Jenna's door once more. Franca was still dressed in her usual attire, not having changed into her nightwear. She looked at Lumion with a puzzled expression and asked, "Why are you here again?" Instead of answering, Lumion inquired, "Where's Jenna? Why do you need to know?" "She received a payment from you and left to visit her brother," Franca replied, sensing that Lumion had serious matters to discuss. Only then did Lumion bring up his meeting with Hella the next day. Finally, he posed the question, "Should I mention Armored Shadow?" "Not yet. We'll wait until we have a clearer picture," Franca said after careful consideration. "For now, don't mention me. Act as if we've never met." A chuckle escaped Lumion's lips. "You're suspicious of everyone. It's better to be cautious," Franca sighed. "The soul-summoning spell has made me excessively vigilant." Once the details were confirmed, Lumion glanced at Franca. "Are you heading out?" "Yes, I'm going to Rue de Fontaines to find Gardner," Franca replied openly, a mischievous grin on her face. "I'm going to introduce him to some real pleasure." Lumion was momentarily speechless. Franca let out a soft laugh. "I don't have much of a choice. Since neither you nor Jenna are helping me, I need to find someone else to share in the pleasure." Without waiting for Lumion's response, she added with a smile, "I'll also tell Gardner that I took part in your operation against your enemy at Jenna's request, and that I received a substantial share of the spoils." Lumion was surprised. "I thought you'd keep it a secret from him." Franca chuckled and explained, "That guy is actually a very suspicious person. In most cases, telling him the truth works better than keeping things from him." As Lumion nodded in agreement, Franca recalled something. "The ritualistic incantations have been divined. The dispelling incantation is His Grace, and the usage incantations are cow, sheep, and dog. It depends on the type of hide used. Everything's in Hermes." With that, the demoness waved her hand and left with a joyful demeanor. "The dispelling incantation is His Grace. The Padre sure has a taste for power." Lumion entered apartment 601, grabbed the 5 ritualistic hides, and made his way to his safe house. Of course, he didn't forget to lock the door for Franca. The following morning, on Rue Ancienne, Quartier de l'Observatoire, Lumion walked among the vintage buildings, realizing that Salle de Bal Unique and the Alone Bar remained closed at this hour. Ding ding ding. A postman pedaled by in a blue floral coat. Lumion diverted his gaze from the firmly shut door of Salle de Bal Unique and continued his stroll, heading towards the cafe named Little Cow. Little Cow Cafe served the working-class folks of the nearby streets, offering them affordable breakfast and lunch options. Even amidst the bustling night market, patrons could enjoy a hearty and satisfying meal for just 1 Vril d'Or. Many individuals with modest incomes, such as motel attendants, restaurant handymen, and cleaning staff earning between 60 to 80 Vril d'Or per month, frequented the cafe either alone or with their families every couple of weeks to treat themselves. When Lumion finally arrived, the bustling breakfast rush had subsided. The cafe had only a handful of customers, and the staff seemed somewhat fatigued, lacking any enthusiasm. After placing an order for a cup of Mikhail coffee brewed from ground coffee beans, Lumion settled into the designated spot, patiently awaiting Hella's arrival. As the cuckoo wall clock in the cafe struck the hour, a woman pushed open the door and stepped inside. Clad in an intriguing black dress, she emitted an enigmatic allure, reminiscent of the attire one might expect from a widow. Upon spotting the woman approaching, Lumion straightened up and scrutinized her intently. Her skin possessed an unnaturally pale complexion, as though she had been shielded from sunlight for an extended period. Light golden hair cascaded naturally over her shoulders, soft yet lacking in luster. Her eyes seemed to absorb all available light, rendering them dark and impervious to revealing their true color. Though her facial features were rather attractive, they didn't leave a distinct impression on Lumion. It was almost as though her cold demeanor had cast a shadow, preventing him from forming a complete assessment. Her icy demeanor didn't merely create distance. It seemed to emanate from within her, causing the ambient temperature to dip slightly. Before Lumion could discern more details, the woman seated herself across from him and inquired in a chilly tone, "Muggle's brother?" Although Lumion had already surmised that this was Madame Hella, her directness caught him slightly off guard. He hadn't expected her to appear without any attempt at disguise, seemingly unconcerned about potential betrayal. Lumion didn't use the knees face or the mystery-prying glasses, but he usually employed basic disguises. Relying on his distinctive golden black hair and simple makeup, he maintained enough divergence from the Lumion Lee depicted in the wanted posters. "Perhaps this is a form of disguise that I can't detect." Lumion offered a polite smile and nodded. "Madame Hella?" The lady nodded slightly, acknowledging her identity. "May I offer you something to drink?" Lumion asked politely. Hella didn't stand on ceremony. "A glass of absinthe and a triple espresso shot. Drinking liquor at 10 a.m. Quite the match for my habits. And she even goes for a triple shot of Ream espresso. Did she have a sleepless night? Or perhaps a night of drinking, seeking absinthe to clear her senses?" Lumion lifted his right hand and snapped his fingers, signaling the waiter. Once the light green absinthe and the strong Ream espresso arrived in front of Hella, Lumion surveyed his surroundings to ensure a secure environment for their conversation. Gulp. Hella downed half the glass of absinthe in one swift motion, her pale face gradually regaining some color. Setting the glass down, she turned a ring on her right middle finger using her left thumb and index finger. The ring possessed an elegant simplicity, a black diamond with numerous facets set into a base of pure silver. As Hella rotated the ring gently, Lumion experienced a subtle shift in the surroundings, as if the ambient light had dimmed. "No one can eavesdrop on us now." Hella's voice retained its chilly demeanor. "Impressive. This mastery goes beyond Franca's abilities. Truly befitting of a member of the curly-haired baboons research society, who has ventured farthest along the paths of the divine." Lumion maintained his gaze on Hella's black eyes that possessed a light-swallowing intensity. He proceeded with calm composure. "I've made some new discoveries recently." Hella remained silent, her gaze fixed on Lumion, awaiting further disclosure. "I've caught Guillaume Benet." Lumion conveyed this without an air of boastfulness. It was akin to a bartender at Salle de Bal Brise mentioning the concoction of a new cocktail. Hella's response was a nod, displaying scant interest in the specifics of Guillaume Benet's capture. Commencing with Guillaume Benet, Lumion recounted the transformations of Muggle, Aurora, detailing the peculiarities that arose, including the appearance of the lizard-like elf and the name Roche Louise Sanson. In conclusion, he presented a stack of papers. "This is the grimoire my sister penned 3 months prior to the spread of Inevitability's faith in Cordu. Please review it and ascertain any irregularities." Throughout the narrative, Hella remained an attentive listener. Yet, her emotional fluctuations and facial expressions remained limited. Only when Lumion mentioned the second appearance of the lizard-like elf and uttered the name Roche Louise Sanson did she exhibit a slight frown. Hella, who had maintained silence, swiftly perused the grimoire, her pace almost supernatural, as though she could glean mystical insights from its pages with each flip, detecting any anomalies. After a span of 5 to 6 minutes, she extracted a page from her notebook. It bore the soul-summoning spell that Aurora had documented. Only members of the curly-haired baboons research society and those sharing common experiences would detect the issue at a glance. Lumion found himself stirred by a sudden wave of emotion. Hella raised the absinthe once more, finishing the rest of the dreamy green liquid in a single gulp. After finishing it, she turned her gaze to Lumion and spoke. "What are your thoughts on the matter of the lizard-like elf?" I've heard rumors that heaven has banished a group of elves in recent times. Among them are some who bear resemblance to diaphanous lizards. Lumion responded. He refrained from delving into the symbolic interpretations that Mr. Poet had provided, instead opting to present the account provided by the official investigator. Ryan. Hella's complexion took on a slightly rosier hue, the chill in her demeanor diminishing. I possess certain insights into these elves and have conducted a degree of study on them. They were not banished from heaven. It's plausible that they originated from an alternate realm. Aligning certain folklore and events in the alternate realm, coupled with the passage of time, may have allowed elements from the alternate realm to permeate the spirit world and enter our world. At present, this is a hypothesis I personally have. I haven't substantiated it as yet. I simply wish to convey that I've studied the phenomenon of these elves in recent years and have personally encountered the diaphanous lizard-like elves you described. However, they differ from the diaphanous lizard-like beings you've mentioned. Not true elves. Lumion expressed no surprise at this assertion. After all, Ryan and his colleagues had been theorizing, and Mr. Poet's perspective leaned towards an affiliation with a different faction. Hella chose not to elaborate, confirming Lumion's suspicion with a nod. I will continue to search for similar motifs in elf legends from various sources. Having said that, she spun the grimoire containing the soul-summoning spell and pushed it toward Lumion. This is likely where your sister's problem originates. Lumion's eyes conveyed his anticipation for an explanation. He was genuinely curious to hear Hella's perspective. However, he didn't expect her to reveal the most closely guarded secret of the curly-haired baboons research society, as Franca had done. Hella's tone remained as cold as ice as she began. I've had numerous interactions with your sister and have discerned that she had been grappling with psychological turmoil rooted in her original family. Something is amiss with her biological family. Consequently, your sister had no recourse but to distance herself from them and seek refuge in the border village. It mirrors your gradual realization of Cordu's growing abnormality, prompting your desire to escape. That's why I directed your attention to this avenue of investigation. And should one employ the soul-summoning spell detailed in this notebook upon themselves, it's highly likely that your sister's psychological distress will escalate into a mental ailment, potentially leading to true dissociation of her personality. Lumion pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Are you suggesting that Roche Louise Sanson is a dissociated persona of my sister? That the foundation of inevitability's faith originates from her biological family?" This deduction, while refraining from disclosing the most guarded secret of the curly-haired baboons research society, seemed to be the most logical conclusion. Yet, Madame Magician had also entertained the notion of dissociative identity disorder as one potential cause. Hella took a sip of her triple-shot Ream espresso. The situation might be more complicated than a case of dissociative identity disorder. There seems to be some bizarre mystical phenomenon involved. That, however, remains contingent upon your future investigations. Lumion acknowledged her response with a nod and posed his question with a serious demeanor. Is there any issue with the April Fool's member who sold the soul-summoning spell to my sister? Did they foresee a scenario involving dissociative identity disorder? Hella remained silent for a few seconds before responding. It's suspicious, but I cannot definitively be sure. I intend to probe further, although it might take a considerable duration of time. As you're aware, the organizational structure of the Research Society is quite informal, and my connections with the individuals from April Fools are limited. I understand. Lumion had heard a similar sentiment from Franca. Hella glanced at him and pondered for a moment. In reality, you are the most suitable candidate to investigate this matter. Unfortunately, you lack the necessary prerequisites. Why do you say that? Lumion questioned, genuine surprise lacing his words. For someone known for wit and mischief in Cordu, the prospect of heading the investigation was unexpected. He had assumed that his role would merely entail supporting Franca. Hella's tone retained its chilliness. If you possessed a beyonder power to physically alter your appearance, you could transform into Muggle and participate in various research society gatherings as her. Then, when the occasion arises, You could observe any April Fool's member who reacts oddly to Muggle's presence and displays signs of abnormal behavior. You could even employ yourself as bait to draw out any individual harboring hidden motives. Me assuming Aurora and using the codename Muggle to become a member of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society? Lumion had never envisioned such a scenario. His brow furrowed as he remarked, "Can I really pull off being my sister even with a transformation item? Especially within your research society?" He wasn't familiar with their world and its intricacies. How could he effectively bridge the communication gap? Just a sentence or two could potentially blow his cover. Hella continued in her cold voice, "Don't worry. There's no reason to fret. Our research society operates rather informally. Except for a handful of members who maintain close private communication, the rest only convene 2 to 4 times a year, all while in disguise. Your sister behaves quite relaxed at these gatherings. Her interactions would resemble her usual demeanor with you. However, she'll take care to guard her genuine information. You can certainly play the part. And many of the coded terms and expressions we employ for communication are familiar to you. Given your relationship with your sister, she won't intentionally keep them from you or abstain from using them." Understood. Lumion's mood suddenly soured. "She'll also explain the exact significance to me and attribute it to a philosopher from back home or even Emperor Roselle." Upon hearing this, Hella responded, "If you truly possess the potential to masquerade as Muggle and engage with the Research Society members, there's no need to forcibly cite philosophers from back home. Simply allude to the latter portion of the content. Then, should I incorporate Emperor Roselle once said?" Lumion deliberated the specifics earnestly. He lacked a key item and couldn't authentically impersonate Aurora. And even though the Nee's face was primarily an illusion, it could be instantly deciphered by Beyonders equipped with the corresponding abilities. Whether the other party held a rank as low as Sequence 9 Mystery Prior, they'd discern his non-female identity at a glance. Yet, he remained determined to give his utmost. Who knew if a chance for transfiguration with diminished negative effects would arise in the future? Regarding mystic makeup achieved through the use of the mystery-prying glasses, it wouldn't provide psychological suggestions, given that attendees concealed their faces at the gathering. Furthermore, it couldn't alter his gender. Hella lapsed into silence, her facial muscles twitching subtly. In the event that you're presented with an opportunity to enact such a role, make sure to avoid these mentions. You might not possess precise discernment about when such references are suitable. Just keep in mind, other members frequently employ the phrase Emperor Roselle once said, to liven the mood or offer amusement. Why does it feel like Emperor Roselle's image in the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society isn't too favorable? It's not that it's unfavorable. Instead, it assumes a comedic quality. Speaking of which, Aurora appears to do the same. Whenever her spirits dip, as long as I deliberately reference Emperor Roselle's words, she tends to loosen up and finds herself chuckling involuntarily. Lumion struggled to fully grasp the rationale of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society members, but he refrained from further probing, recognizing the necessity to feign ignorance concerning their most profound secret. If the opportunity arose, he intended to seek Franca's insights on the matter. Hella continued, "While participating in the gathering, keep in mind to listen more than you speak. If you lack confidence, avoid delving into profound discussions. Should others delve into the past, if possible, shift the focus and maintain a patronizing tone. Emulating Muggle's traits and characteristics will aid in effectively acting as her." Lumion pondered for a moment. This guise, however, remains merely a surface-level ruse. Your research society houses Beyonders adept in divination and possessing keen intuition. They could readily discern that I'm not my sister. No, quite the contrary. They might prove you to be the genuine Muggle. Hella furnished an unforeseen response to Lumion's expectation. In the midst of his unveiled astonishment, Hella expounded, "To begin with, most of us remain unaware of the realities of our fellow members, impeding our capacity for efficacious divination or prophecy. Additionally, with my understanding of your sister, I employed an artifact to divine her state. Yet, I couldn't ascertain her life or death status. It was akin to confronting a formidable anti-divination barrier. Lumion was caught off guard before grasping the underlying rationale. As per Madam Magician, Aurora hadn't entirely died. A possibility of revival persisted, her soul shard sealed by Mr. Fool, thereby rendering conventional divination unable to circumvent the seal and ascertain Aurora's genuine condition. A potent anti-divination effect was at play. Hella took another sip of her triple-shot Ream espresso. Most crucially, subsequent to our meeting today, my spiritual intuition tells me that when I confront you, divination or prophecy regarding Aurora will point toward you. What? Lumion nearly blurted out the question. Before long, he cast his gaze downwards to his left chest and offered a wry smile. Perhaps this stems from the fact that a fragment of my sister's soul has been specially preserved within me. Lumion let out a long sigh. What a pity! Post-Hellas analysis, he harbored the conviction that he could seamlessly stand in for his sister within the folds of the curly-haired Baboons Research Society without incurring exposure. He yearned to do so. This way, he could not only aid Franca in her operation but also safeguard her from solitary risks. Together, they could operate, one in plain sight, the other in the shadows, ensnaring their adversary in a carefully orchestrated trap. Simultaneously, Lumion recognized the potential of utilizing the Society's gatherings to gather invaluable information about Aurora. Regrettably, his one hindrance was his lack of transfiguration abilities. The power to alter his gender, stature, or physique eluded him. A brief silence hung in the air before Hella reiterated her commitment to investigating the April Fool's predicament. Following that, she spoke candidly. I've come to try her this time to delve deeper past the catacombs. Do you have any information about that place? Deeper into the catacombs? Lumion's heart skipped a beat as he took the initiative to remind her. It's very dangerous there. Madame Hella's guidance from her letters and prior suggestion had been invaluable. With deep appreciation, he recounted his grasp of the catacombs and the bizarre phenomena he had borne witness to. Finally, he said, for some inexplicable reason, I alone retain memories of the ill-fated couple. The rest feign ignorance, as though they never existed. True, Kendall, the administrator of the tomb, ought to have sensed it as well, yet he feigned ignorance. Hella listened in quiet contemplation. Without astonishment or consternation, she inquired, have you heard of the Samaritan women's spring? I have, though from the mouth of a charlatan. Lumion mused, his brow furrowing as he tried to recall Ostatrul's narrative. He claimed that the Samaritan women's spring on the upper level of the catacombs is a sham, just a puddle left behind due to a construction error back then. The administrators spun it into a legend. But deep in the underground world, within an ancient tomb, there lies the Real Fountain of Oblivion. Hella refrained from commenting on Lumion's account and simply nodded. Thank you. With her gratitude expressed, she downed the last of her 3-shot espresso, rose from her seat, and made her way toward the cafe's exit. As she rose from her seat, the heavy silence was shattered, and the sunlight once again flooded the area with its radiance. Lumion remained seated a while longer, savoring the last sips of his Mikhail coffee. Afterwards, he strode along Rue Ancienne, his destination being Place du Purtori. There, he planned to catch a public carriage back to the market district. Passing by Salle de Bal Unique and the Alone Bar, a sudden, crystalline tinkle reached Lumion's ears. His heart skipped a beat, and he swiftly turned around. He saw a figure he knew well, who had just entered the newly opened Alone Bar. Draped in a delicate, pale white fishnet dress, the figure sported a small, circular hat adorned with silk flowers. 2 dainty silver bells dangled from the intricate hair buns, complementing the similar accessories on the figure's dark-hued boots. Leah, Bureau 8's Leah. Lumion recognized the person as Leah, the official investigator who had entered his dream. Once affiliated with Bureau 8's Riston Province branch, she had now appeared in Trier and entered the somewhat peculiar Alone Bar. Salle de Bal Unique is perilous. Could the Alone Bar be used by Bureau 8 to monitor the opposing stronghold? After retracting his gaze, Lumion continued forward as if nothing had happened. Returning to Salle de Balbrise, Lumian found himself summoned to 11 Rue de Fontaines in Quartier de la Cathedral commemorative by Gardner Martin, just when he was hoping for some rest. Inside a room adorned with bookshelves, Gardner Martin, donned in a light-colored shirt and dark trousers, greeted him with an energetic smile. "Franca mentioned that your vengeance is complete?" Lumian detected an odd thrill emanating from the boss, as if he had indulged in immense pleasure and hadn't fully calmed down. He responded candidly, "Yes, I've already killed Guillaume Binet. Thankfully, Red Boots, Jenna, and Anthony Reed, the information broker I hired, assisted me." He spared no details about the participants. There was no use concealing anything. They relied on Rat Christo and his pets to communicate, after all. Gardner Martin nodded slightly and commented, "You've exceeded my expectations in terms of efficiency." Franca didn't delve into the specifics. "Can you give me an overview of the overall situation?" Lumian held nothing back when it came to the Sinners organization. He elucidated Guillaume Binet's various abilities, detailing their specific impacts. Gardner Martin listened intently and asked in thought, "What do you reckon is Guillaume Binet's strength equivalent to in sequence?" Lumian replied without hesitation, "Sequence 5. A brief pause ensued as Gardner Martin fell into contemplative silence before he uttered, "I've summoned you for a purpose, a mission." "What mission?" Lumian didn't hide his curiosity. Gardner Martin's smile reappeared. "It's quite straightforward. Make your way to the Mechanical Café in Quartier de l'Opéra and establish contact with a literary and arts group named Black Cat." "I lack any artistic inclination," Lumian honestly admitted. Gardner Martin smiled and said, "No artistic inclination is necessary. Your primary role will involve sponsoring and befriending one of the members of Black Cat. His ancestor boasted an aristocratic title of a count, a fact he's quite fond of calling himself that. Right? His name is Puffer Sauron. Quartier de la Maison d'Opéra, Rue Lombard. The street was famous for its array of sweets, and colorful candies adorned every corner. At the end of Rue Lombard stood the Mechanical Café, nestled next to a small confectionery factory. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary place, and even peering through the glass windows, there was no hint of its mechanical nature. The black triangular sacred emblem on the weighty wooden door was the only reminder of its true identity. Lumian pushed the dark brown door, but it resisted as if locked from within. After a moment's observation, he pulled the doorbell hanging by the secondary window. Amidst the tinkling chimes, Lumian caught the soft clink of metal and watched as the door inched open. A mechanical arm extended from its rear, reaching all the way to the bar counter like an ornamental display. Surveying the surroundings, Lumian made his way to a corner of the café. 2 single-legged tables were placed there, hosting 5 individuals. Among them, a middle-aged man with fiery red hair stood out. Fair-skinned from cosmetics, with dark circles accentuating his brownish-red eyes, he was a captivating figure. Clean-shaven, he sported an open brown velvet coat and a red shirt sans bow tie, exuding an air of refinement and casual elegance. This was Count Puffer, the member of Intis's former royal Sauron family whom Lumian sought. Having inherited a substantial fortune from his father, he hadn't ventured into politics, military service, or trade. Instead, he moved within various artistic circles as a literary critic and frequented Black Cat gatherings. Approaching with a smile, Lumian inquired, "Are you Count Puffer?" Puffer Sauron looked up casually, his tone relaxed as he asked, "Are you the friend Martin mentioned?" "Yes, Cécile Dubois." Lumian responded without any reservation, claiming a seat by pulling up a chair. Puffer gave him a measured once-over, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. "Not bad at all. You're quite the beautiful friend. Among literature, oil paintings, sculptures, poetry, and music, what's your preference?" "Novels," Lumian replied without hesitation. Puffer leaned back, gesturing towards the plump, middle-aged man diagonally across from him. "Honori, the author with the most literary eloquence in recent times. The author who delved into the realm of erotica, forgetting that the essence of writing is to explore human nature? Lumion naturally recollected Aurora's assessment of this novelist. Initially, Inori's works had explored love as a means to understand humanity. But over time, the focus shifted, consumed by the former. Aurora believed that if not for restrictions, Inori might have penned something akin to Monks Chasing Dogs, a risque novel. Of course, Lumion cared little for probing human nature. He simply enjoyed the engaging parts. "Your novels have certainly broadened my horizons," he said to Inori genuinely. With black hair and blue eyes, Arnaud puffed on his pipe and remarked, "Luckily, you didn't mention appreciating my Death of a Herald." Death of a Herald, isn't that Adri's work? Right, Aurora had mentioned the similarity in names, leading to frequent confusion. Enlightenment dawned as Lumion inquired, "You mean the Adri who's backed by the government, earning a 5-figure fortune yearly, yet only manages to produce dogs hit?" Inori erupted in laughter. "That's worth a glass of absinthe." With that, he tapped the silver-gray metal button on the single-legged table before him, thrice. Count Puffer took pleasure in Lumion's reception and proceeded to introduce the other members of the Black Cat organization. Among them were Mullen, a painter with a pale and weary complexion, Ernst Young, a slightly stern-looking literary critic, and Irita, a poet who held a cherrywood pipe. Just as Lumion was wrapping up his greetings, he witnessed the iron-colored surface of Inori's one-legged table split open unexpectedly, unfolding like a blossoming flower. Within the stamen, a glass of emerald absinthe, radiating a dreamlike sheen, appeared on a tray that ascended through a mechanical lift. Author Inori picked up the glass of absinthe and tossed a silver coin worth 1 Vril d'Or onto the tray. Gradually, the mechanical elevator descended, causing the parted metal surface to seal shut, restoring the one-legged table to its original state. Inori slid the absinthe toward Lumion, a smile gracing his features. "Cheers to what you just said. It's really a mechanical cafe." Lumion reacquainted himself with this place. His gaze drifted to the table's broad and sturdy leg, suspecting it to be hollow and linked to an underground conduit. Taking a sip of the absinthe and savoring its familiar bitterness, Lumion directed his attention to the one-legged table. "No change. Here, a glass of absinthe costs 1 Vril d'Or." Inori responded with a grin. "Isn't that rather steep? Salle de Bal Brise and the basement bar only charge 7 licks. Their quality is nearly identical." Lumion critiqued inwardly. 1 Vril d'Or was equivalent to 20 licks. At that instant, Mullen, the pale-faced painter who seemed perpetually fatigued, but was a handsome man, took a sip of his coffee and shared, "I heard that an elephant has arrived at Trier Zoo. Quite an uncommon sight." The pudgy Inori muttered, "What's so intriguing about an elephant? It strikes me as utterly mundane." Count Puffer let out a soft chuckle. "Shall we then discuss the ongoing clash between the Parliament and the two churches, the high-ranking government officials perpetually stumbling, the detestable censorship of publications, and the covert agents shadowing us like hyenas?" Inori sighed in resignation. "Let's just stick to that elephant." Amidst the laughter of the Black Cat members, Count Puffer crossed his right leg and proposed, "Since we have a new friend, how about engaging in a game of mysticism?" "A game involving mysticism?" Lumion's eyebrows twitched. "What sort of game?" inquired Irita, the poet, puffing contemplatively on his pipe. Count Puffer smiled and said, "A game known as King's Pie." Observing the perplexed expressions around the table, Count Puffer chuckled and continued, "Don't any of you have a childhood or a family? Haven't you played this game? The rule is to divide the king's pie into portions equal to the number of participants plus 1. The larger piece is ritually dedicated to a deity or esteemed ancestor we hold in reverence. Among the remaining portions, one contains a broad bean or coin, hidden. Whoever discovers it becomes the king for the day, empowered to issue commands to the others. Naturally, these commands must remain within the bounds of reason. The mysticism aspect involves offering up the excess king's pie in sacrifice. Lumion cast a glance at Inori, Mullen, and the rest, intrigued by the idea and curious whether any Beyonders were part of the group. Of course, none of them appeared to be. In just over 10 seconds, Count Poofer's proposal garnered agreement from everyone except Lumion. He commenced by pressing the corresponding button on his one-legged table, hitting it the appropriate number of times to signal the kitchen to dispatch a king's pie. Reportedly, this dessert had been a favorite since the era of the Sauron dynasty. In the underground of Église Saint-Robert, within the confines of the Inquisition, a gathering of purifiers was underway. Valentine, Imra, and their fellow purifiers congregated in the office of Deacon Angoulême. Dressed in a light gold shirt and pale white pants, Angoulême raised the dossier in his hand and addressed the group. "We verified the body found at 50 Rue Vincent in Quartier de la Princesse Rouge to be that of Guillaume Binet, the former wanted padre. Ensure that the police headquarters takes down the wanted posters from the Market District." The Market District case wasn't under the purifier's jurisdiction, but Valentine had heard about it. Finally, there was confirmation. Sporting a formal blue coat, Valentine glanced at Angoulême and asked, "Deacon, have there been any developments in the investigation into Guillaume Binet's killer?" "At the moment, no suspects," responded Angoulême, his golden hair, eyebrows, and beard lending him an imposing aura. He continued, "What we can ascertain is that there were clear signs of incineration at the scene, and it's likely that Guillaume Binet succumbed to a demoness curse. At least a sequence 7 hunter and a demoness? That's an uncommon combination," Imra remarked, clearly taken aback. To his knowledge, most who followed the demoness pathway were affiliated with the demoness family, a formidable secret organization that seldom required collaboration. "Uncommon doesn't mean impossible," retorted Angoulême. As a purifier deacon, he had access to more confidential information and experience compared to Imra, Valentine, and the others. He had even personally executed 2 members of the demoness family. Valentine furrowed his brow, ruminating for a moment before suggesting, "Could Lumion Lee be involved? He does have a solid motive." "But he lacks the power," Imra objected. "How could he advance to pyromaniac so quickly after leaving Cordoue? Isn't he concerned about losing control? Furthermore, based on your description, not even a pyromaniac would be a match for Guillaume Binet." Valentine clung to his conjecture. "That's why he might have sought help from a demoness. Could he have joined the demoness family to seek revenge and then transition into becoming a demoness himself? If that's true, this could become a major issue. Lumion Lee carries significant problems with him. And you mentioned the demoness family's penchant for sowing chaos." Angoulême nodded. "We must keep a close eye on this. I'll report this matter. Meanwhile, intensify the scrutiny of suspicious individuals in the Market District." Having made up his mind, he reassured Valentine, "Don't be overly anxious. Lumion Lee isn't the only one with a reason to eliminate Guillaume Binet. There are powerful bounty hunters, official members of the Aurora Order, and the bestowed of other evil gods." Valentine acknowledged concisely, signifying his comprehension. Following their discussion on recent Beyonder cases, Valentine and Imra exited the deacon's office, passing by Charlie, who was acquainting himself with a mechanical typewriter, before heading towards the tunnel leading to Église Saint-Robert. "Why do you think the quasi-demoness is seeking us? Has she uncovered crucial information?" Imra inquired curiously, conversing with his fellow teammate. Valentine ruminated briefly before responding, "Could it be related to Guillaume Binet's death?" Imra was caught off guard. "Are you suggesting she had contact with the demoness family?" Before Valentine could reply, Imra shook his head. "That's impossible. The demoness family despises female assassins. If they encounter one, they'll surely eliminate them." On Rue Doyle, nestled between the Market District and the solemn Quartier de la Cathedral Commemorative, stretched a verdant street. Its clean pavements and modern architectural style set it apart from its surroundings. Jenna had deliberately chosen this location to rendezvous with the purifiers. The individuals frequenting this place had little connection to her former life, and the likelihood of recognition was slim. Clothed in a pristine white blouse and a light brown dress, Jenna's attire differed slightly from her previous encounters with the 2 purifiers. This strategic variation was intended to thwart any attempts by the other party to decipher her intentions if she were to wear the same ensemble repeatedly. Nevertheless, her overall presentation remained faithful to a certain style, a portrayal of cleanliness, radiance, and vitality. This image was a composite distilled from the bishop's sermons and the impassioned advocacy she had encountered during her involvement in church activities. A sun talisman dangled around her neck, accentuating her brownish-yellow hair that was neatly tied up. She followed the elongated shadows cast by the trees, moving toward apartment 17. In the midst of her journey, a brown four-wheeled carriage rumbled by. The window was ajar, revealing an arresting visage. Adorned in a black court dress, a lady graced the carriage's interior. A dark veil hat adorned with white feathers crowned her head, intricately framing her raven-black hair. Her face boasted soft contours. Her chin held a graceful curve. A slender, elevated nose bridge led to plump, subtly upturned crimson lips. Within her dark gray eyes, a glint of brightness coexisted with a hint of melancholy, evoking a pang of sympathy. How beautiful! Jenna sighed from the bottom of her heart as the carriage passed. Even though Jenna herself could be considered attractive, she remained capable of appreciating the allure of others. Simultaneously, she acknowledged the stark contrast between her appearance and that of Franca, who had ascended to the rank of demoness of pleasure, as well as the lady who had just passed. Shifting her focus, Jenna ascended to the roof of apartment 17 on Rue Doyle. Her wait was brief, for Imra and Valentine soon appeared. Valentine's demeanor, though frosty, gave way to a proactive inquiry. "Have you obtained crucial intelligence?" Valentine's gaze swept past Jenna's neck, where the sun's sacred emblem was suspended. A subtle nod confirmed his satisfaction. Jenna shook her head slowly. No. Without permitting Imra and Valentine to voice their queries, she bared her emotions in earnest. "I want to repent." "Repent?" Imra exchanged a quizzical glance with Valentine. Had something gone awry? Jenna's gaze lowered, a bittersweet smile touching her lips as she regarded the ground. "My mother haunts my dreams, recurring persistently. And each time she appears in my sleep, I find myself grappling with a nagging question. Why did the church permit someone like Hugues Artois to partake in the elections? Upon uncovering the truth, why did they not promptly apprehend his accomplices and thus forestall the ensuing catastrophe? I yearn for redemption. The pain gnaws at my heart, sowing doubt in my faith, and causing me to question whether God and the church still watch over us." These sentiments were sincere, albeit less intense than they seemed. Valentine felt ashamed and didn't know how to respond to Jenna. Imra, who had experienced many similar situations, sighed and consoled her skillfully. "There's no need to doubt that God is always watching over us. The sun graces the land each day, yet we understand that the ebb and flow of light and darkness constitutes the essence of our world. Just as the sun sets inevitably to give rise to night, it's this very cycle that allows us to revel in the radiance of the morning and the ascent of the sun. Likewise, the church isn't all-powerful. In Intis, we remain subject to the constraints imposed by the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, the National Convention, and the government. Our actions are bound by limitations. We cannot operate without restraint and probe at will. Pain and calamity are integral facets of existence. Their presence varies, but they are transient, much like the sun's emergence after the darkness. Jenna fell into contemplative silence for a few seconds before exhaling, a slow release of tension. She extended her arms slightly, proclaiming, "Praise the sun! Praise the sun!" Both Valentine and Imra echoed in unison. With her sincere performance, Jenna asked, "Who propelled Hugues Artois to the position of parliament member? And who facilitated his representation for an evil god?" "We're in the midst of investigating. No substantial breakthroughs have emerged thus far," Imra replied after measured consideration. Jenna's expression turned to one of anxiety and concern. "Why the lack of substantive progress? Is it due to the limitations mentioned earlier, which hinder the acquisition of pivotal leads? Do you require my help? I operate unbound by restrictions and hold no fear of breaching the law." Imra and Valentine weren't caught off guard by Jenna's reaction. It echoed the same spirit as her abrupt assassination of Hugues Artois, albeit in a more subdued form. The two exchanged glances, a wordless deliberation on whether to entrust this matter to an informant bound by contract, thereby affording greater flexibility and latitude. Drawing upon Franca's counsel, Jenna refrained from invoking instigation directly. She instead gauged the disposition of the two purifiers and employed words to accomplish her intent. If the Church itself finds its hands tied, could it not delegate the task to capable devotees? Which holds greater importance, the Church's dignity or the well-being of God's children? With each thwarted catastrophe, numerous families and lives are spared. They all stand as devout supplicants to the Son. An evil God was backing Hugues Artois. Valentine found himself swayed, and observing Imra's absence of dissent, he addressed Jenna with gravity. "Are you sure you want to help us investigate this matter? It's very dangerous. The odds of forfeiting your life are substantial." Jenna responded with a smile suffused with complexity. "I'm afraid of death, but I'm more afraid of becoming a sacrificial lamb for the heretics, much like my mother." She didn't hide her hatred at all. Imra then said, "In the course of our investigations, we've ascertained that Hugues Artois shared close ties with General Philip. Certain covert activities trace back to him. However, General Philip succumbed to illness last year, resulting in the loss of all leads. The other backers and supporters of Hugues Artois either owed their allegiance to General Philip or deemed him an asset worthy of support. Their involvement in heretical belief or secret organizations remains unverified." Jenna blurted out, "What about Philip's family? What of the heretics who encircled Hugues Artois?" "There's nothing wrong with Philip's family," Valentine responded, his tone revealing traces of vexation. "We've apprehended only 2 heretics affiliated with Hugues Artois' campaign. Their roles were comparatively inconsequential. The individual most knowledgeable opted for suicide when escape became unfeasible. His fanaticism stymied our quest for the sought-after leads. We've effectively eliminated 2 branches of the secret organization, the Order of All Extinction." Order of All Extinction. Jenna recalled the secret organization that believed in an evil god. Imra supplemented, "The primary source of knowledge is the red-haired woman named Cassandra. She hails from the Sauron lineage, a collateral branch of the former royal family. A beyonder and a heretic graced with a boon." "Is there anything wrong with the Sauron family?" Jenna inquired further. Imra shook his head. "At present, no concrete conclusions exist. The noble families that supported Hugues Artois maintain standard relations with the Sauron family. Cassandra chose an adventuring life, as she encountered minimal regard within the Sauron family hierarchy. Subsequently, she became a beyonder, ultimately joining Hugues Artois' team last year. Quartier de la Maison d'Opéra, Rue Lombard, Mechanical Café. Mechanical precision guided the King's Pie to Puffer Sauron and his associates within the Black Cat organization. The pie bore the appearance of a brown floral marvel adorned with intricate black motifs. Puffer looked around and said to Lumion, Anori, and the others, "I suggest that this game of King's Pie serves as a tribute to one of my esteemed forebears. He held the title of the first Count Ardennes and the 27th Count of Champagne. In his interactions, Puffer habitually designated himself as Count Ardennes. The Count of Champagne, the one who coveted Roselle's ass?" Novelist Anori quipped with a grin. Over the past year, the most sought-after banned manuscript within Trier's covert book market had been Emperor Roselle's Secret Chronicles. Within its pages lay a trove of Emperor Roselle-related rumors, intermingled with an array of outlandish, sizzling revelations. Puffer sighed and said, "That would be the 30th Count of Champagne, the great-grandson of my illustrious ancestor. He hails from a distinct Sauron family branch. I have no objections." The flaxen-haired painter, Mullen, steered the conversation back on track. This was merely a game. No one else insisted on allocating the surplus King's Pie to a specific figure. Thus prompt consensus was achieved. Considering Lumion's usual style, he should have objected and angered Count Puffer. However, He recalled that his current role revolved around that of a friend of Gardner Martin, scion of a prosperous merchant family with a penchant for art. He was essentially playing the role of a spendthrift imbecile, a persona that basked in the lavish spending only to incur disdain. Puffer shifted his attention to the more reticent literary critic, Ernst Young, and instructed, "You shall have the honor of cutting the pie." Ernst Young, his black curls framing his face, indulged in a self-deprecating smile. "I despise the absence of waiters in the mechanical cafe. It makes me feel like a waiter. Isn't that a good thing? It signifies the absence of spies," novelist Inori muttered. A puff of cherrywood smoke escaped the pipe held by Irita, the poet, as he chuckled in response. "Perhaps the spy is among us." At that moment, Ernst Young had already picked up the table knife, slicing the king's pie into 7 equal portions. Puffer delicately positioned one of the king's pie slices near the plate's rim, hands clasped, cradling it against his chest. His voice, a soft cadence, invoked an invocation. "To you, member of the mighty Sauron family, the great Vermanda Champagne Sauron." Puffer repeated the incantation thrice. Lumion couldn't help but note that mechanical cafe, already bereft of its waiters, descended into an amplified hush, akin to the commencement of the bishop's sermons. After offering the excess portion of the king's pie to Vermanda Sauron, Puffer raised his gaze to Lumion and grinned. "You're the guest. You'll be the first to choose." Without observing, Lumion extended his hand to the king's pie closest to him. At that moment, Termaboros's resonant voice echoed in Lumion's ears. "Switch! Switch!" Lumion hadn't anticipated that Termaboros would drop a hint at a moment like this. Whether this inevitability angel aimed to use the opportunity to set a trap or had some other intention, or if he simply sought to avert any trouble from befalling his vessel at this particular time and place, it was clear that this seemingly unremarkable game of King's Pie concealed profound hidden hazards. Once triggered, it would plunge all those present into a perilous abyss. When Count Puffer brought up the mystical aspect, the act of sacrificing a piece of king's pie to a deity or revered ancestor, Lumion suspected the presence of a beyonder element. It resembled the divination games favored by many enthusiasts of mysticism. To his astonishment, the issue proved even graver than he had initially imagined. It had prompted an angel to believe that he, Lumion, a dual sequence 7, was incapable of handling it or could be harmed by it. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lumion struggled to fathom Termaboros's motives. All he could manage was cautiously extending his arm and nonchalantly selecting one of the remaining 5 slices of king's pie. This time, Termaboros didn't intervene. After Lumion, Inori, Mullen, Ernst Young, and Irita each acquired a slice of king's pie, only the one nearest to Lumion remained. "Seems like it's mine." Count Puffer leaned in, grinned, and seized the slice of king's pie. He brought it to his mouth and delicately took a bite. Lumion followed suit. The crust was crisp, the filling sweet, its aroma lingering on his palate. The quality was rather impressive. After a few bites, Count Puffer chuckled and remarked, "Looks like I'm the king today." As he uttered the words, he extracted a broad bean from his mouth. The instant Lumion laid eyes on the broad bean, a faint trace of blood and rust wafted to his senses. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the mechanical cafe grew heavy, as if everyone dreaded receiving an order they couldn't bear. Count Puffer rose from his seat, his back to the window that faced the street, blotting out the sunlight, which cast a faint shadow over his face. His smile seemed somewhat dark. Count Puffer's gaze fixed upon the novelist Inori, a mischievous smile dancing on his lips. "Step outside the cafe and declare to the passers-by, 'I'm dog shit.'" Inori, who had been on edge, let out a sigh of relief and responded with a grin, "Sure thing." The portly man rose from his seat and hastened to the door, grasping the handle nestled in the side wall. Amidst a grinding noise and faint clatters, the mechanical arm suddenly tightened, its grip dragging the weighty wooden door ajar. Inori ventured outside and onto the street. He directed his voice at the pedestrians. "I'm dog's hit. I'm a piece of dog's hit raised by a sow. My whole family is dog's hit raised by sows." The passers-by stared in astonishment before erupting into laughter. After cursing himself, Inori returned to Lumion and the others in high spirits. "You've got an impressive mental fortitude." Lumion compelled himself to rephrase "you're really thick-skinned" in a more polished manner. Novelist Inori chuckled and said, "Whenever I'm stuck in my writing, I'll curse myself out on the balcony. It's the simplest method. You writers do have your peculiarities." Lumion was reminded of his sister, who fancied herself afflicted by an advanced stage of procrastination syndrome. Inori took a sip of absinthe and resettled himself. His attention turned to Count Puffer, who, with his back to the light, cast his gaze upon Mullen, the pale and handsome painter. "Slap Irita." Mullen relaxed in his seat, opting not to rise. He leaned forward and delivered a slap to poet Irita. Irita, his hair thinning and his facial muscles slightly sagging, remained unperturbed. He merely drew another puff from his pipe. Noticing Lumion's scrutiny, he offered a casual smile. "As a poet, I must learn to relish the malice around me." Finding joy in malice, what a poetic youth. Well, more accurately, a poetic middle-aged man. Lumion surveyed the participants of the game, realizing that aside from Count Puffer, who had consumed the broad bean, nothing else appeared amiss. Count Puffer shifted his posture slightly, his features still shaded by the backlight. He said to Ernst Young, "Express your loyalty to me." When the Black Cats convened, they often engaged in a variety of audacious acts. In a more contemporary characterization, they were avant-gardes of performance art. Hence, Ernst Young felt no qualms about kneeling on one knee and professing loyalty. He even considered it insufficient, sensing that it lacked excitement or humiliation. Count Puffer then turned to the poet, Irita, and dictated, "Give all your money to the beggar across the street." Irita was taken aback. His heart ached as he responded, "All right. As you know, I'm a pauper. Over the past 5 years, I've scarcely earned 3,000 Vril d'Or from my poetry. Each day, I ponder which friend might organize an event and offer me a free drink." Quite the honest poet. Lumion pondered whether he should sponsor this individual and witness what kind of verses he could produce. After all, the sponsorship fee was supplied by Gardner Martin. Not employing it would result in it going unused. Conversely, by sponsoring certain artists, he could potentially pocket a portion for himself. Before Count Puffer could reply, Irita suddenly burst into laughter. He fumbled in his pocket and exclaimed with excitement, "That's why I only brought 5 Vril d'Or." 5 Vril d'Or? At the Vichy Café, that'd barely cover half a bottle of mineral water and 2 boiled eggs. Novelist Inori murmured as he watched poet Irita hastily depart. He tossed the 5 Vril d'Or to the beggar opposite. Vichy Café resided in an alley off Avenue du Boulevard. It drew parliament members, high-ranking government officials, bankers, industrialists, financiers, famed courtesans, and esteemed authors, painters, poets, and sculptors from the upper echelons of society. By this juncture, every participant had taken their turn, leaving Lumion as the last. Count Puffer fixed his gaze on Lumion, his look profound as he spoke. "This is your inaugural time attending our Black Cat gathering. I'll assign you a simple task. Take your slice of king's pie and proceed to the last room in the café's basement. Exchange the pie for a sheet of white paper. This bears a hint of mystique. If anything goes awry, I'll just burn down that basement." Lumion mumbled to himself as he clutched the partially eaten king's pie. As per novelist Inori's guidance, he located a staircase leading to the basement close to the kitchen. Before venturing forth, he ignited the gas wall lamps in the vicinity. Under their faint yellow radiance, he navigated a corridor cluttered with various items until he reached the last room. The vermilion door stood tightly sealed. Lumion listened attentively but detected no movements from within. There were no suspicious signs around the door either. Lumion extended his right palm, gripped the handle, gave it a gentle twist, and gradually pushed inward. As the gas lamps in the basement's corridor illuminated the space, objects came into view. These objects were heads, clustered within the dusky shadows, their gazes devoid of emotion, fixed on the intruder at the entrance. Lumien's pupils dilated as he recognized a few familiar heads. They belonged to novelist Anori, painter Mullen, critic Ernst Young, and poet Irita. Just before conjuring a fireball, Lumien, experienced and resilient, forced himself to steady his nerves and discern the situation. The heads lacked the pallor of the deceased, and the room was bereft of the distinct scent of preservatives. Lumien reined in his initial reaction and scrutinized the scene. He realized that these were wax heads that had been taken down. Resembling melons, they were stashed within compartments on a wooden frame. Is this mission intended to startle me? Were it not for Termaboros's forewarning, how could such a prank perturb me? What's so mystical about this? Lumien ruminated for a moment before placing his king's pie on a wooden shelf and extracting a sheet of white paper from one of the wax heads. Upon returning to the mechanical cafe with the white paper in hand, he was met with smiles from Inori, Irita, and the others, as though gauging any lingering trepidation. Count Puffer nodded in satisfaction. You executed the mission admirably. What if I hadn't executed it admirably? What would have transpired? Lumien simulated residual unease and inquired. Those wax heads seemed so lifelike that they nearly stopped my heart. Ha-ha! Inori chortled. This serves as Count's welcome gesture to every newcomer. He's rather fond of collecting wax figurine heads. Each individual he acknowledges receives an invitation from a wax sculptor to immortalize their heads as art and place them in the basement of the mechanical cafe. It's almost as if your heads have been given to Count Puffer. Lumien eyed Inori and the others' necks, yet found no trace of sutures. After delving into various rumors circulating within the novelist circle and offering 2,000 Vril d'Or to sponsor the Black Cat, Lumien took his leave. As he departed, his gaze inadvertently swept over the two-legged tables. Abruptly, Lumien's pupils constricted. He observed that Count Puffer, Inori, and the others still had unfinished king's pie on their plates, while the white-glazed porcelain plate that had previously held the pie now sat empty. There should have been a slice of king's pie intended for the Sauron family ancestor. It was gone. Lumien's perplexity couldn't be concealed. He gestured toward the snack plate and remarked, I recall there being a slice of king's pie left. Count Puffer chuckled and sipped his coffee. I ate it. Is that so? Lumien smiled in realization. Turning away, he exited the mechanical cafe, the smile on his face gradually waning. Count Puffer had only taken 2 bites of his slice of king's pie. As Lumien strode down Rue Lombard toward the nearest public carriage stop, a sense of unease settled over him. Observing the deserted street, he dropped his voice to a hushed tone as he muttered, Temaboros, why did you make me choose the king's pie slice without the broad bean? What if he had consumed that fateful broad bean and ascended to the role of the king? But Termaboros remained silent, withholding any response. Lumien pondered for a moment, then rephrased his question. Though the entire incident held a few unsettling details, the outcome appeared unremarkable. It's hard to discern whether it's tied to mysticism or beyonder powers. After a brief pause, Termaboros's deep voice echoed in Lumien's ears. Next time, you could consider defying the king's orders. What if I chose to disregard the king's commands? What if I indulged in my king's pie instead of placing it in the room of wax figurines or even walking away with the paper? Lumien's mind plunged into contemplation. Rather than heading directly back to the market district, he hailed a public carriage bound for Rue Shear on Avenue du Boulevard. As an official member of the Aurora Order, he bore the responsibility of promptly reporting his execution of Guillaume Binet and the latest developments within the Iron and Blood Cross Order to Mr. K. Simultaneously, he hoped to fleece something out of them. Participating in 3 secret organizations came with the potential of receiving triple rewards, but it also entailed making 3 reports per mission. 19 Rue Shear, underground of Psychic's headquarters. Mr. K, perpetually unchanging, sat in the red armchair, attentively listening as Lumien recounted his strategic utilization of the Iron and Blood Cross Order's resources to pinpoint and eliminate Guillaume Binet, the heretic. When Lumien mentioned how the former padre of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church had embraced the entity known as inevitability in pursuit of power and strength, Mr. K lowered his head and traced a cross upon his chest in a deliberate up and down, left to right motion. His voice, hoarse and subdued, chanted a prayer, "Merciful Father, forgive the world's transgressions." Lumien's lips twitched, mirroring Mr. K's penance, although he couldn't fathom the necessity of such repentance. Post-repentance, he succinctly recounted Aurora's dual nature and the sinister sinners organization that underpinned Roche Louise Sanson. Finally, he said, "Mr. K, I request your aid in locating the original family of Aurora, or rather Roche Louise Sanson. They may well be tied to the Sinners, a heretical group devoted to inevitability." Mr. K's face, obscured beneath a voluminous hood, remained shrouded in shadow. His words, tinged with satisfaction, hoarsely resonated. "I understand your desire to avenge Aurora. There is no problem in that. The benevolent Father and the omnipotent God do not bar believers from securing their own futures. If they can intertwine personal matters with the sacred crusade against heresy, all the better. In this endeavor, leveraging your assets and harnessing the resources of the Iron and Blood Cross Order to fulfill your objective is a strategy one admire. Strive for more of such feats. I'll investigate the Sinners." He agreed to Lumien's request as it aligned perfectly with his own aspirations. By unearthing Roche Louise Sanson's family, he could deal with the Sinners, a faction devoted to the evil god, inevitability. "Thank you, Mr. K," Lumien said sincerely. He pondered for a moment before proceeding. The death of Guillaume Binet might trigger an intensified pursuit from the official Beyonders. "I'm wondering if there exists a mystical item that would suit my needs, enabling me to alter my appearance and stature at will." He was seeking a means to assume Aurora's identity, infiltrating the curly-haired Baboons Research Society as Muggle. Mr. K's tone shifted abruptly, infused with zeal. "Only the lifeblood I possess can accomplish what you seek. So long as you can master your flesh and blood, altering your height and appearance becomes attainable. While it may not provide an exact replica of your desires, it suffices to veil your true identity. The caveat lies in the necessity for early injection and its limited duration. You won't possess the liberty to transform at your whim. Precision isn't required. Members of the curly-haired Baboons Research Society assume disguises, masking their true selves during gatherings, yet that falls short. A perceptive spectator might notice something from Aurora's eyes or the contour of the chin. To fully pass off as Muggle and dupe everyone, the masked face must mirror Aurora's flawlessly. Plus, the adverse effects of lifeblood are beyond my tolerance." Lumien's thoughts coalesced, and he articulated his response. "I'm concerned that administering lifeblood could revert me to the most primordial human archetype. Despite the Lord's protection mitigating severe physical and mental consequences, the Iron and Blood Cross Order could easily detect the anomaly and discern my true allegiance." Mr. K sighed in disappointment. "That's a problem. Though I believe the Lord will safeguard you, preserving your devout persona from exposure, your concerns bear merit." Having declined the offer of lifeblood, Lumien continued, "Recently, the Iron and Blood Cross Order tasked me with an interaction." He detailed Gardner Martin's summons, narrating until the culmination of the King's Pie game. The sole omission was Termaboros's warning, the reason subtly placed on his intricate grasp of mysticism. A niggling suspicion prodded him to sidestep the matter, avoiding any potential anomalies. Mr. K listened attentively, refraining from interjection. As Lumien concluded, Mr. K stood and paced the room. "Your next objective is to figure out the Iron and Blood Cross Order's rationale for engaging the Sauron family. Are they coveting the Sauron's inheritance or considering collaboration?" "Yes, Mr. K." Lumien recognized the need for him to remain well-informed, irrespective of Mr. K's order. Mr. K halted his pacing, fixing his gaze on Lumien. "Your intuition is sound. Should any mishap occur within that game, it could set off a mystical catastrophe." The central figure of Pufur's sacrifice, Vermanda Sauron, held significant standing within the Sauron royal family of that era. Born into the Champagne lineage, he was adopted into the main family by King Odo XII, who invested resources in his upbringing. Vermonda began auspiciously but met a negative end. His later years saw him vanish without a trace, dealing a heavy blow to the Sauron dynasty. In the ensuing 2 decades, several prominent Sauron family members met untimely and mysterious deaths, or succumbed to sudden insanity. The family's power dwindled, paving the way for Rozel's eventual overthrow. Emperor Rozel's successful usurpation of the Sauron dynasty was partly facilitated by the apparent decline of the ancient royal line. Vermonda's inexplicable disappearance spanned 2 to 3 centuries. How could today's sacrifice catalyze a dangerous mystical shift? Lumien's thoughts raced, absorbing the details recounted by Mr. K. Apartment 601, 3 Rue de Blouses Blanches. Jenna, having gleaned some insights from the purifiers, sought out Franca in hopes of sharing her findings. As her gaze roamed the room, Jenna's attention was drawn to the slightly ajar master bedroom door, from which emanated a rhythmic tapping sound. "Franca," she called. Franca's clear voice resounded. "I'm here. Come inside." Jenna, who had never entered Franca's bedroom, hesitated for a moment before walking over and pushing open the door. A burst of amazement brightened her blue eyes as they fell upon an intricate apparatus nestled against the wall, distant from the window. The contraption consisted of a myriad of interlocking gears encircling brass cylinders, interconnected through levers, crankshafts, and screws. In awe, Jenna regarded the towering device and inquired, "What is this?" Seated before the elaborate mechanism, Franca's fingers danced across a state-of-the-art mechanical typewriter as she proudly introduced it to her companion. "This is a 3rd-generation difference engine, cleverly modified, a sort of analyzer. It's a truncated version, simplified and miniaturized. The complete model wouldn't fit in my room." "Are you really a believer of the god of steam and machinery?" Jenna blurted out. Franca chuckled and explained, "Sometimes." Jenna's scrutiny lingered on the so-called analyzer, revealing the connection of a telegraph machine and 2 metallic mechanical typewriters at its lower end. It wasn't long before Franca ceased her typing, and the analyzer's mechanical appendage set the second typewriter into motion, producing letters upon pristine paper. The energy and information seemed to flow from the radio transceiver. What are you doing?" Jenna felt illiterate. Franca happily pointed at the analyzer and said, "When the coding remains consistent, this contraption can automatically decode telegrams and codes for me. Through the metallic fingers linked to the mechanical typewriter's keypad, it types the corresponding letters, shaping the intended words. In essence, I can directly read the content of telegrams. No need to laboriously decode the encrypted messages I receive. It saves me considerable time and effort. Likewise, I can draft telegrams in standard language. The machine will autonomously encode them and transmit them via a predetermined radio frequency." Studying the gears as they turned in their various states, Jenna struggled to grasp Franca's intent. "But what's the purpose?" she asked, befuddled. Franca was caught off guard. "Purpose? Well, the purpose is to simplify telegram conversations. Make it something mundane and routine, though admittedly, it does consume quite a bit of paper." Telegram conversations? Jenna felt a touch of perplexity. Franca had constructed such an intricate apparatus and embarked on such an elaborate matter simply for conversation. The late-night typewriter sounds were Franca engaged in casual chatting? "Exactly," Franca affirmed with a self-satisfied grin. "A friend of mine in the lone military agreed to share the information Anthony Reed seeks during that time frame. We just had a brief exchange." While Franca could easily request the pertinent information from Madame Judgment, she preferred not to burden her Major Arcana cardholder unless absolutely necessary. As Franca finished speaking, the analyzer completed its task of typewriting, and the telegram materialized in incision. Snatching the paper, Franca's countenance darkened as she scanned its contents. At night, in apartment 601, Lumien, Anthony Reed, Franca, and Jenna reassembled. Waving the paper in her grip, Franca addressed Anthony Reed, stating, "I've received a response. The lone military's official report on the encounter states, no such battle occurred. No such battle occurred? Anthony Reed's eyes widened as he jolted to his feet. No battle at all? Lumion arched an eyebrow. Such a response was undeniably unexpected. Franca nodded gently, her gaze fixed on Anthony Reed. To put it simply, it's highly probable that the assault against you and your companions was not executed by the Lone Army. Not by the Lone Army, Anthony Reed muttered under his breath, his eyes distant. The night of the attack had haunted his dreams, replaying over and over, each iteration etching the brutality and mercilessness of the lone soldiers into his consciousness. These nightmares had grown, evolving into an inescapable nightmare. And now, shockingly, someone was telling him that they were not lone soldiers. Franca's demeanor, the subtle shifts in her expressions and body language, it all told him that Franca wasn't lying. She wasn't bluffing him. This revelation rendered his years of suffering, of misattributed blame, into a cruel jest. As a psychiatrist, Anthony Reed was acutely attuned to the waves of disillusionment that crashed through his psyche. His emotional stability quivered, struck by a potent aftershock. Instinctively, he used placate on himself. As Anthony Reed struggled to save himself, Franca elaborated. Either the battle's secrecy is of the highest order, barring my Loanese friend from obtaining the truth for now, or a different faction entirely orchestrated the assault on your unit. Her inclination leaned toward the latter possibility. In the grand scheme of the Lone Kingdom, this skirmish was a minor one. Anthony's company held no strategic value, no pivotal figures, so there was no reason for a high-level concealment. Who could it be? Jenna had already raised this question after reading the telegram, but both of them couldn't come up with a reasonable answer. She even speculated that an instigator might have sowed seeds of internal discord amidst the Intis army to digest a potion. This made one of the companies impersonate as Loanese soldiers, launching a deadly nocturnal assault on Anthony Reed and his comrades. However, this was far too difficult. No matter how formidable an instigator was, there was no hope of success unless Anthony Reed's company had discovered evidence of someone's serious crimes or formed a deep feud with other companies due to conflicts on the battlefield. Indeed, who could it be? Anthony Reed, now more composed thanks to his placate, intoned with a voice etched in determination. He understood why the Lone Army would attack him and his comrades. Their animosity, though intense, was comprehensible within the context of war. But an attack from an unknown faction? That puzzled him. Franca pondered for a moment and said, "Did your unit forsake allies on the battlefield? Or perhaps lay claim to spoils of war that weren't rightfully yours?" Anthony Reed ruminated briefly before shaking his head resolutely. "No." Lumion chimed in with conviction. "Absolutely not. This ties back to Hugues Artois. It can't be a squabble between comrades or external rivals." Jenna, absorbed in contemplation, posed another question. "Did you defy Hugues Artois' orders? Or did your actions inadvertently cost him something?" Anthony Reed shook his head again. "If I had, I wouldn't have grappled with years of puzzlement." Silence enveloped apartment 601. A contemplative hush broken only by Lumion's recollection. A shard of Madame Magician's prior words tugged at his thoughts, and he ventured, could it be a sacrificial rite? A blood offering to an evil god? Madame Magician had mentioned that sinners, a secret organization devoted to evil gods, emerged in the war's later phases. The conflict had unwittingly provided opportunities for these evil gods to infiltrate the realm. Could Anthony Reed and his comrades have stumbled upon one of these opportunities? Blood sacrifice. Franca and Jenna recalled the support various evil god factions had given Hugues Artois. Had he forged an alliance with these heretics? Did he sacrifice his own company? Anthony Reed fell silent for a moment before saying, "The heretics, disguised as the Lone Army, orchestrated our annihilation with Hugues Artois' complicity?" Franca said insightfully, "It's the most logical explanation, though the question remains, who gains? Certainly not Hugues Artois. He reaped no boons, not even in death." For a moment, no one could answer Franca's question. After a few seconds, Lumion said, "That's one of the avenues we must delve into as we proceed. It might intertwine with Hugues Artois' ascent to power and his parliamentary role. Upon hearing this, Jenna recounted the information she had obtained from the purifiers and concluded, "The pressing issue lies in the fact that General Philip, who seems the most suspicious, is already deceased. It's as if all the threads converge at a sudden dead end." "He died just in time," Franca chuckled. "A preemptive elimination, perhaps?" Lumian stroked his chin and spoke slowly. "In the world of mysticism, certain deaths don't necessarily mean true demise. Madame Justice had mentioned that an evil god's boon had a deceased sequence. They could use death to escape their original fate. Similarly, if General Philip had used the substitution spell, the one who died might not be the real him." Franca, who had previously helped with finishing Guillaume Binet, immediately understood. "Substitution spell? We cannot dismiss the possibility." Lumian smiled. "Our immediate objective remains the investigation of General Philip, ascertaining the truth of his demise. Even if he is truly dead, there may be traces he left behind, undiscovered by the purifiers due to the constraints imposed on them." Anthony Reed, though still grappling with the shattering revelations, felt the warmth of unity and purpose in his companion's discourse. It bolstered his resolve, a spark of renewed determination igniting within him. He nodded slightly and said, "There's no need to rush. This matter must be very complicated. I'll first gather preliminary information about General Philip, his family, and friends." After Anthony Reed took his leave, Lumian observed Franca preparing to head to Rue de Fontaines in search of Gardner Martin. So he left apartment 601 with her. As they walked down the stairs, Lumian broached the subject of his conversation with Hella, sharing the details with Franca. Her excitement burgeoned as she absorbed his words, a fervor building within her. "Great, great. Quickly transform into Muggle. Let's make contact with April Fools together. Why are you so excited?" Lumian glanced at him. Franca made a tongue-clicking sound and chuckled. "Back home, there's a saying that goes, if you get drenched in the rain, rip up someone else's umbrella. Haha, it's all in jest, but isn't it interesting? Even though your appearance leans towards masculinity, a few simple adjustments can render you strikingly beautiful. Once the pyromaniac potion has been digested, have you not considered having a potion of pleasure? Forget it. There's still some risk before reaching sequence 4. Laughter and jesting flowed between them, Franca's demeanor then taking a more serious turn as they reached the street. "Furthermore, you're one of the few people I can trust now. If I could obtain your direct collaboration in our probe of the April Fool's conundrum, I'd feel significantly more secure." Unfortunately, Lumian echoed the sentiment, a tinge of regret shading his words. His curiosity then led him to inquire about Emperor Roselle and the perplexing attitudes of the curly-haired Baboons Research Society members. Franca's expression turned strange, as if she struggled to suppress a bout of laughter. After a moment, she exhaled and said, "This matter is quite complicated. It's difficult to explain in a few words. I'll explain in detail tomorrow or the day after tomorrow when I'm free. In short, be mentally prepared." "How complicated can it be?" Lumian muttered. He bade Franca farewell and commenced his journey toward Rue Anarchy. Upon reaching room 207 at Aubert's du Coq d'Or, despite having already deciphered the issue with Aurora's grimoires and no longer needing to delve into them, Lumian's habits dictated that he retrieve the copies and skim through their contents, his thoughts wandering amidst the scattered pages. Approaching midnight, a stirring within Lumian's heart drew his gaze toward the carbide lamp. The light it emitted bore a dark green hue. The doll messenger, clad in a light gold dress, suddenly materialized. It glared coldly at Lumian, as if striving to contain its emotions. With twin thuds, a pair of iron-black boxing gloves, adorned with multiple short thorns, landed soundlessly on the table. The impact carried a resonance more akin to wood meeting wood than metal striking wood. Simultaneously, a folded sheet of paper drifted toward Lumian. "Thank you." Although the doll messenger quickly vanished, Lumian still expressed his gratitude politely. He refrained from touching the boxing gloves for now, opting to unfold the piece of paper and peruse the contents of Madame Magician's message. The shadow branch and the lucky one beyonder characteristic have been made into a mystical item. How does it fare? Has its form been modified, rendering it more convenient for transport? This is a masterpiece forged by a master. It remains nameless for now. With common words, you could dub it the Lucky Shadow Boxing Glove. For a touch of panache, Flog could be a stylish choice. The name is yours to determine. Any target struck by this glove, regardless of creating injuries, whether they defend with a weapon or not, will undergo a surge of desire or emotion. The specific emotion hinges on your luck. Yet, with the presence of Lucky One, you can envision or simulate the corresponding desires and emotions ahead of time, guiding the target's reaction. The success rate stands impressively high, around 70 to 80%. Following the trigger of a target's desires or emotions, a second strike won't engender new feelings. Instead, there's a likelihood of causing the pre-existing desires or emotions to erupt. This unleashes an overwhelming tidal wave on most targets, inflicting significant harm, even rendering them temporarily incapacitated. While the likelihood of invoking desire or emotion with each hit isn't substantial, repetitive blows will eventually yield the desired outcome, unless you are cursed with bad luck that counteracts the influence of Lucky One. However, the glove's most exceptional facet isn't its offensive potential, but its defensive capabilities. It possesses unparalleled sturdiness, capable of withstanding an assault from a Reaper without incurring any damage. Note: Reaper refers to Sequence 5 of the Hunter pathway. Naturally, this hinges on the attack squarely targeting the glove. In such a scenario, there's even a possibility of taking a strike infused with godhood, at the expense of shattering or fracturing the glove. This probably places the glove at Sequence 4. On the downside, carrying the glove will erode your self-control, intensifying the oscillations of various desires and emotions. Withstanding this requires exceptional endurance. Moreover, while donning the glove, you will attract the attention of a hidden entity since it originated from the Tree of Shadow. While they cannot directly harm you for various reasons, they can summon dangerous entities to your vicinity, influencing or attacking you. Hence, each use of the boxing gloves should be accompanied by a change of location, and their usage should not be for extended periods. Failure to adhere to these guidelines may attract hidden dangers. However, should you maintain your composure and endure 1 or 2 attacks, the world will expel those dangerous entities who can't truly descend here. One last detail. Your 2 psychiatrists request a final follow-up consultation at the usual time tomorrow afternoon. I need exceptional endurance to withstand the weakening of self-control brought about by carrying the flog. The waves of various desires and emotions surge stronger. Ahm's monk excels in handling such situations. While reading Madame Magician's letter, Lumion swiftly considered if he could fulfill the conditions for using the mystical item. Naturally, he didn't have to keep the flog boxing gloves with him to employ them. Lumion could position them in advance and entice the enemy into an ambush before revealing them. Alternatively, he could accumulate enough resources to purchase a steam robot and have emotionless tools carry the gloves for him. Nevertheless, thanks to Ahm's monk's abilities in managing adverse effects, he didn't need to resort to such complicated strategies. With this in mind, Lumion recollected the adverse effects of contractee contracts. A substantial portion of them seemed to be mitigated by Ahm's monk's resilience and self-restraint. First acquiring the Ahm's monk boon prior to becoming a contractee. Could it be that one must bolster their endurance to endure a contract? Otherwise, the padre with over 10 negative effects would have self-destructed long ago. Yes, Guillaume Benet's utilization of Ahm's monk and ascetic powers wasn't overly adept. Could this stem from his ingrained indulgence, making change difficult? Or did he leap directly into being a contractee before evolving into a fate appropriator? His grasp of the Ahm's monk and ascetic boons seemed inadequate, relying largely on instinct. Lumion murmured to himself, recalling how the padre in the dream transformed from an ordinary individual to a fate appropriator within a day. Lumion was more inclined to believe the latter possibility. He surmised that the events in the dream marked Guillaume Benet's advancement to a fate appropriator with only 2 to 3 boons. Lumion redirected his attention to the letter in his hand and read through the remainder in one go. Concerning the utilization of the flog boxing gloves to attract perilous creatures, he intended to seize an opportunity and approach Franca for assistance to verify the precise circumstances. If indeed hazardous, he would need to contemplate reserving one usage of spirit world traversal to escape any future influence or attack. Crimson flames silently surged, setting the letter ablaze, its words turning to ash. Amidst the dispersed ashes, Lumion reached out his hand toward the iron-black boxing gloves. Although they lacked the metallic texture and chilliness, they were exceptionally rigid. Almost in unison, 2 voices resonated in Lumion's mind. One was the voice of the eloping couple, casting curses. The other was the voice of inebriated individuals shattering bottles and clamoring in the street. The former set Lumion's imagination ablaze, while the latter spurred him to draw his revolver and open fire. The sensations weren't overpowering and could be endured and repressed. After confirming the fit of the boxing gloves, Lumion set them beside the pillow. In the depths of night, in a hazy state, Lumion felt as though he had stepped into an ancient beige castle. Its exterior bore numerous dark and crimson stains, as if drenched in a copious amount of blood. Hysterical laughter and shouts reverberated from within the castle. Lumion instinctively raised his gaze and spotted a deep red visage peering at him through a narrow window on the 3rd floor. Their eyes met, and suddenly, the man raised his right hand and cruelly gouged out his reddish-brown eyes. Fine blood vessels detached from their sockets, leaving behind a pair of inky black, blood-soaked cavities. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! The eyeless man chortled with a maddened demeanor. Lumion's thoughts blurred as he involuntarily stepped into the ancient castle. What unfurled before his eyes were gruesome scenes. The maid rent her abdomen with a dining knife, drawing forth pallid intestines marred by blood. The valets ascended the staircase to the 2nd floor, only to throw themselves back into the hall, repeating their falls in a macabre cycle. The butler clutched a comely female head, his lower body severed. He dragged himself with his elbows, leaving behind a broad and extended trail of blood. The headless mistress sat in an armchair, lifted her cup of coffee, and poured it into the gash on her neck. The pungent stench of blood and the frenzied ambience pierced Lumion's mind, snapping his eyes open. He beheld the familiar, squalid ceiling and caught the ceaseless nocturnal clamor of Rue Anarchy. Had it all been a dream? The scene from his dream lingered in Lumion's memory, a residual unease remaining. As a beyonder seasoned with the world of mysticism, he didn't underestimate such a dream. It likely bore the marks of a revelation through astral projection or an external influence. Swiftly reviewing the day's occurrences, Lumion zeroed in on 2 potential culprits. Could it be the lingering effects of the King's Pie game from earlier, or perhaps linked to the impact of the flog boxing gloves? He cast a glance at the iron-black spiked boxing gloves, left untouched beside his pillow, sensing that the game was the likely trigger. An attempt to commune with Termaboros yielded no response. After securing the flog boxing gloves within a drawer in his wooden table, Lumion drifted back into slumber. Throughout that night, nightmares plagued him repeatedly. Each instance he encountered the bizarre ancient castle. Fortunately, the dream's lucidity waned progressively, eventually melding into a commonplace nightmare. The following morning, Lumion adhered to his routine of jogging and practicing boxing, then set out in search of a distinctive breakfast in the bustling market district. After spending nearly the entirety of the morning at Salle de Balbrise, he eventually found himself standing before apartment 601 at 3 Rue de Blouses Blanches. With a flush on her face and a lively demeanor, Franca answered the door. "You're quite the eager one." Lumion was forthright about his intentions. "Remember you mentioned wanting to discuss Emperor Roselle with me?" Well. Franca's expression shifted oddly once more. She grumbled, "I'm feeling unwell." "What sort of ailment?" Lumion found it hard to believe that the demoness of pleasure could fall ill. As Franca led him to the living room, she muttered, It's empathetic embarrassment. Lumion shut the door and took a seat on the sofa. After a moment's thought, he inquired, "Is this embarrassment on behalf of Emperor Roselle?" "Exactly." Franca, seated cross-legged in a recliner, scratched her flaxen hair. "I'm seriously concerned that he might be so mortified that he'll rise from the grave to strangle anyone who's privy to the information." After a rather odd comment, Franca sighed and explained, "In simpler terms, Emperor Roselle, like us, hails from another world." "Emperor Roselle is also one of the transmigrators you mentioned?" Lumion blurted out in astonishment. Franca confirmed succinctly, "Many of his inventions, beliefs, and ideas originated in our world. What's more significant, his diary was penned in the language of the nation your sister and I come from. That's why it remained undeciphered for so long until our transmigration." Lumion's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. It all seemed too fantastical, like something out of fiction. However, Aurora's attitude toward Emperor Roselle and his diary lent credence to Franca's words. Seeing his silence, Franca added with understanding, "Nonetheless, he's an extraordinary individual. Progressing from a mere Sequence 9 individual, he ascended the paths of the divine step by step, overthrowing the Sauron dynasty and enacting monumental changes upon Intis and the world. His impact on the history of the past 2 to 3 centuries and generations of humanity is profound." That's true. Emperor Roselle once said that a hero is a hero, irrespective of their origins. Where Emperor Roselle came from was immaterial. Lumion quickly collected his thoughts and asked with curiosity, "Did Emperor Roselle's famous quotations originate from philosophers in your world?" "Many of them did." Franca, in a way, supported her fellow countrymen's public image. "But some are genuinely his own. Consider this, a person who's undergone so much, tasted both triumph and failure, must possess unique insights across various domains. He's not lacking in memorable sayings. Now I understand why Aurora chuckles whenever I mention something Emperor Roselle said." A realization dawned on Lumion. He grasped his sister's sentiments at that moment and the jesting tone the curly-haired Baboons Research Society adopted toward the Emperor. He then inquired, "Did one of you write Emperor Roselle's secret chronicles?" "Yes, but I'm unsure who the author is," Franca honestly admitted. "The writer possesses quite the literary talent." "Is everything in there accurate?" Lumion contemplated seeking out an underground bookseller to procure a copy. Franca chuckled. "About half of it. Even among the portions based on actual events. Half of that is a sensationalized expansion of a couple sentences from the Emperor's diary into a narrative rife with explicit details. For instance, the Emperor once shared more than just friendship with a demoness." Franca suddenly paused. Realization dawned upon her that she herself was now a demoness. "A worthwhile addition to my collection. Emperor Roselle does seem to live up to the legendary reputation of being a flirt." Lumion's anticipation for the underground book grew. He opted not to delve further into the topic of the Emperor and the demoness. Instead, he brought up the King's Pie game from the prior day and the subsequent nightmarish dreams. He then sought Franca's insights as an adept practitioner of divination. "What revelations are hidden in that dream?" "I can't decipher it," Franca said after a prolonged pause. "It conveys a sense of danger and advises to stay away. Also, those nightmares appear to be lingering effects from some form of insanity." Lumion contemplated for a moment, deciding not to probe deeper for the time being. He planned to consult the 2 psychiatrists later in the day. At 3:20 p.m., Lumion reached Mason Café in Quartier du Jardin Botanique and took a seat in booth D. He requested a cup of aromatic Intis coffee and 2 cream-filled cupcakes. Once the coffee and confections were served, he patiently waited for a minute or so before catching the sound of Susie's gentle, feminine voice. "Good afternoon, Mr. Lumion Lee." Lumion responded with an easy smile. "Good afternoon, Madam Susie." "Good afternoon, Madam Justice." "How did you know I was here?" Madam Justice's voice held a smile. Lumion gazed at the chair across from him and responded, a grin tugging at his lips. "Can't hurt to extend a greeting." Susie steered the conversation forward. Congratulations on completing the initial phase of your vendetta. Care for a brief discussion? No problem. Lumien's composure remained unshaken, not even flinching at the mention of vendetta. Of course, part of his calm demeanor stemmed from the fact that he hadn't brought along the flog boxing gloves. This was a psychological evaluation, after all. He couldn't allow external influences to taint his thoughts and skew the doctor's judgment. From the point of seeking assistance and crafting a strategy, he recounted his experiences of the past 2 days. He glossed over the secret of the curly-haired baboons research society but provided a concise account of everything else. Following a momentary silence, Susie's soothing voice resumed its course. Your mental state has held up admirably. A certain degree of overreaction in specific scenarios is par for the course. Psychiatric therapy doesn't strip a person of their emotions or feelings. Instead, it aids in unburdening oneself, fostering reconciliation, and discovering inner resilience. Nightmares won't deal a devastating blow to you any longer. Otherwise, according to the more dubious therapists who advocate severing the frontal lobe for eternal tranquility, you'll forever be at peace. Removing the frontal lobe? Lumien's ears caught wind of this concept for the first time. Susie's tone tinged with revulsion. It's a notion that has cropped up in the last couple of years. It doesn't yield the intended outcomes. Rather, it inflicts grave harm upon the patient. There's an evident malevolence behind this treatment proposal. It's as if some callous individual propagated it with the sole intention of making a mockery out of medical professionals and those seeking solace. A prank that toys with the lives of others? Lumien shifted gears, steering the conversation onto a different course. Madam Susie, you haven't even delved into my emotions or analyzed my thoughts, yet you've already deduced that I've made some strides towards recovery, and a follow-up might not be necessary? Susie's demeanor lifted rapidly, and she replied with a grin. At times, a person's actions can be more telling of their psychological state than their thoughts. Understand that humans excel at deceiving themselves. They concoct a slew of rationales for their actions, which often stand less grounded in reality than their deeds. To decipher an accurate psychological portrait from this labyrinth of complex and contradictory thoughts requires meticulous analysis. But such scrutiny can easily unearth problems. Hence, I chose to commence with an examination of your actions. Evidently, whether you're willing to admit it or not, you've successfully reestablished social connections and fostered a level of trust in others. You've also exhibited a willingness to extend your trust to others. Prior to your ambush of Guillaume Binet, you demonstrated the capacity for calm contemplation and thorough preparation. While there were impulsive undertones and hints of macabre inclinations in your operation, they were inevitable. Their absence would only have hinted at more severe psychological turmoil. And once the affair concluded, you swiftly reverted to your norm and dived right back into life, embarking on another investigation. Grounded in the sequence of actions you've undertaken, I extend my congratulations. The pronounced self-destructive tendencies have lost their grip, and you've truly extricated yourself from the abyss of agony. Naturally, the pain won't dissipate entirely. It will wane and recede. Perhaps it might resurge abruptly in the future, once again occupying your mind. Yet, there's no need to succumb to panic. Armed with this period of experience, I trust you're equipped to navigate it adeptly. Psychologically speaking, this signals a path to recovery. In similar fashion, the past invariably leaves its imprints upon us. Your self-destructive propensities, your extremities, your pathological behaviors, no doubt they're more potent than in most individuals, but they all abide by the bounds of reason and normalcy. In response, Lumien let out a slow exhale and murmured, I sense it myself, honestly. The present me is an entirely different person from the one who initially set foot in Trier. Thank you, Madam Susie. Thank you, Madam Justice. He realized that his transformation from an initial state of apathy was thanks to the efforts of these two psychiatrists and his escapades in the market district. The prospect of death itself had lost its sting. He had shifted from a vindictive, malevolent specter to an individual fueled by an ardent thirst for retribution, driven by a potent desire for action. In essence, this is your own redemption. Susie's tone brimmed with a delight not present before. The primary contributors to this turnaround are none other than yourself and your sister, Aurora. Were it not for the tiniest ember of hope that you harbored, coupled with your will to persist, and were it not for Miss Aurora gifting you nearly 6 years of cherished moments to savor and to mold your thoughts, we might not have been able to reel you back in. As Lumion processed these words, a montage of scenes flickered across his mind. Aurora inhaling deeply, using the breaths to temper the vexation derived from instructing him. The tempestuous storms of combat training, coupled with her impromptu attacks. The two of them ensconced in the study, each absorbed in their respective books, relishing the tranquility of the night. And, as the #1 experimental subject, he was obligated to consume the culinary reproductions of food back home that his sister conjured, be they successes or failures. Lumion's expression softened as he recollected a line from his sister's novel. The joy and pain of days past are equal to the me of the present. After a pause lasting more than 10 seconds, he straightened in his seat and queried, "Were last night's nightmares all rooted in the King's Pie game?" This time, it was Madame Justice who responded, her voice soft with understanding. "Indeed, considering the current situation, it's likely that you were mentally corrupted during that time." Mental corruption? Does it actually involve beyonder powers? Lumion asked with genuine curiosity. Madame Justice replied, "Ordinarily, the simple act of sacrificing a king's pie wouldn't have yielded any results. Otherwise, the game wouldn't have remained a popular tradition in Intis for centuries, fading into obscurity only after the establishment of the Republic. Only a handful of families still recall it." "Yes, that's what I assumed back then." Poofer didn't employ any mystical language or invoke a complete honorific name. "It's implausible for the sacrifice to succeed." Lumion concurred. Madame Justice continued, "Nevertheless, exceptions exist. Sacrificers who share blood ties with the subject of the sacrifice and exhibit numerous similarities. If you participate frequently in Poofer's King's Pie game and repeatedly endure the mental corruption it entails, the ramifications won't dissolve with a mere spate of nightmares. Rather, before they fully dissipate, they'll progressively warp your psyche and lead you into madness." "Could the content of these nightmares be symbolic?" Lumion inquired succinctly. Madame Justice's response flowed measuredly. "It's highly probable that they're a fusion of specific deranged occurrences from your past, projected into your dreamscape through the taint of corruption. So, that ancient castle and those deranged individuals could really exist." Lumion mused, nodding in contemplation. As Lumion engaged in a conversation with Justice and Susie for a while, he intuited that the day's follow-up session was drawing to a close. In that instance, Madame Justice took the lead, saying, "Didn't I mention previously that I might require your assistance with something?" "Of course, no problem," Lumion swiftly agreed. "Consider it the cost of the psychiatric treatment." Moreover, he held the belief that Madame Justice wouldn't have entrusted him with the task without assessing his capabilities. The endeavor couldn't be excessively dangerous. Madame Justice chuckled and said, "Should you succeed, I shall bestow an additional reward upon you, one that will cater to your requirements in a specific manner." "Something capable of altering my appearance?" Lumion's heart skipped a beat with excitement. "Something along those lines." Madame Justice's initially gentle tone turned solemn. "I'm hoping you can venture to an ancient tomb situated on the 4th floor of Trier's catacombs, specifically to retrieve a vial of the Samaritan women's spring for me." "Samaritan women's spring?" Lumion was taken aback. Madame Hella had previously mentioned that she had journeyed to Trier in pursuit of an artifact hidden deep within the catacombs. Concurrently, she had inquired about the legend surrounding the Samaritan women's spring. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Almost as if she sensed his thoughts, Madame Justice chimed in with a smile. "Don't you find it too coincidental?" "Yes, what I'm hoping for is that you can leverage Madame Hella's exploration to assist me in securing some Samaritan women's spring water. Doing so yourself might yield slim chances of success. In truth, I could arrange for you to undertake this task in a more clandestine manner, but that approach contradicts my philosophy and principles." I still require face-to-face communication with you and your explicit consent for such matters. I'm disinclined to ensnare you passively through covert cues to fulfill my objectives. For me, indulging in the manipulation of others' minds is a treacherous endeavor. Of course, honesty is also an effective way at influencing others' thoughts. Lumien's skepticism and doubts gradually ebbed away. He inquired, perplexed, Madam Justice, given that you possess a general awareness of the Samaritan Women's Spring's approximate location, why wouldn't you retrieve it yourself? Why involve a Sequence 7 Beyonder like me? The Tarot Club's Major Arcana card was definitely a demigod, countless times stronger than him. Madam Justice laughed. To put it succinctly, certain locales become progressively hazardous with an increase in sequence. A location where higher sequences meet with increased danger? Lumien found this notion confounding. Madam Justice added, as sequences rise, proximity to the oldest one increases, accumulating more madness along the way. Consequently, individuals in higher sequences are more susceptible to particular forms of corruption. Hela is also beneficial in this matter. At the very least, this approach will save her time and permit her to narrow down her search to a designated area. After a brief contemplation, Lumien agreed to Madam Justice's request. From her, he gleaned the approximate location of the Samaritan Women's Spring, situated within the westernmost ancient tomb on the 4th floor of the catacombs. Following the session, Lumien made his way back to Rue de Blouses Blanches in the Market District, his objective being the retrieval of the flog boxing gloves from the iron cabinet. Upon his arrival at the safe house, an odd inkling settled upon him. Intrusion. Someone had infiltrated his safe house. Lumien's heart tightened as he advanced with purpose, unlatching the iron cabinet. While observing that Aurora's grimoires and the flog boxing gloves remained, a sigh of relief escaped him involuntarily. However, he proceeded to conduct a thorough inspection, and his scrutiny bore fruit. One article was conspicuously absent. The earth blood ore was gone. Looking at the open iron cabinet, Lumien found it absurd and surreal. The thief had entered the house without taking the most valuable flog boxing glove. Nor did they flip through Aurora's grimoires to see if there were any banknotes inside. They had only taken a mineral specimen that didn't look like a gem at all. Disregarding the traps, if the thief were truly a marauder with beyonder powers, he wouldn't have given up on the boxing gloves made of unique materials and capable of powerful abilities. If he were just an ordinary thief, he wouldn't have just taken the earth blood, or he might have even casually thrown the seemingly worthless item to the ground. All of this led Lumien to suspect that the thieving intruder had only one motive: take away the earth blood ore. The other party clearly knew what was special about the mineral specimen and was attempting to exploit it. Termaboros, who stole the earth blood ore? Lumien couldn't identify any suspect no matter how hard he thought. Apart from dealing with Guillaume Benet a few days ago when he retrieved the earth blood ore and handed it to Franca, he kept the mineral specimen in the safe house. He never carried it with him to avoid being targeted. Of course, the thief might have divined or prophesied to narrow down the area. He searched every room and finally found the target item. Termaboros's magnificent voice suddenly resounded. I don't know. Don't know. Lumien was alarmed. This answer was meaningless, but coming from Termaboros meant many things. While Termaboros, sealed within Lumien's body, couldn't exert any direct power, his angelic nature granted him unique insights. As an angel of the inevitability domain, he possessed an uncanny ability to detect problems and traces that eluded many low-sequence beyonders through low-sequence beyonders' eyes and fate. But now he claimed ignorance. This revelation carried significant weight, suggesting that whoever had stolen the earth blood ore was no ordinary individual. It hinted at the involvement of a high-level power, possibly tied to a secret organization or cult. I have to write a letter and inform Madame Magician about this. After all, she once predicted that the earth blood ore would bring me some misfortune. However, the item is lost before the misfortune arrived. Lumien had initially hesitated to burden his Major Arcana card holder with this matter, as he didn't attach much value to the mineral specimen. Its applications were limited, and its loss seemed inconsequential. However, with the situation taking a bizarre turn, he couldn't simply dismiss it. In the world of mysticism, negligence often led to painful lessons. Truth be told, Lumion didn't harbor anger over the loss of his possession, nor did he feel compelled to retrieve it. Though the earth blood or might lead to fortuitous encounters, it remained an abstract concept, difficult to quantify or cherish. Moreover, Madame Magician's warning of potential misfortune made him view its loss as a means to mitigate risk. Lumion meticulously inspected the safe house once more, confirming that none of the traps had been triggered. Only the earth blood or had vanished. He settled down to compose a letter. This time, the summoned puppet messenger displayed a less frigid demeanor, no longer suppressing intense emotions. In mere minutes, Madame Magician's response arrived, concise and to the point. There's indeed something amiss in this matter. I can't identify the thief of the earth blood or either. If you're not fearful, you can venture to the entrance of Salle de Bal Unique and seek anyone with a monocle in their right eye. Even if they aren't the culprits, they should possess knowledge of the suspect. If you find it too risky, exercise patience. Someone will inquire on your behalf. Salle de Bal Unique, that makes sense. The sequence preceding a swindler is marauder. Could those monocle-wearing individuals hold sway over all the thieves wielding Beyonder powers in Trier? Lumion pondered this in silence. Aurora's grimoires had mentioned that Marauder occupied sequence 9 on one of the paths of the divine. Above Marauder was Swindler, and further up was Cryptologist. After careful consideration, Lumion opted to wait for someone to inquire on his behalf. He had no immediate need for the Earthblood or the thought of Salle de Bal Unique, Manette, the monocle-wearing islander swindler, and the swindlers who emulated his style sent shivers down his spine. He preferred to avoid any unnecessary contact for the time being. After burning the letter, Lumion shifted his attention to the iron cabinet, the repository of Aurora's grimoires, flog boxing gloves, and various other items. The once secure safe house had become compromised, and he needed to find a new location for these possessions. I'll take flog with me. I'll carry the rest if I can, and sell what's sellable. If not, I'll secure another safe house. For Aurora's grimoires and the gold, I'll rent an anonymous safe deposit box at a large bank for their safekeeping. When this property's current lease expires, I wouldn't renew it. Lumion had a clear strategy in mind. His plan encompassed the items he couldn't easily transport or wish to part with, which primarily included the 5 ritualistic hides, in addition to Aurora's grimoires and his accumulated gold. Finding a new home for these items was a priority, along with securing another safe house for himself. With these considerations in mind, Lumion began drafting a letter addressed to Hela. In the letter, he revealed that he had acquired information about the approximate location of the Samaritan women's spring through a secretive channel. The information source had tasked him with venturing underground to retrieve a genuine bottle of water from the spring. However, as Lumion was writing, he felt a sense of puzzlement. It seemed unnecessary for him to be directly involved when he could have entrusted Hela with the task of obtaining the spring water on his behalf. Madame Justice should have considered this. Why am I required to descend into the 4th level of the catacombs personally? Is it because of the perceived difficulty Hela might encounter in procuring the water by herself? She needs my assistance? What's so special about me? Apart from the angel sealed within me, my sequence isn't high. Madame Hela's sequence is relatively high. It's relatively dangerous for her to approach the Samaritan women's spring, and she will be prone to madness. Am I responsible for monitoring her condition and awaken her if needed? I previously believed that Madame Hela was at least a sequence 4. She claimed she could resolve the Cordu problem before the descent ritual, but now it appears she hasn't ascended to a demigod. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to enter the 4th level of the catacombs, let alone approach the Samaritan women's spring. Does she possess a grade 1 sealed artifact or a mystical item equivalent to a saint? Lumion combed through the entire situation and made some guesses and judgments. Continuing to write, Lumion used the information provider's request as a pretext to express his personal desire to enter the ancient tomb. After the summoning ritual, the skull, crafted from pure silver and radiating a gentle glow, retrieved the letter and departed. Before long, a messenger returned with hellish response, "No problem. I'll meet you at the gates of the Death Empire at 4 p.m. tomorrow." Phew! Lumion exhaled a sigh of relief, his body trembling with a mix of excitement and trepidation. His adventurous spirit and penchant for experimentation had always defined him. The bizarre vanishing of the couple in the catacombs had etched a profound mark on his psyche. The next morning at 11 Rue de Fontaines, Lumion dutifully arrived at Gardner Martin's villa and reported the details of his meeting with Count Puffer and the other Black Cat members. Inside, Gardner Martin, unusually excited, sat behind his desk and spoke with a hint of joy. "Despite your claim of lacking artistic inclination, your background allows you to converse with them effectively. That's precisely why I chose you instead of Albus. I was concerned you might not exhibit enough generosity, but you handled it admirably. You even sponsored them with 4,000 Vril d'Or on your first visit." Gardner Martin, the commanding officer of the Iron and Blood Cross Order, implied that Lumion's status as the younger brother of best-selling author Aurora Lee, even without artistic inclination, provided him with a wealth of insider knowledge about the scandals, grudges, and grievances within the literary and artistic circles. Lumion, however, didn't waste any time and cut straight to the point. "What I don't understand is why the King's Pie game gave me a sense of danger. I even had a few nightmares last night." Gardner Martin nodded thoughtfully. "That's because Puffer is quite unique. He bears a striking resemblance to his ancestor, Vermonda. They share a strong blood connection, which allows them to bypass many crucial steps during a ritual. Has his ancestor turned into an evil spirit? How can he still accept sacrifices after centuries?" Lumion asked, basing his question on logical reasoning, without mentioning Mr. K's account. Gardner Martin responded with solemnity, "That's something you should investigate when you approach Puffer. Don't worry. As long as you don't participate in the King's Pie game every 2 or 3 days, the only aftereffect you'll experience is those nightmares. Keep that sense of danger intact and resist becoming a king. It's easier for you to become a king than anyone else, except for Puffer himself. If you're uncertain about making the right choice, let Puffer choose first. The Iron and Blood Cross Order wants to uncover the whereabouts of the mysterious Vermonda Sauron, who has been missing for centuries. Heh, why didn't they warn me about the dangers of the King's Pie game beforehand and advise me to be the last to make a choice?" Lumion suspected that Gardner Martin hadn't mentioned it to confirm a crucial matter. In the afternoon, near the Trier Opera House, within a concealed quarry cave, Franca and Jenna, wearing half-masks, once again met the warlock in the black robe. He was the same client who had previously commissioned the investigation of the disappearance of the Deep Valley Cloister's gatekeeper. Franca scanned their surroundings, her voice intentionally hoarse as she spoke. "We've made some progress in our investigation regarding the disappearance of the Deep Valley Cloister's gatekeeper. We wish to discuss it with you privately." The man fell silent for over 10 seconds before finally nodding. "Very well." Their iron-masked skeletal escort led them, along with the client, into a secluded conversation room within the quarry cave. With an hour left until their agreed meeting time, Lumion equipped himself with a carbide lamp and entered the market district's corresponding entrance to underground Trier. The carbide lamp emitted a bluish-yellow light, casting an eerie glow over the tunnel, which was divided by stone pillars. Lumion strolled casually, carrying a black canvas bag that had become popular among university students in recent years. Inside, he had stashed the flog boxing gloves and a stack of white candles. After conducting numerous experiments, Lumion had discovered that carrying them in his bag was less risky than tucking them into his shirt or pants pockets. While it didn't make a significant difference, it was still better than the alternative. As he followed the route marked on Gardner Martin's map, leading him toward the underground of Quartier de l'Observatoire, Lumion suddenly perked up his ears, listening for signs of approaching footsteps. A cacophony of faint footsteps echoed in the air, barely audible. Lumion scanned the path ahead and to his right, unsure which route the unidentified group would take. To remain inconspicuous, He clambered up to a stone pillar supporting the tunnel's ceiling, extinguishing his carbide lamp, and disappeared into the shadows. Before long, a group of men emerged. Most of them wore tattered jackets or were shirtless, hunched over while carrying heavy crates. Over a dozen burly men, dressed in well-worn attire with sinister expressions, held various firearms and carbide lamps, interspersed throughout the group. Smugglers. Lumion peered out, examining the crates illuminated by the smugglers' lights. They appeared to emit a metallic gleam. Firearms or something else? He mumbled silently, observing the smuggling caravan as it entered the right tunnel. As they advanced, possibly due to a shadow that moved too much like a human, one of the smugglers raised his gun, took aim, and fired. With a resounding bang, the alarm ceased, and the group pressed onward. Lumion clicked his tongue and shook his head, finding their reaction overly tense and excessive. In underground Trier, such actions could easily lead to trouble. It was well known that aside from university students exploring and citizens cultivating mushrooms to eke out a living, most individuals venturing underground were not to be underestimated. The chances of encountering beyonders were significantly higher below ground than on the surface. Firing upon any passerby could potentially provoke members of secret organizations, bestowed of evil gods, anti-government militants, or formidable cave adventurers. With this in mind, Lumion drew his revolver and squeezed the trigger in the direction of the smuggling caravan, which was about to disappear at the end of the tunnel to his right. He wasn't aiming at anyone, just firing into the air. Bang! The armed smugglers either spun around or scrambled for cover, unleashing a barrage of bullets at the crossroads. However, Lumion was no longer concerned. He was already scaling the rock wall, almost reaching the top. After exchanging gunfire with the empty air for a brief moment, the smugglers shifted their positions nervously, puzzled and flustered. Lumion observed their backs and couldn't help but smile. No need for thanks. Consider it a free lesson. He leaped to the ground and relit his carbide lamp. Smelling the lingering scent of gunpowder, Lumion grinned and holstered his revolver before continuing along his planned route. A few minutes later, he came across a group of quarry police officers dressed in dark uniforms, armed with semi-automatic revolvers. The officer leading the group, upon seeing Lumion's youthful appearance, backpacks slung diagonally, and well-dressed attire, muttered under his breath, "Son of a bitch, why is it another college student?" He then exhaled loudly and asked, "Did you hear anything just now? There was a gunfight over there. Bang, bang, bang. I wanted to go over and take a look, but I didn't dare," Lumion replied, concealing nothing about the smuggling caravan. The quarry police officers exchanged glances and swiftly passed Lumion, sprinting toward the intersection. In the conversation room, observing the iron-masked skeletal host's departure, the man dressed in warlock attire turned his attention to Franca and Jenna and said, "What did you discover? As I mentioned, you need to find the gatekeeper or his remains to claim your reward." Jenna replied calmly, "We haven't really thought about payment yet. We believe the situation is more complex than you described. One night, we infiltrated the Deep Valley Quarry." Upon hearing the term Deep Valley Quarry, the man, hidden under a hooded shadow, subtly lifted his gaze. Franca keenly observed his body language. She had consulted with Anthony Reed and knew the kind of subconscious reactions ordinary humans would exhibit in such situations. The man's actions suggested he was highly sensitive to the mention of Deep Valley Quarry. Only someone aware of the issue would react in such a way. Jenna continued to recount their discoveries, including the cybernetic-eyed monk and the secret cave adorned with limbs. The warlock-dressed man remained composed, making no unnecessary movements. However, to Franca, this indicated that he understood the abnormality within Deep Valley Quarry. After hearing Jenna's account, the man deliberately raised his voice and said, "I can't confirm if it's related to the gatekeeper's disappearance, but if you can enter the secret cave, capture a few photographs, or retrieve valuable items, I'm willing to offer half the payment up front. Perhaps you'll find clues about the gatekeeper's whereabouts inside. Do you take us for fools? Are you expecting us to take such a risk for a mere 10,000 Vril d'Or?" Franca muttered silently, Had this mysticism gathering not been organized by her friend, she would have found a way to tail the client and uncover his true identity. She could then extract more detailed information from him and have Jenna sell it to the purifiers. Halt! The Death Empire lies ahead. Lumion once again found himself standing in front of the natural arch, adorned with a peculiar mix of white bones, sunflowers, and steam symbols carved into the stone. Before he could reach for the pocket watch he had borrowed from Sal de Balbreeze to check the time, Hella, dressed in a mysterious widow's black robe with withered blonde hair, approached from the other side. The woman nodded slightly and said, "Since you're already here, let's proceed ahead of schedule." "Very well." Lumion opened his bag and produced 2 white candles. After lighting them and handing one to Hella, he grinned and remarked, "Aren't you worried that the information I obtained about the Samaritan women's spring might be incorrect?" "Success comes after numerous failures," Hella replied with icy detachment. A chuckle escaped Lumion's lips. "I thought you might say that failure is the mother of success." "This isn't the research society," Hella replied tersely. Lumion didn't waste any more time. He extinguished his carbide lamp and advanced toward the rocky arch, clutching the white candle, its flame now an intense orange. As expected, a figure emerged from the shadows beyond the door. The figure sported a blue vest and yellow pants, with gray hair and few wrinkles. His light yellow eyes held a faint cloudiness, marking him as an elderly man. The old man cast a disapproving look at the white candle in Lumion's hand and asked with a furrowed brow, "Didn't you find a guide?" Not you guys?" Lumion glanced at Hella out of the corner of his eye and realized that the candlelight around her had dimmed, as if it had been corroded by the underground darkness or shrouded in dense fog. In this state, she appeared to have vanished from the tomb administrator's view. Lumion flashed a smile at the old man. "I don't require a guide. I've been to the tomb many times, though I'm more accustomed to entering through the Quartier de la Cathedral commemorative entrance. Don't worry, I remember all the taboos, and I won't deliberately break them." The old man snapped, "You college students, remember, exit before your candles burn out." With that, he stepped aside and disappeared into the darkness behind the door. As Lumion passed through the rocky passage and entered the Death Empire, he turned to the aged tomb administrator and asked curiously, "Why can you hold a lit white candle?" The tomb administrator's faintly turbid light yellow eyes suddenly darkened, and an icy aura emanated from him. In a deep voice, he replied, "I'm just stationed by the entrance, not venturing too deep." "Is that so?" Lumion, who had already entered the catacombs, rationally abandoned any further inquiry. He focused on the chill in his heart and the unseen gazes from the surrounding darkness. He couldn't help but sense a resemblance between the tomb administrator's current aura and Hella's presence. Under the ever-watchful gaze of the corpses in the stone pit and the heaps of bones lining the sides of the passage, Lumion pressed on through the musty air. He walked alongside Hella, passing landmarks like the chapel tomb and the memorial pillar tomb. Hella broke the silence, her tone frosty. "Which level are we heading to?" "The 4th level," Lumion replied, holding the white candle aloft and pointing to a nearby tomb sign, not withholding any information. Hella nodded once more and picked up her pace, striding ahead of Lumion. She seemed intimately familiar with the 1st level of the catacombs. After a few twists and turns, she led Lumion to a staircase that descended to the 2nd level. Compared to the previous level, there were far fewer tourists here. Occasionally, they encountered university students singing, dancing, or testing their courage under the gaze of the candlelit corpses. Hella showed no signs of slowing down. Soon, Lumion spotted a weathered stone door. With the candle's flickering yellow glow illuminating the way, he read the Intisian inscription on the stone door, "Entrance to the old ossuary. Down here we enter the 3rd level. Just beyond the door is the sun and steam altar. Keep walking until you reach the Chris Mona Night Pillar, and that's where we enter the 4th level," Hella explained, her voice still cold. "Do you have a complete map of the catacombs?" Lumion couldn't help but inquire, aware that only the map of the 1st level was readily available on the market. Hella shook her head. I know less the deeper we go. From the third level onward, you have to rely on the road signs and the guiding black line on the cave ceiling. Lumion chose not to press the matter further. With Hela leading the way, they crossed the threshold of the old ossuary and descended a wide stone staircase, imbued with a palpable sense of history. Upon reaching the third level of the tomb, they encountered a flickering candlelight and a makeshift altar composed of two weathered boulders. The candle's flame belonged to a young man with black hair, brown eyes, and a pale complexion. Upon spotting Lumion and Hela, he rushed toward them as if grasping at a lifeline. As he ran, he shouted, "And my friends vanished. Just like that." His friends had vanished? Lumion, clutching a white candle, watched as the young man dashed over, his eyebrows twitching slightly. In the catacombs, it was common for people to disappear. What was unusual was that this guy still remembered his friends and their strange disappearance. He wasn't a tomb administrator, nor did he have an angel sealed within him. Any anomaly that occurred meant that something was wrong. "Stop!" Lumion drew his revolver with his free right hand and pointed it at the black-haired, brown-eyed, and pale-faced young man. In the flickering candlelight, the lad shook his head frantically and said, "Help! Save me! They've all vanished." He slowed down slightly but didn't stop. Bang! Lumion pulled the trigger of the revolver, sending the yellow bullet grazing the lad's body into the distance, disappearing into the darkness that couldn't be illuminated by candlelight. Sensing Lumion's determination to stop him, the lad finally halted and revealed a pleading expression. "Save me! Save me!" Observing Hela's silence with no intention of making conversation, Lumion had no choice but to inquire, "What happened?" As he spoke, he used the yellow candle flames in the trio's hands to survey the environment on the third level of the catacombs. Unlike the first two levels of the tomb, which were surrounded by white bones and had corpses lining both sides of the path, this level had a small square devoid of corpses. The square was paved with mottled cobblestones, with no moss or soil in the crevices. It was unbelievably clean. Two grayish-white pillars made of boulders stood on either side of it. Their surfaces were severely weathered, leaving peeling marks. Even so, Lumion, with his keen eyesight, discerned the sun's sacred emblem and triangular sacred emblem engraved on the two pillars. Surrounding them were symbols like sunflowers, crankshafts, and connecting rods. Around the square, where candlelight couldn't penetrate, the darkness was dense, as if countless figures stood there, casting gazes that made Lumion's skin prickle. The young man with black hair, brown eyes, and a pale face replied fearfully, "I don't know. We were just about to leave the square where the altars of the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery stand to explore the ancient tomb on the third level. Suddenly, they stumbled over something and fell, one by one. Even the candles in their hands fell to the ground and went out. I was at the back and saw them vanish just like that." "Vanish?" Lumion asked deliberately, probing for more information. To him, the most pressing question wasn't how they vanished but why the witness still remembered their disappearance. "Yes, they vanished." The young man nodded fervently. "It was as if they evaporated right in front of me at an incredibly fast speed. I was so scared that I didn't dare look for them or return to the surface. I could only wait in this sacrificial square, praying to the sun. Just as my candle was about to burn out, someone finally arrived. It's clear that if you aren't affected by the strangeness and manage to escape, your faith in the eternal blazing sun would surge." Lumion couldn't discern anything amiss with the other party, so he casually posed another question. "Are you college students?" The lad nodded again. "Yes, we're students from Trier Normal College. We formed a team to adventure here. My name is Gerard." Lumion couldn't help but chuckle. He even considered inviting Gerard to join him and Hela in their search for the Samaritan women's spring. After all, the chances of a student like him surviving until graduation seemed slim. He might be more useful as bait. As he contemplated how to determine if there was anything wrong with Gerard, Hela suddenly spoke with a cold tone. "We'll escort you back." Surprisingly kind. Lumion turned to Hela, taken aback. His impression of this lady was that even her blood ran cold. Gerard was so grateful that tears and snot streamed down his face. He continued to thank them profusely as he approached. Lumion observed his every move. He retrieved a white candle from his canvas bag and tossed it over. Desperately, Gerard caught it and lit the new candle with the old one, which had only a small segment left. Seeing the flickering candlelight, the college student breathed a sigh of relief and followed Hella and Lumion down the stone staircase leading to the second level. Just as he took 10 steps up, Gerard was suddenly stunned. Lumion looked over and noticed that the lingering fear on his face had disappeared. "Will it be a problem for you to return to the surface by yourself?" Hella asked again, but her words were entirely different from before. Gerard chuckled. "No problem. Thank you for the candle. Sigh, losing the spare candle is troublesome." Lumion's heart stirred as he probed. "Did you venture to the third level of the tomb alone?" Gerard nodded proudly. "Of course. I possess enough courage and experience." He has finally forgotten about his schoolmates. Did he not forget because he was at the sacrificial square? Did Madame Hella notice that, thereby suggesting escorting him? Lumion nodded in enlightenment. After watching Gerard ascend the stairs and leave through the entrance of the old ossuary, Lumion and Hella returned to the sacrificial square. This time, when Lumion looked at the two sacrificial pillars representing the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery, his feelings for them were entirely different. Perhaps they symbolized the protection of a deity. However, even with the deity's gaze and protection, the two stone pillars inevitably showed signs of weathering and corrosion after countless years in the depths of the catacombs. Lumion believed that more protection meant greater confidence. He wouldn't lose anything by giving it a try. Facing the sacrificial pillar engraved with the sun's sacred emblem, he raised his body slightly and spread his arms. "Praise the sun." Hella watched silently, not interrupting his prayer. After Lumion finished his concise praise, the two of them made their way toward the Chrismonanite pillar to the north, following the black line above their heads and the road sign at the edge of the square. Lumion, holding a white candle, had only taken a few steps away from the sacrificial square when his heart stirred. He cast his gaze forward. At some point, a skeleton, covered in dark green mold, had collapsed by the road. The bones of its hands lay across the road, as if it wanted to grab a passerby's ankle. If Lumion had walked faster and failed to carefully observe the environment, he might have tripped over the corpse. This instantly reminded him of Gerard's description. The college students' companions stumbled over something and fell to the ground, extinguishing their candles. Only then were they swallowed by the catacombs, leaving no trace of their existence. Did they trip over these fallen bones? Lumion thoughtfully kicked the hand bone away. Amidst the clanking sounds, he and Hella continued forward. However, after a few steps, they encountered another white skeleton with half its body lying on the road. Lumion frowned and instinctively looked back at the spot where he had almost tripped. The dim candlelight barely reached there, but Lumion could barely make out the details with his hunter's eyesight. His pupils dilated as he realized that the pale white hand bone he had kicked had returned to its original position, still serving as an obstacle for passers-by. "They're still alive? Undead creatures?" Lumion asked, his nerves on edge. "No, but it's a possibility," Hella replied succinctly. Seeing Lumion's puzzled expression, she explained, "They must have been affected by the environment deep within the tomb and are exhibiting certain abnormalities. When the hidden dangers and horrors in the environment erupt, it's likely that they will all turn into undead creatures." All of them turning into undead creatures. Lumion instinctively shuddered as he imagined such a scenario. Whether complete or incomplete, there were at least 1 million skeletons on this level. It might even be an order of magnitude more. If they all became undead creatures with a hatred for the living, the situation would be terrifying to the extreme. Seeing that Hella had no intention of turning back, Lumion followed. They relied on the guidance of the road sign and the black lines above their heads to navigate through the bones that were trying to obstruct them and slowly made their way toward their destination. After an unknown amount of time, They finally reached the Chrismonanite pillar without encountering another living person. It was a colossal pillar made of black marble, its upper end reaching the cave ceiling. There were no patterns or symbols engraved on its surface, nor were there any signs of weathering or corrosion. Lumion was taken aback. In the sacrificial square, the two stone pillars symbolizing the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery had been weathered and corroded. Is this pillar more special than the sacrificial ones? As if sensing Lumion's thoughts, Hela spoke coldly. Chrismona is a member of the Demonist sect, which can also be called the Demonist family. She was a sequence 2 Demoness of catastrophe. She perished in the War of the Four Emperors in the previous epic, dying inside 4th Epic Trier. However, her characteristics were retrieved by the Demonist family. Apart from the Chrismona Night Pillar, there are also the Marian Night Pillar and Liu's Night Pillar on the 3rd or 4th level. Who are these two? Lumion believed they were angels as well. Otherwise, they wouldn't be on par with Chrismona. Marianne was the Pope of the Church of Evernight back then, and Liu's was a blessed of ancient death, a death consul. Their characteristics were also retrieved by their respective factions. As for whether other angels perished here, I'm not sure, but many of the angels who followed the Blood Emperor must have perished. After Hela briefly explained, she pointed at the stone staircase behind the Chrismona Night Pillar. Let's go to the 4th level. Lumion tersely agreed, and they quickly replaced their rapidly burning white candles before ascending to the 4th level. After attending the mysticism gathering, Franca and Jenna retraced their steps to the underground area corresponding to the arcade of the Opera House. As they turned a corner at a fork of the road, Franca leaned over and whispered into Jenna's ear, "Someone's following us. Someone is following us?" Jenna's heart skipped a beat. "How can that be?" Jenna exclaimed, her surprise and confusion evident. She recollected the mysticism gathering's conclusion, where participants dispersed through various routes at sporadic intervals. The two of them had been cautious, ensuring they left no clues. So how had they been followed? Observing Jenna's restraint from looking back, Franca calmly moved ahead and whispered, "Who knows? Perhaps another participant chose this route and stumbled upon someone ahead. They might want to tail us, hoping for an opportunity to strike it big. Or maybe someone with unusual skills tracked us in an unexpected way. Let's keep moving forward as if nothing's amiss. We'll be safe once we reach the street under the arcade. If our pursuer strikes before then, drop the carbide lamp immediately and hide in the nearby shadows. Depending on the situation, you can decide how to join the fight." Jenna nodded subtly, indicating her willingness to follow Franca's instructions. Unintentionally, she tightened her grip on the carbide lamp. After traversing the dark, damp tunnel for 100 to 200 meters, Franca slowed down and glanced back with confusion. The stalker has vanished. It's also possible that he found a way to bypass the spider silk I left behind. As she finished speaking, a figure emerged from the darkness ahead, illuminated by the carbide lamp's glow. Jenna reacted swiftly, dropping the carbide lamp in her left hand and blending into the shadows. Relying on her mirror substitution technique, Franca didn't rush to evade. Instead, she fixed her gaze on the stalker who had circled around to confront them. It was the man masquerading as a warlock, his face concealed beneath a hooded shadow. The entrustee. He gazed at Franca and deliberately spoke in a high-pitched voice. "I want to strike a deal with you guys." Behind the Chrismona Night Pillar, Lumion trailed behind Hela, clutching a new white candle that flickered in the dim light. They followed the worn stone steps, seemingly descending into the depths of hell. The stone walls on either side slowly gave way, revealing intricate reliefs of human heads. Dark gray figures clustered together, reminiscent of the countless bones piled high in the upper tomb. As Lumion completed the descent and stepped onto the hushed 4th level of the catacombs, an overwhelming restlessness overcame him. It was as if he had been imprisoned for a long time, yearning for freedom. This sensation wasn't unfamiliar. It was a side effect of the Armored Shadow contract, but it had never been this intense before. It was as if his spirit felt trapped within his body, finally becoming cognizant of the truth. It sought to break free from this cage, to shatter this world and gain true freedom. Phew, Lumion exhaled slowly, calming himself down. Even without the alms monk boon, he believed he could manage these turbulent emotions. With the alms monk's power, he could control them even better. According to Madame Justice, the higher one's sequence, the more susceptible they are to madness and the hidden corruption of the fourth level of the catacombs. Is that what I'm experiencing? Is it because my sequence isn't high that I could endure and control it? Lumion quickly made a guess about the current situation. He instinctively looked up and cast his gaze diagonally at Hela. Her neck is slender, mostly concealed in the widow-like attire's collar, a suitable target for snapping. Just as this thought crossed Lumion's mind, he hurriedly shook his head, dismissing the negative effects of the abscessed hand's contract. Simultaneously, he noticed that Hela's face had turned pale whiter, resembling a corpse that had been dead for many days rather than a living human. In an instant, Hela produced a military flask, unscrewed the cap, and downed its contents. Lumion caught a whiff of the strong scent of alcohol. Silently, he muttered it should be liquor. Could Hela be like the alcoholics in Fasak, carrying multiple flasks with her? After finishing a third of the bottle in a single gulp, Hela's complexion flushed slightly as she inquired, "Which way should we go?" Lumion responded honestly, "It's in an ancient tomb on the westernmost side. We have a general idea of the area, but not the exact location." Hela nodded and glanced at the top of the tomb, where a thick black line was drawn with arrows pointing in various directions. Combining this with the signs near the entrance, Lumion could roughly discern the route leading west. Nevertheless, he pulled out a compass he had prepared beforehand to confirm. Under the feeble candlelight, the compass needle oscillated continuously, erratic and unceasing. "It's acting crazy," Lumion commented, attempting to alleviate his pent-up irritation with humor. "We'll have to rely on the road signs and black lines," Hela responded, seemingly expecting this. Lumion sighed, eyeing the erratically moving compass. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. If it never stops, could it power a perpetual motion machine? Hela glanced at him. "Aren't you a believer in the eternal blazing sun?" Lumion replied sincerely, "At least for now I am." Hela didn't press the topic further. Following the road sign beside her and the black lines above, she stepped to the right. The Marian Night Pillar and Liu's Night Pillar are both on this floor. There's also Francois' tomb, the Blood Order Hall, and Crazy Shroom's cave. The style of this name is completely different from the others," Lumion rambled, diverting his attention from the road sign. The most noticeable difference between the fourth and third levels was the absence of corpses lining the path. It appeared wider and cleaner, yet it was eerie in its silence. The ancient tombs had sealed entrances, concealing their contents from prying eyes. Without turning around, Hela remarked, "Does your mental unrest manifest in talking and rambling more?" "Not exactly. Talking just helps me cope with the irritation," Lumion admitted. They continued to navigate, using the road signs and black lines to adjust their direction as they went along. As Lumion passed by the partially natural tomb cave named the Order Hall, the outer soil tinged with a hint of blood, he suddenly spotted someone. It was a woman in a plain white robe, her black hair flowing down her back, and her features extraordinarily exquisite, perfectly harmonious. Her aura was so pure that she seemed out of place in this silent and filthy tomb. Despite having seen a demoness of pleasure frequently, Lumion couldn't help but be amazed. He even felt an unholy urge to ravage her. This wasn't just a drawback of Flog's boxing gloves. It was a dark impulse from the depths of his heart. Lumion snapped out of it. The woman had sparkling blue eyes, cold and lifeless, and her hands were empty, holding an unlit white candle. In the catacombs, the living would vanish without the protection of the white candle's flames. Lumion's body tensed as the woman slipped into the surrounding darkness, blocked by the outer wall of the Blood Order Hall, and disappeared without a trace. "What are you looking at?" Hela's cold voice cut through the silence. "Didn't you see? Lumion recounted the scene he had witnessed in detail. Hela fell silent for a few seconds before saying, "I didn't see it indeed. However, as soon as you stopped moving, I cast my gaze in that direction. Was I the only one who could see it? Or was I the only one allowed to see it?" Lumion couldn't be certain if it was due to Termaboros's influence, his sequence, or his gender. Hela pondered for a moment and replied, "Don't concern yourself with such matters. It's normal for special wraiths and evil spirits to linger in the depths of the catacombs. But this place is like a powerful seal. As long as you don't break the rules and trigger an anomaly, you should be safe." Lumion nodded. "I was just thinking," Lumion began. "Ordinary tourists and adventurous college students wouldn't be able to pass through the third level of the tomb to reach this place. Why did they produce the guiding black line and accurate road signs? Who are they for?" Hela answered as she took another step forward. "Official Beyonders who come here regularly to clean up, and tomb administrators who patrol the area every day." She then offered a simple reminder. "Based on your description, the female figure you saw earlier resembles a high-ranking demoness." Lumion's heart skipped a beat. Could it be the lingering, vengeful spirit of the demoness of catastrophe, Crismona? "I'm not sure," Hela replied, taking another sip from her military flask. Lumion casually glanced around, his eyelids twitching. He noticed a purplish-red patch on the back of Hela's right hand. It hadn't been there before. It resembled the livor mortis seen on the deceased. Is this the effect of the corruption on the fourth level of the catacombs? Is Madame Hela using alcohol to resist it? Lumion continued his small talk. Amidst his babbling, they meandered through the unmarked ancient tombs and eventually reached the westernmost area of the floor. At the edge of the rock wall, dozens or possibly hundreds of ancient tombs stretched out of sight. Just as Lumion was about to ask Hela if she could expedite the search for their target, he heard knocking from an ancient tomb nearby. Both Hela and Lumion tensed, their eyes fixed on the tomb as more of its damaged stone walls crumbled, revealing a dark cavern that humans could enter and exit. A figure emerged, hunched over. Lumion, filled with tension, wanted to unleash a giant fireball, but he restrained himself, opting to observe first. The man who crawled out of the ancient tomb held a lit white candle, dusted off his clothes, and slowly straightened up. Dressed in a black seer's robe commonly seen in circuses, he had brownish-black skin, a slender build, curly black hair, and deep-set eyes. A crystal-like monocle adorned his right eye. He was none other than the islander swindler, Manette. Manette flashed a smile at Lumion and Hela. What a coincidence! Damn it! Lumion couldn't help but curse inwardly when he saw Manette. A mix of anger and fear washed over him, a reaction to the stress of the situation. Why is it him again? Why did he appear underground in front of me at such a critical moment? What is he up to? Why is he like the bedbugs at Aubaird's du Coq d'Or, the cockroaches in the trash, and the rats in underground Trier ubiquitous and unavoidable? Who are you? Hela asked coldly. Her deadpan demeanor swiftly soothed Lumion's emotions. His mind raced as he analyzed the intentions of the islander swindler, Manette, and the Salle de Bal unique dance hall backing him. Manette, with a sly smile, pinched the monocle in his right eye socket and replied, "Like you guys, a tomb adventurer." "Tomb adventurer? You make grave robbers sound so honorable. Madame Justice once said that the higher a sequence, the more dangerous it is to enter the catacombs. Therefore, the angel Manette believes in can't provide him with any assistance here. The saints with godhood in Salle de Bal unique don't dare enter either. In other words, if Madame Hela and I join forces, we have a high chance of keeping Manette here forever, preventing him from roaming around like a cockroach." Lumion narrowed his eyes as he gazed at Manette. The fear in his heart dissipated significantly, and the dangerous thoughts of using this opportunity to eliminate the swindler in front of him rapidly multiplied. Lumion smiled and looked at Manette. "Tomb adventurer? Do you know this place well?" Manette smiled and said, "Of course." He raised his right hand and pointed at an ancient tomb at the edge of the candlelight's range. "That belongs to a member of the fourth epoch's Zoroast family. Immediately after, Manette pointed to a few nearby tombs. That's a member of the Jacob family, a member of the Abraham family, a member of the Blood Legion. Unfortunately, there are no Beyonder characteristics left behind. Lumien's surprise and puzzlement grew as he realized that the Islander swindler had genuinely answered his question. This raised even more questions about Manette's motives. He cautiously pointed towards the ancient tomb from which Manette had emerged. Whose tomb is that? Manette took a few steps forward, noticing the subtle shift in Lumien's demeanor. He stopped and maintained his enigmatic smile. A member of the Fourth Epoch's Amon family. This swindler's knowledge of the Fourth Epoch families and the catacomb's fourth level is far more extensive than what should is written on the road signs. Amid Lumien's bewilderment, Hela spoke again. Then, do you know where the Samaritan women's spring is? Manette stroked the outer edge of his monocle and wore a smirk. Why should I tell you? What kind of reward can you offer? Why should we believe you have the exact location of the Samaritan women's spring? Lumien asked instinctively. He suspected that Manette was about to embark on his habitual deception. Manette chuckled lightly. I really don't know. The name Samaritan women's spring isn't that impressive. It seems to come from an ancient book I once read. However, after coming to this level many times, I discovered some strange phenomena. Some occasionally animated bones will automatically gather in this area, enter a tomb, and never come out. The undead animated by the environment will be affected by this tomb's abnormality and drawn to it automatically? Or is that the Samaritan women's spring? Western side, some ancient tomb. The conditions match. Lumien's heart raced as he became even more vigilant. Manette, the Islander swindler, voluntarily disclosed such crucial information without receiving any payment? This was completely out of character for him. Any anomaly that occurred meant that something was wrong. Lumien suspected two potential scenarios. Either Manette was luring him and Hela into the ancient tomb where the undead gathered, hoping to lead them into a trap, or he was using them as scouts to navigate this dangerous territory. Both possibilities were equally plausible. Although the former didn't benefit Manette, some people did enjoy seeing others suffer. That's all I know. Manette pinched the monocle in his right eye socket and said with a smile, I'll search the other tombs. If you can find the so-called Samaritan women's spring, remember to leave a note for me in the tomb of the Amon family member. Tell me what's so special about it. As he spoke, he advanced toward Lumien. In Lumien's tense state, poised to strike at a moment's notice, the Islander swindler sidestepped him and headed for the distant tomb, carrying a lit white candle. Soon, his silhouette disappeared at the crossroads, plunging the area into darkness once more. As he truly left, Lumien remained vigilant, his attention focused on Termaboros's reaction. The inevitability angel remained silent, seemingly unperturbed by Manette's reappearance. Hela took a few steps back and positioned herself beside an ancient tomb, pushing open its rickety stone door. Confronted by the pale white bones strewn at the tomb's entrance, Hela raised her right hand. As if pulled by invisible threads, the bones swiftly converged, morphing into a swaying humanoid skeleton with a creaking sound. Hela refrained from issuing any commands to the undead creature she had summoned. She observed coldly as it slowly departed from the tomb, drawn by an unseen force into the darkness. Is Madame Hela from the corpse collector pathway? Or does she possess a corresponding mystical item? Lumien roughly discerned Hela's intentions. She intended on utilizing the undead creature's characteristic, the automatic attraction to the problematic ancient tomb, to chart their course. The most probable anomaly in this region was the Samaritan women's spring. Holding their burning white candles, the pair followed the humanoid skeleton through the westernmost tombs. Suddenly, another figure emerged from the darkness around the corner, a candle flame accompanying him. A crystal monocle adorned his right eye socket, and an enigmatic smile graced his face. It was that Islander swindler Manette once more. As Lumien jumped in fright, Manette asked with a smile, Is that Samaritan women's spring interesting? Can I accompany you? Why didn't you ask previously? Lumien's killing intent surged. Without batting an eyelid, he said, We haven't even located it yet. How would we know if it's interesting? Why didn't you conceal yourself in the shadows, awaiting the completion of our exploration and confirmation of any dangers or traps before venturing forth? That way, the risk would be considerably lower. And even if we succeed, we won't be able to remove the Samaritan women's spring in its entirety. Manette pressed the back of his right index finger against the monocle and nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. The swindler grinned and retreated into the darkness around the corner. The candle's flame promptly dwindled until it vanished. He left so easily. Lumien's thoughts raced, but he couldn't quite decipher Manette's intentions. He glanced at Hella and noticed that she was sipping liquor again, but her complexion had a pallid, almost bluish hue. She resembled a corpse even more now. Do you have any idea what's up with these monocle-wearing folks? Lumien inquired. Hella placed the empty military flask back into her hidden pocket. As she continued to follow the humanoid skeleton, she replied in a cold, ethereal voice. It's tied to the fourth epoch's Amon family. Fourth epoch's Amon family. The ancient tomb Manette emerged from belonged to a member of the Amon family. They control the Marauder pathway, much like Franca mentioned the Demoness family's control over the Assassin pathway. Seeing that Hella wasn't inclined to share more, Lumien had no choice but to keep silent and follow. Manette's reappearance pushed aside any thoughts of idle chatter to ease his restlessness. As they proceeded, the candles held by Lumien and Hella took on a faint, eerie shade of dark green. The resurrected skeleton turned into a massive, decaying tomb with a partially open stone door. Lumien's spirit soared, sensing that the Samaritan women's spring lay ahead. At that moment, another figure poked its head out from the side of the tomb. Under the yellowish candlelight, the crystal monocle gleamed with an unsettling brilliance. It was the islander swindler Manette. Once more, he grinned and inquired, Do you have any messages for your family and friends? I can help convey them. Lumien was so startled that he almost couldn't contain the urge to strike down Manette right then and there. There couldn't be a better place to deal with him. No, Hella replied icily, choosing not to engage. Lumien exhaled slowly and said, Neither do I. What a shame. Manette returned to the dark tunnel beside the tomb, looking disappointed. The yellowish candlelight flickered slightly, indicating that he hadn't gone far and was waiting nearby. Lumien couldn't help but glance at Hella and gesture with his right hand as if cutting a throat. He was asking if they should eliminate the islander swindler in advance. Hella remained silent for a few moments before gently shaking her head. We'll leave as soon as we obtain the Samaritan women's spring. She intended to stay focused on their objective and avoid stirring up further trouble. Yes, once I've collected the spring water, I'll teleport away with Madame Hella. Lumien agreed and replaced their candles with fresh ones. After some time, the skeleton still hadn't emerged. Cautiously, they entered the massive tomb through the partially open stone door. At that moment, a raspy, elderly voice echoed from the depths of the tomb. Halt! Within the perimeter of the yellowish candlelight, a figure trembled into view. A figure staggered out from the depths of the tomb. As the figure entered the range of the candle flames, it seemed uncomfortable with the light. It raised its right hand to shield itself from the glare. Similar to the tomb administrators, the figure wore a blue shirt and yellow pants. However, his face bore deep wrinkles and light brown patches. Sparse, dry, white hair adorned his head, and his eyes were an unusual pure black, giving off an icy coldness. For some inexplicable reason, Lumien found it challenging to discern the features of the aged tomb administrator. His form seemed to blur at the edges, blending seamlessly with the surrounding darkness, impervious to the white candle's glow. His breath was so faint it bordered on non-existent. In a hoarse, emotionless voice, like that of a corpse capable of speech, he uttered, "Get out of here! Since it's open for viewing, there shouldn't be any restricted areas." Lumien retorted, echoing the tone of college students in Quartier de la Cathedral commemorative, attempting to reason with him. But the aged tomb administrator repeated, "Get out of here!" Lumien turned to Hella, hoping she might succeed in persuading the gravekeeper. If that failed, he was prepared to take more direct action, either restraining the other party or even rendering him unconscious. The spell of Harumph was perfectly suited for such tasks. However, Hela shook her head slowly and began to exit the tomb. Deep underground near the arcade of the opera house, Franca gazed at the entrustee and inquired, "What kind of deal?" The warlock-dressed man responded in a shrill tone. "I'll increase the reward to 50,000 Vril d'Or. Go to the Deep Valley Quarry and create a huge commotion, exposing the secret cave. If you're willing, you can sign the contract now. I have a way to ensure the contract's binding powers on both parties. 50,000 Vril d'Or to create an explosion capable of shattering the stone wall at the secret cave's entrance? Why seek us out for such a straightforward task while offering a generous compensation of 50,000 Vril d'Or?" Franca's suspicion deepened. With a subtle movement, Franca produced a fist-sized grayish-white cloth bag and tossed it into the shadows beside her. She assumed a guarded posture against the man across from her, and as though it was inconvenient for her to find a necessary item. "Help me find my seal." "Seal?" Jenna materialized from the shadows and caught the small coin bag, hearing the metallic clinks within. She was baffled by Franca's request. "Isn't the bag supposed to be filled with coins and the ring of punishment?" Franca smiled at the entrustee. "What are the specific terms of the contract?" She sensed the possibility that the other party might manipulate the contract using beyonder powers from the corresponding domain. Franca had a plan to attack before committing to any contract. Capture him, clarify the terms, and then consider whether to sign it. Baffled, Lumion followed Hela out of the tomb and asked, "What do we do now?" "Grab my right arm." Hela's voice was colder than before, devoid of warmth. Lumion roughly grasped her thoughts and quickly complied, reaching out to firmly grasp her right arm. Almost instantly, Hela twirled the black diamond ring on her right middle finger with her left palm. Almost simultaneously, Lumion felt a profound shift. He was no longer in the same world as the tomb entrance. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed that everything, including the dim candlelight, had become hazy, shrouded in dense fog. Guided by Hela, Lumion moved cautiously through the thick fog, taking one step at a time. There was no movement in the depths of the tomb, and the two of them slowly advanced in silence. Before long, within the limited visibility of 5 meters, he spotted a rotting coffin standing upright on the ground. The aged tomb administrator lay motionless in the coffin, his eyes wide open and devoid of life. Lumion couldn't detect any sign of breathing this time. In this foggy state, the aged tomb administrator seemed to pay them no mind, allowing Lumion and Hela to pass by as they headed towards the end of the tomb. There, they found a gentle downward slope leading to an unknown destination. Hela gestured for Lumion to release his grip, and the enigmatic concealment dissipated. Standing at the top of the slope, Lumion held a candle flame in his hand, illuminating a path lined with scattered, broken bones. An unsettling chill emanated from the depths of his heart, stifling his emotions and desires. Yet, an unshakable anger and malice of wanting to snap someone's neck persisted, growing stronger. Lumion felt as though he was observing his own duality. A sane self contrasted with a crazed, unfamiliar self. He couldn't help but glance at Hela, who downed a flask of liquor in one go. Her face remained pale, and purplish-red patches marred her skin, making her look as if she had been dead for some time. "Are you all right?" Lumion remembered his primary role as a constant reminder to Hela to prevent her from being corrupted by the catacombs and undergoing any abnormalities. Hela put away the empty flask and replied in a lifeless voice, "I'm fine for now. I've made preparations to deal with this situation. As long as I don't linger too long, I should be all right." Lumion pressed, "How long can you stay?" "About half an hour," Hela replied, beginning to descend the slope. Lumion planned to grab Hela's arm and use spirit world traversal to force her out of here a few minutes in advance, regardless of what they found later. Descending deeper, the slope became littered with more bones, gradually taking on complete and original forms. Some resembled humans while others appeared monstrous. The skeleton Hela had awakened earlier knelt on one knee on this slope, unable to proceed further. As they continued, Lumion noticed a thin grayish-white fog up ahead, contracting and expanding, as if it had a life of its own. Hela slowed her pace and regarded the fog with heightened caution. "Is there a problem?" Lumion asked, finding the fog oddly familiar. Hela nodded and said, "It's very dangerous. I've prepared as best as I can, but I'm not certain it will work." As Lumion listened to Madame Hela's response, he continued to observe the grayish-white fog. Suddenly, he recognized it. "Isn't this the same fog that shrouded Cordu's ruins? The very fog that provided protection when I prayed for boons?" In that moment, Lumion realized the true reason behind Madame Justice's insistence that he accompany Madame Hela in the search for the Samaritan women's spring. He cautiously extended his right palm towards the grayish-white fog, and as they touched, he felt warmth in his left chest. He knew that Mr. Fool's seal had been activated. He pushed forward, his right palm passing through the grayish-white fog without encountering any danger or abnormality. With newfound confidence, he couldn't help but think, "Praise the Fool." After a brief prayer, Lumion turned to Hela with a confident smile. "I've also made the necessary preparations, and they seem effective. I'll grab your arm." Hela didn't inquire further about Lumion's preparations or the information he possessed. She allowed him to grab her left arm, and together, they ventured into the grayish-white fog. The surroundings grew even quieter, and an unusual, almost palpable aura seemed to fill the air. Before long, they heard an ethereal and faint splashing sound. The sound of water. Lumion felt a surge of excitement and relief. They were in the right place, and the Samaritan women's spring was likely nearby. They continued to move forward, and as they did, the grayish-white fog rapidly dissipated, revealing a pond-sized spring. Around the spring, a dark substance of an indescribable color encircled the pale white water at its center. In the water, wet, black seaweed-like hair floated, and a few vague figures struggled to crawl out from the depths. A woman stood beside the spring. It was the white-robed figure Lumion had seen before, suspected to be a high-ranking demoness. Her face was pale white and translucent, her eyes blank and cold. White bones were scattered around her. Splash! Suddenly, the pale white spring water receded with a splash, leaving behind a pitch-black hole that seemed to defy the presence of light. With another splash, the spring water surged from the dark hole, filling the pond-sized spring once more. This time, it was dimmer, less pale white, and appeared empty and dark, containing countless indescribable colors. In an instant, the spring water blended with the surrounding grayish-white fog, restoring its original appearance when Lumion and Hela first laid eyes on it. In this place, their memories began to blur as if they were slowly fading away. In a hurry, Lumion reached into his pocket. Intending to retrieve the metal canister he had prepared to collect the pale white spring water. But he touched something stone-like. He had never put anything similar into his pocket. Lumion retracted his right hand in surprise and saw a brown stone in his palm. The stone was riddled with potholes, each filled with dark red speckled spots. Earth blood or... It was the earth blood or he had previously lost. When did it return? Why did it suddenly appear in my possession? This is a part of underground trier. As Lumion's pupils dilated in alarm, a frenzied, terrifying aura saturated with blood and rust emanated from the dark hole that had swallowed the pale white spring water once more. The mere presence of this aura froze Lumion and Hela simultaneously, rendering them immobile. Beside the suspected high-ranking demoness, a skeleton raised its palm and touched its right eye. Simultaneously, it bared its white teeth and emitted a chilling, delighted laugh. "You've already obtained it. How can you not give it a try?" Around the spring, other white skeletons joined in, their mouths opening to produce the same voice. "You've already obtained it. How can you not give it a try? You've already obtained it. How can you not give it a try?" The ghastly white skeletons stared at Lumion, their terrifying aura intimidating him. They laughed mockingly, their laughter exaggerated and crazed. Splash! The dark spring water, not pale white enough, gushed from the dark hole and filled the small pond. Compared to before, there was an additional figure in the water. The figure seemed to be engulfed in an intense inferno, almost colorless flames covering its entire body. Despite occupying only a corner of the spring, Lumion, frozen in fear, felt it was abnormally huge, like a mountain peak. Within the nearly intangible flames, the figure revealed long, blood-colored hair. Its sculpted face was marred by decay and pus, and its bones gleamed with a metallic luster. Its iron-black eyes seemed rusted, emitting a sinister blood-red glow. Yellowish magma dripped from the figure's body, quickly extinguished by the pale white spring water. As the Samaritan women's spring surged again, the dense white bones that had made the sound fell silent, as if they were about to decay into mud. Seeing the decomposing mountain-like figure, the stench of blood and rust intensified in Lumion's nostrils. His stunned mind was tinged with a madness that yearned to destroy everything, igniting his already violent and ferocious aura. If he hadn't been on the brink of death, his thoughts completely stalled. He might have lost his mind and become a lunatic. He could lose control at any moment if that happened. In any case, he stood frozen in place, as if facing his most feared natural enemy. All he knew was to tremble, forget to resist, and forget to escape. Splash! The highly decayed figure, shrouded in intangible flames, entered the pitch-black cave, determined to reach the edge of the Samaritan women's spring. It reached out its right palm, dripping with a faint yellowish-red liquid, trying to grab Lumion, who stood there. The spring water surged, and a faint fog gathered, preventing the figure, which appeared as massive as a mountain, from leaving the spring. A low growl escaped the figure, and its iron-black eyes emitted a corrupting redness, capable of unsettling anyone who lay their eyes on them. Under this influence, Lumion's mind buzzed, and he went blank. The Samaritan women's spring trembled violently. Although the terrifying figure couldn't break free from the spring's constraints, it successfully blocked the spring water's retreat into the dark hole. Simultaneously, the decayed and shadowy figures within the spring surged toward the shore, driven by the low growl. Among them, there was a woman filled with pus exuding a serene knight-like temperament, a decaying corpse adorned with a golden crown, an iron-colored skeleton sprouting greasy feathers, a figure entwined with countless shattered maggots, and a strange black entity. These figures, too, couldn't leave the Samaritan women's spring but approached the edge, extending pale white, pus-covered or highly decayed palms made of repulsive maggots toward Lumion's feet. The long black hair floating on the water's surface, resembling a tangle of weeds, suddenly came to life and extended rapidly beyond the spring. The white-robed woman lingering around the Samaritan women's spring was instantly ensnared by the long black hair. Lumion's figure reflected in her stiff, cold blue eyes. Bizarre and terrifying palms gripped Lumion, and the long black hair tugged at him. Slowly and uncontrollably, he slid toward the Samaritan women's spring, drawing closer to the colossal figure formed by madness and flames. His body grew colder, and his thoughts went blank. At that moment, all light suddenly vanished, and he was consumed by a most profound darkness. Melodious singing and chanting echoed from afar, soothing the area. The blurry and shadowy figures no longer displayed the same level of madness as before, as if they had been pacified. The terrifying palms that had clutched Lumion's feet and nearly froze his spirit and flesh retracted. The long black hair that had tugged at his body lost its vitality and fell to the ground, powerless. The figure suspected to be a high-ranking demoness lingering around the Samaritan women's spring also came to a halt, as if listening to a nocturnal symphony. Even the most terrifying and frenzied figure slowed down, its terrifying aura significantly weakening. Lumion snapped out of his daze and instantly comprehended what had transpired. The thief who had stolen the Earthblood was none other than Manette of Salle de Bal Unique. Manette had deliberately orchestrated a coincidental encounter with him on the 4th level of the catacombs. Using his thieving skills, he had surreptitiously returned the Earthblood enabling Lumion to bring the specimen to the Samaritan women's spring without detection. triggering this bizarre turn of events. Lumion had never intended to take the Earth Blood or Underground, deeming it too dangerous given his current abilities. Manette's theft and return of the ore had been a passive way to provoke an encounter, the nature of which remained uncertain. As for Manette's motives, Lumion knew he might only uncover them after this ordeal concluded. With his thoughts racing, Lumion instinctively reached for Hellas' arm, intending to activate his contract mark and escape using spirit world traversal. In the process, he attempted to rid himself of the Earth Blood ore, hoping to distract the crazed figure with long, blood-colored hair. However, the Earth Blood ore appeared to be affected by the abnormal environment, showing visible signs of deterioration. Silently, it crumbled, dissolving into the air. The hidden blood stains marked Lumion's palm, corroding his skin. Meanwhile, the flame of the white candle Hela held flickered precariously, on the brink of extinguishing. The black diamond ring on her right hand emitted a profound darkness. After grasping her arm, Lumion realized they were both frozen in place. This area seemed to be cut off from the spirit world, rendering escape impossible. "I can't escape." Lumion retracted his hand decisively and addressed the fiery figure, who gazed at him with madness. "Ha!" A pale yellow beam emanated from his mouth, striking the dark, mountain-like figure. The figure swayed, but remained unharmed. It unleashed an intangible roar once more, receiving this new command. The bizarre figures, previously calmed by the tranquil night, trembled. They extended their decaying or repulsive hands once again, clutching at Lumion's feet. The black hair, previously lying dormant, rose again. Realizing evasion was futile, Lumion's body erupted in fiery flames. The crimson blossoms of destruction rapidly dimmed and faded, as if their vitality had been extinguished in an instant. The pale white, pus-filled hand was the first to seize Lumion's right foot, silencing him as his thoughts rapidly waned. The highly decayed hand, the iron-colored skeleton adorned with light yellow feathers, and the form intertwined with shattered maggots fulfilled their tasks one after another. They dragged Lumion, who appeared as if in a trance with wide-open eyes, toward the Samaritan women's spring. Hela found herself encircled by layers of long black hair. It pierced through the tranquility of the night, enveloping the lady, who displayed signs of decay. Lumion stared vacantly at the rigid, decomposing countenance, at the iron-black eyes tinged with blood. He sensed an overwhelming, unadulterated madness but could summon no coherent thought. His body grew more rigid, and purplish-red livor mortis emerged on his flesh. He was now just a step away from the pale white spring. At that moment, the Samaritan women's spring, which had been held at bay by the colossal figure for an extended period, finally surged forward, breaking through the barrier. It swept all the figures, including the colossal one engulfed in invisible flames, back into the lightless abyss of the dark hole. The colossal figure emitted a furious roar, but it was helpless against the relentless flow of pale white spring water, vanishing into the depths of the abyss. Lumion woke up and spotted the white-robed woman lingering nearby. He swiftly turned and sprinted toward the crest of the slope. His plan was straightforward. Since the abnormality stemmed from the Earth Blood ore, which had partially melded with his palm, he needed to seize this chance to escape. It was not the time to collect the remaining spring water. As long as he could make his getaway before the pale white spring surged again and the menacing figures resurfaced, Hela would be safer left behind. She could gather the water calmly and share it with him later. To escape, given that teleportation had failed, his legs were his sole option now. As Lumion ran, he readied himself for any potential setbacks. Harnessing his pyromaniac abilities, he steadied the flame of the white candle and retrieved the flog boxing gloves from his bag, fitting them onto his hands. Concurrently, he attempted to invoke the fool's honorific name in Hermes. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. This inspiration was triggered by the grayish-white fog enveloping the Samaritan women's spring. Splash! Midway through his invocation and while covering some ground, Lumion heard the sound of the spring water surging. It was faster than he had anticipated. The growl, steeped in the scent of blood and rust, reverberated through the surroundings. Unaware of Lumien's thought process, Hela's body shuddered once more, as if she had transformed from an emotionless corpse into a frightened living being. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the colossal, invisible flame-shrouded figure with blood-colored hair and tattered, blood-stained armor. Lumien, too, was taken aback. He even felt an inclination to surrender and give up his resistance. He strained to endure, unable to continue invoking the honorific name. His only recourse was to place his faith in the flog-boxing gloves. If he could hold out just a little longer, the hidden evil gods might direct their attention toward him because of the material of the boxing gloves, sending forth dangerous creatures to influence or assail him. In the past, Lumien would have prayed for the impending abnormality to remain manageable. But now, he hoped that the more dangerous it became, the better. Only by muddying the waters would a fish have a chance to escape. Underground near the arcade of the opera house, the warlock-dressed man spoke to Franca in a shrill voice. It's simple. There are only 3 specific terms. First, you two must promise to blow up the hidden door of the secret cave in Deep Valley Quarry, creating a commotion that can attract everyone nearby. Second, I'll pay both of you 50,000 Vril d'Or with an advance of 20,000. Third, you'll face consequences if you don't uphold your end of the bargain. This restriction applies to both parties. We can discuss the details. The man had no intention of deceiving the 2 Beyonders in the contract. Instead, he planned to use his abilities to modify the mission's content the moment the contract was established, forcing them to infiltrate the secret cave in Deep Valley Quarry and retrieve what he wanted, along with sufficient evidence. This entrustee had once purchased a human soul for 1,000 Vril d'Or using this unique ability to tamper with transaction terms. He believed he wouldn't be disappointed this time. As Franca conversed with the warlock-dressed man, Jenna, hidden in the shadows, reached into the small money bag and idly stroked the gold, silver, and copper coins inside. She was certain that there was no seal inside the money bag. Or rather, Franca didn't have a seal. What does she mean? Jenna's gaze shifted to the entrustee who had stated the terms of the contract, finding it rather peculiar. If he wanted to strike a deal, why not apply for notarization at the mysticism gathering just now? If he were afraid that the contents of the commission would be exposed, he could have gone to the conversation room and borrowed the host's mystical item. There was no need to secretly follow us for the commission. Something is definitely off. Jenna understood why Franca had tossed the coin bag to her. As soon as she realized that something was amiss, she was to immediately use the ring of punishment to attack the other party and take control over the situation. Phew, Jenna exhaled slowly and put on the ring of punishment. Using the shadows, she closed the distance between herself and the entrustee. Franca glanced at the shadows not illuminated by the carbide lamp and smiled at the entrustee dressed as a warlock. That sounds reasonable, but I need to confirm if you're lying and if there's a problem with this matter. As she spoke, she gently tossed the carbide lamp in front of her and retrieved a mirror from the assassin's suit's hidden pocket. She smiled and said, "Coincidentally, I'm skilled in divination." Upon hearing this, the entrustee dressed as a warlock's pupils dilated, and his entire body tensed up. He wasn't sure if magic mirror divination could expose his scheme. Hidden in the shadows, Jenna detected his abnormality. Without hesitation, she raised her right hand slightly, causing the iron-colored ring covered in tiny spikes to glow. Simultaneously, 2 blinding bolts of lightning shot out from her eyes. Psychic piercing. At the Samaritan Women's Spring, Lumien and Hela were once again gripped by a horrifying terror, consumed by pure madness. They stood frozen in place, their bodies quivering slightly. While this madness immobilized them, it paradoxically spared them from imminent death. Their frozen bodies burned with an intense heat, and their dormant thoughts ignited with fury and brutality. However, their purplish-red livor mortis and decaying skin continued to worsen, showing no signs of improvement. Darkness descended once more, and Hela used the black diamond ring on her right hand to try and pacify the spectral figures hovering in the Samaritan Women's Spring. including the burning giant in rotting armor. Lumion recollected his thoughts and realized that his escape with Hela had not been in vain. They had distanced themselves more than 10 meters from the spring, and the decaying, shadowy figures could not leave the Samaritan women's spring or reach the shore to grasp their legs and drag them underwater. These figures clustered at the spring's edge, their vacant eyes staring into nothingness. Their heavily decayed or distorted hands occasionally reached out from the water, only to be forcefully pulled back by some mysterious force. Silently, they emitted roars that made the entire slope tremble, inducing drowsiness and feelings of submission in Lumion and Hela, causing various adverse reactions. However, the madness that had ignited their thoughts and the strange effects that had led to signs of dissociative identity disorder had failed to take hold. Around the Samaritan women's spring, only the lingering female figure and the long black hair, resembling seaweed, could approach Lumion. One gazed at him with eerie eyes, while the other extended itself, attempting to ensnare him. Lumion was relieved. Even if his resistance failed, he would be dragged toward the Samaritan women's spring by the long black hair and the indistinct figure suspected to be a high-ranking demoness. With more than 10 meters to cover, he had a chance to hold on until the pale white spring water overcame the terrifying figure with its reddening iron-black eyes and carried him back into the pitch-black abyss. When the moment arrived, Lumion could make a swift escape. In 2 or 3 attempts, he could exit the area shrouded in the grayish-white fog and return to the chamber above. Later, he would send Hela inside to retrieve the Samaritan women's spring's water, avoiding the adverse reaction caused by the blood, and the colossal figure which was clearly more potent than the other water ghosts. But in the next moment, Lumion's body froze unnaturally. White frost appeared and vanished repeatedly on his body. In the blue eyes of the woman, Lumion was now imprisoned in ice. The long black hair coiled tighter around him, dragging him toward the Samaritan women's spring. Seeing Lumion in peril, Hela, who had remained relatively unaffected, swiftly aimed her right hand at the unknown entity, suspected to be the lingering spirit of a high-ranking demoness, using the black diamond ring that emitted a constant darkness. The night transformed into a shroud, enshrouding the other entity and inducing slumber. Lumion seized this opportunity to release a harumph, channeling a white stream of light through his nose and into the crystalline ice that bound him, targeting the seaweed-like black hair. The black hair that ensnared him suddenly lost its strength. Simultaneously, the curtain of night that had surrounded the entity abruptly constricted, leaving it empty. Not far away, the female figure in the white robe reappeared, her gaze fixed on Lumion. Though danger still loomed, Lumion felt a surge of relief. He believed that, even if he stopped resisting now, he could hold on until the pale white spring withdrew into its depths. At that moment, the iron-colored eyes of the colossal figure floating in the spring grew wilder, and the rust-like redness became as vivid as blood. He tugged violently at the spring water, as if trying to break free from invisible chains. Finally, amid a tumultuous earthquake-like upheaval, the figure draped in tattered, blood-soaked armor and engulfed in invisible flames reached the edge of the Samaritan women's spring. Rumble! The ground quaked, sending grayish-white dust raining down. Lumion's mind buzzed, and he blacked out instantly. When he regained his senses, he found himself back at the edge of the Samaritan women's spring, having covered over 10 meters in an instant. From the corner of his eye, he saw Hela rushing back towards him, her eyes vacant and bloodshot, resembling a puppet or a mindless soldier following orders. Lumion could already guess that when he closed his eyes, he had returned to the spring's edge in a similarly empty and obedient state. At this moment, he couldn't flee upon regaining consciousness. Behind him were the coiling black hair and the figure of the supposed high-ranking demoness. In front of him were the grotesque, decaying, and repulsive palms. Simultaneously, they clawed at Lumion, intent on dragging him into the spring. The colossal figure with long, blood-red hair hanging over it was just a step away. Gritting his teeth, Lumion seized the chance to bite the base of the white candle and reached into his pocket with his gloved left hand. As he did, he cursed internally. "You dogs hit evil gods have been observing me for so long. Why haven't you sent anything to harm me? Where are the promised dangerous creatures? Are you afraid to confront that insane figure here? Despite his curses, Lumion didn't give up. He drew a dagger and was about to cleave off his right palm, which had been corroded by the earth blood, or, if you want it, take it. As for whether the 6 a.m. reboot each morning would cause his missing right hand to regenerate, he didn't care at this point. At that moment, a pale white hand emerged from the pitch-black hole at the depths of the spring, where the ground trembled and quaked. The fingers of the hand were slender, with cracks running along its back. These cracks oozed pale yellow feathers and decaying yellow pus. The skin on either side of the cracks was crystalline like jade, but pale and dark. As the palm emerged, it crossed the barrier of the spring water and seized the right leg of the colossal figure. The figure, clad in tattered, blood-stained armor and shrouded in intangible flames, swayed uncontrollably as it was pulled toward the pitch-black abyss deep within the pale white spring water. It struggled and resisted with all its might, but the bizarre palm's retreat remained relentless. The only response was the falling of light yellow feathers, pus stained with blood, and skin that was no longer crystalline but highlighted with black, living blood vessels. Countless complex symbols, pale white, pitch black, or dim, appeared, carrying the frenzied and terrifying figure as it rapidly shrank toward the pitch-black spring. Lumion couldn't witness the scene, nor could he see what was happening. All he knew was that the massive figure with a decaying face, blood-red hair, and iron-black eyes was moving away from him. The terrifying hands that had grabbed him stopped moving, frozen in place. The crazed figure growled repeatedly but couldn't break free. In the blink of an eye, most of its body had been dragged back into the depths of the spring. Just as it was about to disappear completely, its madness materialized. Two dark red rust spots shot out of its iron-black eyes and darted straight toward Lumion. Instinctively, Lumion raised his right hand to block. The two rust marks pierced through the flog boxing glove and into his skin, which had been corroded by the earth blood, or splash. The pale white spring water receded entirely, pulling all the floating figures into the pitch-black abyss. The vicinity of the spring fell eerily silent. In the midst of the eerie silence, Lumion sensed an unusual heat in his right palm, as though it were ablaze. Swiftly, he stripped off his boxing gloves and inspected his palm. The earth blood ore's corrosive touch had left it bright red, radiating waves of excruciating pain that left him seething with frustration and anger. Aside from this, nothing appeared out of the ordinary for now. Given the circumstances, Lumion couldn't afford a detailed examination. Ignoring the cold creeping through his body and his calmed thoughts, he retreated to assess the situation at the Samaritan Women's Spring. Indistinct figures and the long, weed-like black hair submerged in the water were drawn into a lightless abyss, swaying relentlessly, as though a fierce battle raged within. The white-robed, corpse-like figure that had lingered nearby had vanished into thin air, leading Lumion to suspect that his encounter with the suspected high-level demoness on the fourth floor was linked to a similar change in the Samaritan Women's Spring. This sight sparked a daring idea in Lumion's mind. Seeing the terrifying figure pulled back to the fountain by a strange power, one in fierce resistance and the other trying to suppress it, it seemed unlikely a victor would emerge quickly. Lumion decided to stay vigilant, pause his escape, and explore the possibility of setting a trap while collecting some of the pale white spring water once it surged again. The water ghosts were nowhere to be seen at the spring's bottom, nor were there any blurry figures lingering nearby. It appeared to be a safe moment. In the next instant, Lumion noticed Hela producing a golden bottle adorned with intricate, mystical symbols, reminiscent of the symbols he had seen at the basement door of the Highland Mystic Potion Shop. Hela didn't wait for the pale white spring water to rise again. She squatted down and pressed the bottle's opening to the damp soil at the spring's edge. The soil was dark-colored, and the closer they got to the pitch-black hole, the more it seemed to contain countless colors. The soil was more ordinary the farther it was from it. It was no different from the slope itself in areas where hadn't been submerged by the spring water. The soil, dark and filled with countless colors near the pitch-black hole, dried up as the pale white spring water receded into the abyss. However, the periphery remained slightly moist, producing droplets that were more tangible than the pale white spring water and resembled the color of a nocturnal lake. Seeing that Hela's target was the liquid, Lumion asked in confusion, "Aren't you going to wait for the Samaritan women's spring to resurface?" Hela shook her head. "This is the true Samaritan women's spring water. The pale white water is too dangerous to touch right now. Contact with it means instant death, wandering forever near the spring or its source. Our containers are no exception. That terrifying? Could it be that the Samaritan women's spring is a byproduct of the pale white water and not its true form?" Lumion took out a metal canister he had prepared in advance and held it to the droplets seeping from the soil at the spring's edge. With just one drop, the canister showed signs of rust and decay from prolonged submersion. Without a word, Hela produced a golden canister engraved with intricate symbols and tossed it to Lumion. Only then did Lumion manage to collect the Samaritan women's spring. His attention remained focused on the dark spring. As long as the earth-shaking tremors ceased, he planned to make a hasty retreat with the Samaritan women's spring water he had collected. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. The spring water entered the golden canister at a painstakingly slow pace, as if it might stop at any moment. His prepared canister, on the other hand, grew increasingly rusty and fragile. Lumion watched the sluggish progress, concerned that the pale white spring water might surge again. Frustration and anxiety welled up inside him. Hence, he silently cursed to relieve his pent-up emotions. Drip, drip. He had only filled a third of the bottle when Hela decided to stop and seal the golden canister. "I mustn't be greedy," Lumion warned himself, putting an end to the collection of Samaritan women's spring with Hela. Together, they sprinted toward the summit of the slope. Before long, the sound of water echoed from behind them. Once more, the pale white spring gushed forth from the pitch-black hole. Without looking back to assess the situation, they continued their sprint through the grayish-white fog, as if a relentless, intangible monster pursued them. In a matter of seconds, they finally reached the fog's edge. Lumion grabbed Hela's arm and propelled himself forward. Exiting the shroud of grayish-white fog, Lumion finally breathed a sigh of relief. The coldness in his body abated, and his thoughts settled significantly. Psychic piercing. Jenna emerged from the shadows, her eyes crackling with lightning. The man in the warlock robe heard a surreal crack and felt an intense surge of pain radiate from the depths of his spirit body, gripping his mind. Instinctively, he crumpled to the ground, curling up in an attempt to alleviate the agony. Franca wasted no time and seized the moment. She pointed the mirror she held at him. As the warlock-clad entrustee appeared in the mirror, black flames ignited in Franca's palm and spread across the glass. Demonist's curse. Black flames erupted from the man's body, weakening his struggling spirit. Soon after, crystalline ice encased him layer by layer, and colorless spider silk cocooned him, revealing his form. Franca's intention was to restrain him, not kill him. After all, nobody knew if he was involved in any corruption or high-level matters, and reckless spirit channeling could lead to accidents. Seeing the man weakened and heavily restrained, Franca whispered in surprise, "That's it." She had no doubt that she and Jenna could defeat the other party with a surprise attack, but she hadn't expected it to be so straightforward. In the next moment, the man struggled to speak under the threefold control of black flames, ice, and spider silk, his voice faint but determined. "You're committing a crime." As soon as he finished speaking, a violent tremor emanated from deep underground. A rock from the tunnel's ceiling plummeted toward Jenna's head. Jenna swiftly rolled to dodge, but she still felt the impact of falling debris. Franca faced a similar predicament. She sensed that if this continued, the entire tunnel might collapse. Even with mirror substitution, she couldn't guarantee her safety in this segment of the tunnel. Without hesitation, she clenched her right hand, reigniting the remaining black flames within the entrustee's body. Black flames engulfed his spirit body, and the warlock-dressed man quickly met his end. The tunnel's tremors ceased, leaving nothing but dust hanging in the air. Franca breathed a sigh of relief and wasted no time. She swiftly set up a spirit-channeling ritual, while Jenna kept a vigilant eye out for any passers-by while kneading her shoulders and back. After a while, Franca completed the magic mirror spirit-channeling spell. Holding the mirror, she gazed at the pale white face with a hint of arrogance and inquired, "How much do you know about the secrets of the Deep Valley Quarry?" The man's spirit responded in a daze. "Some seek to use machinery to prolong their lives, while others seek machinery to acquire life. A portion of the Deep Valley Cloister is sliding into the abyss. Can't you be more specific?" Franca pressed, "Which organization are you from? Why are you exploiting the gatekeeper's disappearance?" Just as the man was about to respond, an ever-changing fog suddenly enveloped the mirror. Crack! The mirror in Franca's hand shattered instantly. Bang! The man's body, encased in ice and spider silk, exploded. His flesh disintegrated into mist that filled the surroundings. Almost simultaneously, Franca shattered like a mirror, breaking into fragments that fell to the ground. Her figure quickly outlined at the tunnel's intersection and appeared beside Jenna. "As expected, something was amiss," Franca said solemnly, watching as the indeterminate blood mist gradually settled and melded with the ground. By that point, the corpse had transformed into a pile of minced meat, with only the metal items on it remaining intact. Franca and Jenna conducted a simple search and found a brass key and coins worth 200 to 300 Vril. They didn't dare linger. After erasing any traces of their presence, they made their exit. Approximately 2 to 3 minutes later, a pair of legs clad in knee-length brown boots materialized beside the puddle of flesh and blood, clutching a shrunken, golden kettle with a protruding wick. The scorching sunlight bathed the entrance to the catacombs of Place du Purgatory, and Lumion felt as though he had returned from the kingdom of the dead to the world of the living. The chill that had permeated his body gradually dissipated. Turning to Hela, whose pale white complexion, purplish-red livor mortis, and signs of decay had yet to fully heal, he smiled and remarked, "Even though it wasn't a real battle, it's the closest I've come to death." Hela replied simply, "Those who can retain a mark in the pale white spring water for a long time were once formidable individuals." As Lumion strolled to the edge of the square, he casually inquired, "What's the purpose of the Samaritan women's spring? You can't actually use it to forget the past and pain, can you?" Hela shook her head. "For me, it can serve as a replacement for a certain ritual, or rather, become the central element of another ritual." Lumion didn't fully grasp the concept, so he didn't press for more details. Soon, however, he noticed that the residual chill in his body and thoughts hadn't completely vanished just because he had left the catacombs. While it had mostly dissipated, it seemed to linger within him, resurfacing gradually as night fell. "The abnormality in our bodies is still present," Lumion reminded Hela with a solemn tone. Hela nodded. "I have a solution. The one who tasked you with obtaining the spring water should have a solution as well." Lumion acknowledged her words briefly and bid farewell to Hela, making his way toward the public carriage stop. Compared to the abnormality of gradually dying, he was more concerned about the earth blood or that had corroded his palm, as well as the bizarre rust. As time ticked away, Lumion sensed his body temperature slowly dissipating. Even the blazing sun outside the public carriage window couldn't stave off this change. His thoughts dulled, and the skin on the back of his hand turned a pallid white. At last, Lumion made it to the market district. As he disembarked from the public carriage, his limbs seemed to stiffen. Just as he turned onto Rue de Blouses Blanches, a man who approached him was taken aback. He let out a quiet gasp, his eyes filled with fear. Lumion instinctively glanced to the side, assessing his reflection in the cafe's glass window. His blonde-black hair appeared as if it hadn't been washed for days, and his face had turned a sickly shade of pale blue. There were purplish-red patches and signs of decay on his neck, and his eyes mirrored the cold emptiness of a corpse that had lain dead for many days. Lumion smirked at the man and remarked, "Well, what do you think? Have I convincingly transformed into a zombie?" He noticed his voice adopting a colder tone, reminiscent of Hela. The gentleman silently cursed and bypassed the fellow who appeared ready to attend a masquerade ball. Lumion knew the corruption consuming him was worsening. He quickened his pace and reached the safe house he hadn't yet turned over. Swiftly, he arranged the altar, unfolded a piece of paper, and penned a brief letter to Madame Magician. "I've fulfilled Madame Justice's mission and acquired the spring water of Samaritan Women's Spring, but I'm also succumbing to corruption. It's worsening. How can I eradicate it?" After neatly folding the letter, Lumion summoned Madame Magician's messenger. The doll messenger materialized above the blue candle flame and gave Lumion an approving nod. "I'm quite fond of your current demeanor, though your hair is too greasy. The aura of near-death." Lumion's urge to mutter was weaker than before. After watching the doll messenger depart, he set a 15-minute time limit. If Madame Magician didn't respond by then, he'd have to explore other avenues to rid himself of the corruption. One possibility was to perform a ritual and beseech Mr. Fool. Tick-tock. The needle on the pocket watch borrowed from Salle de Balbrise maintained a steady rhythm. However, Lumion had previously noticed that it was nearly 10 minutes slow. It was as if the closer he came to the Samaritan Women's Spring, the slower it ticked. Suddenly, starlight materialized from the void, forming a mysterious and ethereal door. The door swung open, and Madame Magician emerged, dressed in a brownish-yellow gown. Beyond the door, there was a profound darkness adorned with starlight. The Tarot Club's Major Arcana card holder glanced at Lumion and gave a gentle nod. "Pray to Mr. Fool for an angel's purification." "I'll still have to pray to Mr. Fool?" Lumion didn't probe further. He proceeded with the ritual at the prepared altar. He lit the candles in the correct sequence and let the extract drip. After burning the herbs, he stepped back, gazing at the candle flames, and intoned in a deep voice. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck, I implore you to cleanse the corruption within me." Once the ritual concluded, Lumion once again saw an angel formed from light, surrounded by 12 pairs of luminous wings. With only his peripheral vision remaining, he felt the chill in his body dissipate, and his body temperature quickly returned to normal. Before long, the angel departed. Lumion looked at the full-length mirror in the room and realized that his complexion, hair, and eyes had completely returned to normal. The purplish-red livor mortis had vanished entirely. Only a few traces of decay remained, but there were no signs of deterioration. It seemed that these remnants would heal with time. Lumion expressed heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Fool and concluded the ritual. As he turned to Madame Magician, a sudden recollection struck him, and he hastily raised his right hand to inspect his palm. The wound from the corrosion of the earth blood ore was still there, though it was no longer as vividly red as when it first fused with the rust. It hadn't faded either. It appeared as if he had marked his palm with a few scars using blood. Sensing a faint undercurrent of madness and violence emanating from his right palm, Lumion furrowed his brow in confusion. "Can't this be cleansed?" Madame Magician fixed her gaze on his right palm for a few moments but didn't provide a direct answer. Instead, she spoke, "Share the details with me." She took the initiative to pull up a chair and sat down, showing no inclination to continue the conversation standing. Lumion settled into a chair at the wooden table, beginning with Madame Justice's assignment and recounting how he and Hela had each extracted a third of a canister's worth of Samaritan Women's Spring water. He narrated the encounter with the colossal, frenzied figure and the bizarre power. Simultaneously, he didn't omit any details about Manette's appearance and actions, as well as the curious return of the earth blood ore. Madame Magician listened to Lumion's account in silence before letting out a chuckle. It's quite challenging for truly formidable figures to die completely. Even without beyonder characteristics, bodies, or souls, they often leave behind mental imprints, death marks, residual auras, and other remnants. When the right conditions align, they may find a way back into the real world with a suitable vessel. Like the oldest one, the Creator? Lumion grasped the gist of Madame Magician's explanation and inquired further. So, who is this figure? Madame Magician took a moment to reflect and replied, It's likely the Blood Emperor of the Fourth Epoch, Alista Tutor. The Blood Emperor? One of the four emperors. Lumion had heard this title and name mentioned by Gardner Martin. Alista Tutor's empire once spanned what was present-day Intis. The Trier, submerged underground, had served as his capital. According to Gardner Martin, the Blood Emperor was a true deity who grasped the hunter pathway, signifying that he was a Sequence Zero Red Priest. That's correct, Madame Magician affirmed. The War of the Four Emperors was a genuine conflict among gods. Alista Tutor met his end in the submerged Fourth Epoch Trier, which also caused the capital to sink underground. He had long descended into madness and committed numerous atrocities. Rumor has it that he nearly entombed all the deities who participated in the war alongside him. Even now, many remnants of that war lie buried beneath Trier, profoundly shaping some aspects of the Fifth Epoch's history. The Fifth Epoch, the epoch in which Lumion and his companions resided, was often referred to as the Iron Age. Nearly burying all the deities who participated in the war, the Blood Emperor was truly deranged. Lumion mused, genuinely intrigued. What occurred during the War of the Four Emperors? I'm not entirely certain either, Madame Magician admitted with a shrug. I've only heard about it from two beings who personally witnessed the war. Even they don't possess the full picture. After all, one should not look directly at a god. Remember, never look directly at a god, even if it's an incomplete mythical creature transformed from a Sequence 4 saint. Beings who had personally experienced the War of the Four Emperors and still survive to this day. To have participated in such a divine conflict, they must be at least angels. Could they be the two angels beside Mr. Fool's throne? Yes, the Holy Bible mentioned that Mr. Fool's angel of time was an ancient angel, and one of them could be this figure? Lumion pieced together the information he had and ventured a guess. Having heard Aurora mention the concept of mythical creatures and their associated complexities, Lumion had no doubt about the admonition, never look directly at a god. Eagerly, Lumion asked, So, after the Blood Emperor's demise, his mental mark, death mark, or residual aura remained sealed within the Samaritan women's spring. That would likely be a death mark, but I suspect it's intertwined with a mental mark, residual aura, and even some lingering spirits left behind for reasons unknown. Otherwise, Blood Emperor Alista Tutor wouldn't persist in a combative state within the spring. Heh. Combat can indeed be considered a hunter trait, Madame Magician speculated. As Madame Magician spoke, she extended her hand into the void, disappearing from Lumion's sight. After a brief search, she reappeared, holding a tempting glass of Kirsch. Didn't your sister teach you? When you have a guest, remember to ask if they want tea or wine, or perhaps offer snacks. Madame Magician chided playfully as she took a sip of the light red wine and shook her head. How could I remember at a time like this? Where did she get her wine? Only then did Lumion realize that he had forgotten to ask about the most important thing. He sincerely acknowledged the lesson and then raised another query. What's the origins of the strange power that dragged the Blood Emperor back into the spring? I don't know, Madame Magician replied candidly. Even a true god might not know. All I can be certain of is that it has no connection to the War of the Four Emperors. Lumion decided to put this matter aside for now and turned his attention to his right hand, where the mysterious traces remained. What are these marks? Can't Mr. Fool cleanse them? If this isn't corruption, it can't be cleansed, Madame Magician explained while sipping her Kirsch. It's more similar to a mystical item embedded in your hand. It will bring about certain adverse effects, and these effects can't be cleansed unless the item itself is removed. A mystical item. What's its purpose and what dangers does it hold? Lumion hadn't anticipated this revelation. It's useless. Madame Magician chuckled. I mentioned it's similar but not equivalent. It certainly isn't a direct source of power enhancement. Rumor has it that in the underground of the Fourth Epoch's Trier, there are numerous treasures left behind by Blood Emperor Alista Tutor in various hidden locations. Only those with the Tutor family's bloodline can unlock them. and now you can unlock them as well. So, it's like my palm contains some of Tutor's blood and aura, unrelated to beyond her powers? Lumion tried to probe the bright red scars on his right palm with his consciousness. As soon as the two connected, he was abruptly engulfed by a surge of frenzied, violent, terrifying, and dominating aura. The entire room, and even the entire apartment, quaked uncontrollably. The sudden change and the frenzied aura that had affected Lumion instinctively made him withdraw his consciousness from the scar on his right palm. The anomaly ceased, and everything returned to normal. Lumion surveyed his surroundings, concerned that the aura might attract unwanted attention. At that moment, the room fell unusually silent, and the surroundings dimmed slightly, as if a layer of dark-colored soundproof glass had been added. Lumion relaxed and turned his gaze back to Madame Magician. What happened? The trace carries the aura of a listed tutor, but it has no practical effect. It can't intimidate others or make them submit. Madame Magician held a cup filled with kirsch and smiled. With the knee's face, you can act as the Blood Emperor at Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons. It could only be used for acting or to frighten people under specific situations. Lumion nodded thoughtfully. What kind of negative effects will these traces have on me? Madame Magician chuckled. You'll become crazier, more ferocious, and more impulsive, but you're not lacking in those qualities already. What she meant was that you have many similar negative effects. As long as they don't exceed the limit, there wouldn't be any problems. Or rather, you are already used to it, so it couldn't get any worse. That's good. Lumion heaved a sigh of relief. Madame Magician took a sip of kirsch and reminded him, for now, you mainly rely on your perseverance and alms monk endurance to suppress the negative effects and maintain your normal state. However, when the time is right, you need to vent. It's like a reservoir. You can't keep accumulating water. You have to find an opportunity to release a portion. Otherwise, if you accumulate it day by day, it will either break the dam or spill out of the reservoir, leaving behind psychological problems. That's true. While alms monk's subsequent advancement to ascetic emphasizes endurance and accumulation, there's also an explosive aspect. Lumion understood Madame Magician's words. Simultaneously, he thought of something. After joining the Iron and Blood Cross Order, he would inevitably explore underground Trier. Although he possessed the Blood Emperor's aura and had the qualifications to enter specific places and open certain treasures, would he trigger more abnormalities and encounter more danger? Lumion expressed his concerns, and Madame Magician nodded slightly. This is a completely foreseeable discovery. As the saying goes, it's both a boon and a curse. If you don't want to take such a risk, pray to Mr. Fool again in 2 or 3 days and ask him to help you eliminate a listed tutor's aura. Remember, you must specify that it's the aura of a high-level beyonder of the Hunter pathway to prevent any misunderstandings of removing any unnecessary things during the surgery. Can't I clear it with my daily 6 a.m. reset? Lumion asked out of habit. Madame Magician shook her head. It can't reset an aura of this level. Lumion fell into deep thought, contemplating whether to retain a listed tutor's bloodline aura or use a ritual to remove it. Recalling that entering the underground to search for the 4th epic trier would undoubtedly be a mission assigned by the Iron and Blood Cross Order, and triggering an abnormality was highly likely, he steeled his resolve and chose to keep the bright red scar on his right palm. Unlike other members of the Iron and Blood Cross Order who had been corrupted by the building at 13 Alista, only Alista Tutor's bloodline aura could allow him to withstand the same underground treatment as the corrupted without losing his sanity. As for the potential dangers, he was concerned, but he could only choose the option with fewer disadvantages. In any case, searching for the entrance to the 4th epic trier wasn't his sole mission. When the time came, many members of the Iron and Blood Cross Order would undoubtedly join the effort. Gardner Martin might even lead the team. If the sky collapsed, they would all face it together. Seeing that Lumion had made up his mind, Madame Magician didn't say anything else and quietly savored her kirsch. Lumion then inquired about something else. That group of Manette Islander swindlers, or rather, the people at Salle de Bal Unique? Could it be that they want me to obtain a listed tutor's bloodline aura and open a treasure trove in the future? But why not obtain it themselves? They've already stolen the earth blood and they can clearly enter the area around the Samaritan women's spring. Perhaps it's too dangerous for them, and they don't want to try it themselves. If you fail, it could unleash the Blood Emperor's remnant spirit. If you succeed, they just have to wait until you find the treasure, Madam Magician replied with a smile. Ushering in the Blood Emperor's remnant spirit? Lumion expressed his puzzlement. Back then, I felt that as long as I came into contact with the pale white spring water, I would die immediately and completely. I probably can't become a vessel for the Blood Emperor's resurrection. Madame Magician pondered for a moment and said, Normally, that should be the case, but since you're a hunter and possess Mr. Fool's seal and an angel from the inevitability domain, once you're dragged into the spring and fused with the Blood Emperor's remnant spirit, it might trigger an unpredictable explosion, allowing a Listitutor's figure to escape its restraints and prevent death from imprisoning him. Lumion pondered Madame Magician's words and felt that the more he thought about it, the more questions arose, making him feel more terrified. Madame Magician gently swirled her glass. That was just my guess. The true motives of those at Salle de Bal Unique remain to be confirmed. It might even be a prank that could endanger your life to interfere with our judgment of other matters. In short, you have to be vigilant. Don't relax just because you feel that the other party has achieved their goal. Lumion tersely acknowledged, indicating that he wouldn't let his guard down. In fact, even if Madame Magician hadn't mentioned it, he would have taken precautions against the islander swindler who always appeared underground at critical moments. This guy was close to traumatizing him. Should we report the anomaly at Salle de Bal Unique to the two churches? Lumion inquired. Madame Magician wore a peculiar expression as she replied, I've been observing the dance hall for some time and realized that most of the people wearing monocles in their right eyes are normal. Only a few are problematic, and the few who are problematic are irregular. It's difficult to lock onto them as they can be one thing today and something else tomorrow. Furthermore, no one knows if he is among those who don't wear monocles with their right eye. To completely eliminate him, we might have to apprehend everyone on that street and those who have visited the dance hall, either destroying or purifying them. However, this won't truly finish him. It will only force him into the shadows. Mr. Fool's Angel of Time is keeping an eye on this matter, hoping to find his most important avatars. Only then can we inflict pain and keep him in check for a while. Lumion was abnormally confused. Puzzled, he asked, What do you mean if he is among those? Madame Magician spoke as if the abnormal ones were the same person. Madame Magician pondered for a few seconds and said, He has already interacted with you several times. It's necessary for you to understand him to a certain extent. He is the great noble of the fourth epoch's Tudor Empire, Amon. He is also the child of the ancient sun god, who ruled the entire world in the third epoch. He's Amon. Lumion recalled that the islander swindler, Manette, had crawled out of the tomb of a member of the Amon family. The person behind him was an ancient angel. It's no wonder he knows so much about the fourth epoch tombs. Madame Magician nodded. He was once a king of angels and ascended the throne of a deity, but he was defeated by Mr. Fool. Now he is an ordinary angel. He belongs to the Marauder pathway. High-ranking individuals of this pathway have a special ability called parasitism. It is the separation of a portion of themselves and parasitize the bodies of others. There are shallow levels of parasitism and deep levels of parasitism. The latter can allow the host to become an avatar. The higher the sequence, the more targets they can parasitize. Lumion was alarmed and afraid as he blurted out, Island swindler Manette has been parasitized by him? He was actually a formidable figure who had once fought Mr. Fool. Madame Magician agreed with Lumion's guess. That's right. Every member of the fourth epoch Amon family is Amon. The abnormal ones in Salle de Bal Unique are also Amon. The ones who haven't shown any abnormalities are potential Amons, or potential believers of Amon. Lumion was rendered speechless. He found it fitting to describe those wearing monocles with their right eyes as bedbugs in Aubert's du Coq d'Or and cockroaches from the trash. It was too similar. Manette had, in a way, risen from his own grave. How many avatars does he have? Lumion inquired after a brief pause. Madame Magician shook her head and replied, since the fourth epoch, he has been hunting beyonders of the marauder pathway for ages, gathering many characteristics. No one knows how many avatars there are. What you need to remember is that when you encounter an Amon, there are already many Amon lurking around. They can be rats, bedbugs, or even smaller creatures. Isn't this perfect for monitoring others? Lumion's hair stood on end. He roughly understood why Amon knew he had the earth blood and could grasp his movements. He also understood why he had felt that something was amiss when he prayed for the boon the last time, the illusion of someone watching him. What's the approximate sequence of Amon's avatar? Lumion asked with lingering fear, recalling his desire to eliminate Manette in the fourth-level tomb. Madame Magician finished the remaining kirsch and tossed the glass back into the void. He has a way to weaken his avatar, but he's still an angel. You can't underestimate his avatar because of this. Yes, it's similar to a special scene on the third level of the tomb and below. You can determine and treat it according to the specific situation. Lumion rubbed his temples, feeling a headache brewing. Without a clear understanding of Amon's intentions, every venture into the depths of underground Trier was risky. He changed the subject. What's the purpose of the Samaritan Women's Spring? Madame Magician chuckled. Why do you care? You can't use it. You can only use it to forget all your memories and original feelings and become a new person. Right? In the Corpse Collector, Sleepless, and Warrior pathways, the Samaritan Women's Spring has different uses depending on usage, ritual, and compatibility. It includes, but isn't limited to temporarily clearing memories, healing essential damage to the spirit, improving one's spiritual perception, becoming an ingredient for important rituals, and unlocking various abilities, among other things. Corresponding to the three neighboring, exchangeable pathways, Corpse Collector, Sleepless, and Warrior, Lumion extracted crucial information. At that very moment, Madame Magician glanced at him, her smile restrained yet knowing. Are there any more questions? Lumion took a moment to contemplate before responding, not for now. Madame Magician nodded. Then it's my turn to ask. Ask what? Lumion was puzzled. He had recounted all the details. Madame Magician tapped her finger against the empty air in front of her. Why didn't you inform me that Miss Justice sent you to the Samaritan Women's Spring? Lumion was taken aback. I thought she would have informed you herself. Moreover, since she's also a major arcana card holder in the Tarot Club, I didn't see any need to confirm it with you. Madame Magician wore a thoughtful expression. Normally, there would be no issue, but this world is filled with anomalies. Lumion, now feeling bewildered, asked, is something wrong with Miss Justice? Madame Magician shook her head. No, that's not it. The problem lies in the fact that shortly after you accepted the journey to the Samaritan Women's Spring, the Earth Blood went missing. I had no knowledge of your impending trip to the fourth level of the catacombs, and Miss Justice wasn't aware that the Earth Blood had fallen into someone else's hands. It's not a matter of whether you wanted to take it with you or not. If we had communicated beforehand, I could have delayed the mission to ascertain the whereabouts of the Earth Blood or made suitable arrangements. Lumion reflected on her words, realizing the truth in them. Having foreseen that the Earth Blood would bring about certain encounters underground, she couldn't ignore the hidden connection between the loss of the Earth Blood and the journey to the Samaritan Women's Spring. Lumion's negligence, or rather, his assumption of a reasonable course of action, had led to the subsequent encounters that later awaited him. Madame Magician fixed her gaze on Lumion for a few seconds before responding. You can't entirely be faulted for how you handled the situation. I'm merely reminding you to exercise more caution in the future. She paused, her words heavy with meaning. This will become even more crucial when you seek the entrance to the fourth epic Trier in the days to come. Yes, Madame Magician. Lumion accepted her guidance wholeheartedly. After Magician disappeared with the bottle of Samaritan Women's Spring water, Lumion swiftly tidied up the altar and settled back down. He contemplated his errors during the operation. Firstly, Madame Magician is right. I should have informed her about Madam Justice's commission. Even if they had already communicated privately and there were no issues, I should still mention it. After all, my Major Arcana card holder isn't Justice but Magician. Helping other Major Arcana card holders requires my own Major Arcana card holder's permission. Secondly, before entering the Samaritan Women's Spring, I should check my condition and items for a final confirmation. Unless there's a battle or an emergency, this should be a necessary process. If I had remembered and completed this matter, I could have avoided many problems in advance. I wouldn't have brought the Earthblood or into the Samaritan Women's Spring area undetected. Manette, no, Amon, appeared several times and deliberately frightened me to disrupt my thoughts and keep my attention on him instead of my own state, causing me to neglect the Earthblood or's return. Thirdly, I didn't notice Termaboros's abnormality. He remained silent in the face of Manette's appearance, unlike his vigilance and anxiety from before. Although he is sealed, he can sense his surroundings through me. As an angel, how could he not notice Amon stuffing the Earthblood or back into my pocket? Furthermore, his fate is intertwined with mine. When I entered the Samaritan Women's Spring with the Earthblood or, my fate must have changed. How could he not have noticed? Why didn't he warn me? Does he also want to use the special environment of the Samaritan Women's Spring and the abnormality caused by the Earthblood, or to find a way to escape the seal? Yes, he was the one who warned me that the Earthblood or was special and said it would bring me a fortuitous encounter. The strange power ultimately prevented him from achieving his goal. Who could it be? It's true that an evil god's angel can't be trusted completely. Termaboros has been acting so reliably recently. He reminds me from time to time not only to avoid dangers that can affect him but also to lull me. He's waiting for an opportunity to stab me in the back. You're a hunter too? After entering the Samaritan Women's Spring, there was no problem with my choices. The adverse effects erupted, and with all kinds of mental corruption stacked on top of each other, it was already very difficult for me to react. Regardless of right or wrong, if the corruption hadn't conflicted and hindered each other, I might have gone crazy on the spot. Lumion reviewed the entire matter and suddenly chuckled. Termaboros, how did you not notice Manette stuffing the Earthblood or back to me? But Termaboros remained silent, withholding any response. Lumion roughly ascertained the role this inevitability angel had played in the recent events. He examined the items on his body, fearing that they would also lead him to death. Thankfully, the inanimate objects were relatively unaffected and suffered no substantial damage. As for the rust that the flog boxing glove encountered, it wasn't a true attack. Apart from leaving some traces, it didn't affect its usage. As for the gazes and dangerous creatures that wearing the boxing gloves would bring, Lumion didn't have any thoughts. He believed that the special environment of the Samaritan Women's Spring limited the corresponding negative effects. After doing this, Lumion surveyed the surroundings. He felt an indescribable fear and disgust for the safe house that Amon had once entered. He felt as if there were eyes hidden in the surrounding air. Of course, this was mainly psychological. After all, Madam Magician had already visited. After dismantling the hidden traps in the safe house, Lumion opened the door and left with all his belongings. He planned to never return, preferring to waste the rent. In Trier, in a verdant park, Magician, adorned in a brownish-yellow dress, observed a golden retriever leisurely strolling on the grassy path. She turned to the woman standing beside the dog, who wore a simple white dress with delicate green patterns. Her long blonde hair flowed casually down her back, tied loosely. Her eyes resembled sparkling emeralds, mirroring the nearby trees in their clear depths. The Samaritan Women's Spring has been retrieved. The woman smiled and said, "Did something happen? You should have gotten a messenger to bring it over." Magician nodded and summarized the key information. Finally, she said, "Coincidentally, we haven't met in the past few days and haven't communicated." This led me to know that he had lost the Earthblood or suspected of being stolen by Amon. But I didn't know that he was going to retrieve the Samaritan Women's Spring. You, on the other hand, knew that he was going to retrieve the Samaritan Women's Spring, but you didn't know that the Earthblood or had been stolen. Justice listened in silence for a few seconds before sighing. It's very similar to that person's style. Is it really that person? Magician frowned slightly. When did he cast his gaze over? Did we fail to hide from him since the beginning? Justice pondered for a moment and said, That's not surprising. The most important thing now is what arrangements he has in mind. I don't know, Magician replied with a self-deprecating smile. But since the Samaritan women's spring incident has already occurred, I can foresee. As she stepped into the void, surrounded by starlight, she sighed and said, It won't be long before Fourth Epic Trier's door truly opens. Outside an abandoned castle, Justice materialized at the door, clutching the golden canister containing the Samaritan women's spring. In front of her, a dark illusory sea materialized. She stepped into it and arrived in a special dream. In the dream, not only was a portion of the inverted black mausoleum missing, but it had also split in half. Deep cracks covered its surface, and pale yellow feathers stained with oil and various symbols of death were scattered everywhere. Justice floated in midair, tipping the golden canister in her hand. Under her guidance, a portion of the Samaritan women's spring's water transformed into dark rain that gently sprinkled onto the ground. All the damage healed further, and the two halves of the mausoleum gradually closed in. Amidst this transformation, Justice stowed away the golden canister and gazed at the remaining Samaritan women's spring. She muttered to herself, 2 more rounds should suffice. On the second floor of Salle de Balbreeze, Lumien's bedroom, after taking a nap, he raised his right palm and realized that the bright red scar had faded significantly. It looked more like the marks left by compression. Lumien heaved a sigh of relief. That won't attract too much attention. His original plan was to wrap his right palm in a white bandage to prevent the boss and the others from spotting anything amiss. As for now, Lumien thought for a moment and wrapped the bandage around his left palm, which appeared normal. After completing this task, he eagerly awaited the compensation Madame Justice had mentioned. He wondered when it would arrive. He believed it wouldn't take more than a few days. Suddenly, Lumien turned his head and looked at the window in the alley behind him. Bang! 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 There were knocks on the glass. Lumien glanced over and noticed Franca, clad in a blouse, patting the glass. He opened the window, a grin on his face, and asked, Why didn't you use the front door? Don't you often resort to window-climbing antics? Franca leaped into the room with grace, followed by Jenna. Jenna observed for a moment and pointed at Lumien's left palm. Are you injured? Why's it bandaged? Lumien chuckled. I headed into the 4th level of the catacombs and crossed paths with a creature that seemed like an evil spirit. I had an intense battle with it and ended up with a few scratches. Franca examined Lumien's left palm, perplexed. Really? The 4th level of the catacombs? Believe it or not, that's your choice? Lumien replied with a smile. Franca got the message and dropped the subject. Jenna, however, muttered under her breath, I think it's a mix of truth and lies. Lumien chose to ignore Jenna's comment and asked, Did something happen to you guys too? That's right. Franca proceeded to recount their encounter in detail and produced a brass key. She eagerly suggested, Should we try to divine which door this key opens? Whoever's offering a bounty of 50,000 Verlde ore must be loaded. Lumien scoffed. You've got an adventurous spirit, all right? Of course, a matter this dark should be left to the purifiers for investigation. Besides, it involves some monks from the God of Steam and Machinery Church descending into the abyss. You don't really want to explore the secret cave in the Deep Valley Quarry on your own, do you? Franca admitted sheepishly. To be honest, I'm tempted. The idea of extending life through machinery and giving life to machinery fascinates me. But my rationality keeps me in check. Jenna stayed silent, indicating that she had discussed this with Franca on the way. After sharing her delusions, Franca agreed to let Jenna find a way to hand over the key to the purifiers and report their encounter. She then turned to Jenna. I plan to head to Rue de Fontaines. What about you? Jenna had already made plans. She said to Lumien, Didn't you ask me to find out where the factory owner lives? Well, I've followed him and gathered plenty of information. Now we can locate the families awaiting compensation and guide them into demanding what's rightfully theirs. Lumion replied with a smile. I didn't ask you to do it. You wanted to. Franca acknowledged his response curtly before proceeding with her plan to visit Rue de Fontaines. In Quartier du Jardin Botanique, at the intersection of Rue Pasteur and Rue Evelyn, the buildings bore a mishmash of components that seemed like they didn't belong, like building blocks assembled by a careless child. The place exuded an unsettling vibe, akin to a wild and unstable forest. Jenna pointed toward a woman crouched by the street, washing clothes, and said, "That's Madame Morgana. Her husband also perished in that accident a few years ago." Madame Morgana wore a worn-out grayish-white patch dress, her face marked by wrinkles that spoke of over 50 years of life. Lumion, having digested a bit more of the potion's effects after igniting the bottle of fiction, was in no rush. He replied, "You handle it." Jenna gazed silently at the gaunt, high-cheekboned Madame Morgana. After a few seconds, she spoke. "Truth be told, I don't really like her." Curiosity piqued. Lumion asked, "Why's that?" Jenna let out a sigh and explained, "She's quite malicious, the kind of person who wishes ill upon her neighbor when she's going through a tough time. She does despicable things even when there's no gain for her. As you know, my mother was a theater actress and was somewhat literate. She used to work as a tutor for a middle-class family. It was a respectable job with good pay. But when Madame Morgana found out about it, she followed my mother and discovered the family. She told the servants who were out running errands that my mother was moonlighting as a street girl, that she was immoral and skilled at seducing her male employer. Before long, my mother was fired. She had to settle for jobs as a cleaning lady, a dishwashing maid, or even working in a chemical plant. Madame Morgana, illiterate as she is, had no chance of getting the job my mother lost because of her actions, but she seemed oddly pleased. Lumion nodded in understanding. Jealousy is indeed one of humanity's cardinal sins. Why didn't you take revenge on her? Jenna whispered with a chuckle. That was a long time ago. Besides, in a place like this, similar things are bound to happen sooner or later. When my father passed away, my brother was considered a strong lad. Otherwise, our family would have been in an even worse state. If a widow moved in with her daughter, someone would come knocking on your door the next day, cursing you and claiming that her husband stole a few glances at you. The neighbor would pretend to be friendly and introduce you to her male relatives. If you refused, that relative of hers would sit outside your door and drink every day. The police didn't bother with such matters, and you couldn't count on anyone else for help. One day, when he got really drunk and bold, I don't need to spell out what would happen, right? Sometimes the police would arrest him, but arresting one would only bring in a second or third. They might even enrage his relatives. They'd smash your window every night, pile feces at your door, and recruit older kids to harass your daughter. But the worst part was being targeted by the mob. To survive in a place like this, you either needed a few adult men in the house or you had to be tough and make it clear that you wouldn't back down even if it cost you your life. Thankfully, when our lease ended, my mother moved to the other end of the street, and the environment improved significantly. Jenna's words were spoken as if she had witnessed such hardships many times before. While Lumion had faced his own share of difficulties, ones worse than Jenna's, he had never encountered anything like that. The conflicts and confrontations among wanderers were even more overt. It was a matter of either being beaten into submission, forcing others into submission, or hovering on the fringes like feral dogs, scavenging what remained of others. When he arrived in Cordoue, his sister, a Beyonder, protected him, allowing him to play pranks without worry. The other villagers were mainly subjected to the Padre's family's bullying. He looked at Jenna, who was recounting her past, and asked thoughtfully, "Didn't you say that everyone around here is just trying to survive?" Jenna cursed, frustration evident in her gestures as she gestured toward the woman washing clothes not far away with her chin. "Damn it, that doesn't excuse their vileness. Take Madame Morgana, for instance. She works 3 part-time jobs a day just to give her son a chance to escape this place. Heh. You might not believe it, but despite maliciously slandering my mother, She sometimes slips me a piece of bread when I'm hungry and waiting for my mother to come home. Lumion glanced at Madame Morgana. People like her are easily instigated. Exactly, Jenna affirmed with a nod and walked over. Her demeanor shifted dramatically as Jenna shouted at the woman washing clothes. Madame Morgana, did you know? That damned Alphonse betrayed us. That piece of dog's hit always tells us to wait a little longer. He claims that since the court has already passed the verdict, Edmund Sr. would surely compensate us. But that scheming swine plans to run away, with no intention of giving us a single koppit. That swine Alphonse must have secretly pocketed his share to say such a thing. Madame Morgana stood up, water droplets trickling from her rough fingers. Her expression twisted with a mix of anger and concern as she asked, "Is that true? I'm going to confront that swine." Jenna's face also contorted with resentment. "We can't waste time on him now. Edmund Sr. is on the verge of escaping. Let's hurry and stop him. I know where their family lives." Lumion stood about 5 to 6 meters away, listening as Jenna stirred up the locals who were waiting for compensation. He casually surveyed the area and realized that this place was similar to Rue Anarchy. Vendors, children, women, and a few men mingled together, crowding most of the road. Occasionally, regular carriages passing by would alter their route after a brief observation. In the midst of this bustling scene, one individual stood out noticeably. Draped in an old linen shirt and dark pants, his face was relatively clean, and his hair neatly combed. He contrasted sharply with the surrounding vendors and residents. At that moment, the man was engaged in conversation with a few women holding long sticks of rye bread. He presented a stack of banknotes, not too thick or thin, and counted them meticulously, one by one. 195, 200. Check if it's 200 Vril d'Or? If you don't trust me, you can count it yourselves. The smallest denomination of the banknotes was 5 Vril d'Or. The women had likely never held so much cash before. They trembled as they counted and confirmed that it was indeed 200 Vril d'Or. The man took the banknotes back and counted them again. 195, 200, 205. See, as long as you sincerely utter God's name, you get an extra banknote with each count. Impressive magic tricks. A swindler? Whenever Lumion encountered swindlers, he couldn't help but recall Manette and the Salle de Bal unique. Anger and hostility welled up within him. The women recounted the money and realized there were indeed 41 banknotes. There was an extra note, an extra 5 Vril d'Or. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged man said with solemnity, "My lord is the ruler of all diseases. If you believe in him, you'll never fall sick again. Even if you do fall ill, you'll recover quickly. Illness is the punishment of the malady god. If you have faith in the malady god and devoutly worship him, he will spare you." Hearing these words, Lumion's eyes narrowed as he approached. He drew his revolver, flipped it skillfully, and then swung it at the middle-aged man's head. Bam! Instinctively, the middle-aged man crouched down, clutching his head. He couldn't even scream. Between his fingers, bright red blood began to flow. Amidst the bewildered and fearful gazes of the surrounding crowd, Lumion crouched down, shaking the barrel of his gun. He smiled at the middle-aged man and remarked, "Come, let's see how the malady god heals you." The middle-aged man yelled in shock, fear, and anger. "Malady god! Hiss! The malady god will punish you." Lumion picked up the banknotes that had fallen and handed them back to him. "If you can't count an additional 100,000 Vril d'Or today, don't even dream of leaving." With that, he raised his revolver and struck the man in the side of his face, causing blood to splatter in all directions. His face caved in, and his teeth were sent flying. The middle-aged man's fear-filled gaze locked onto Lumion, uncertain about what had triggered this sudden confrontation. He wasn't the one being deceived, nor was he one of the mobsters who held sway over this neighborhood. He wasn't a relative or a friend of theirs. So why was Lumion rushing up to assault him like this? Adding to the confusion, Lumion didn't even give him a chance to defend himself. He unleashed a blow after each sentence. His eyes fell upon the revolver, and he discreetly glanced at his aides concealed in the shadows. Their hesitance to intervene weighed heavily on his heart. He couldn't afford to threaten Lumion or resist him. Trembling, he stammered, I can't produce that much money. I didn't bring that kind of cash. Lumion responded with a regretful smile. How disappointing. I'm short of 100,000 Vril d'Or. Who taught you the magic of counting money? Who introduced you to the malady god? The middle-aged man's throat tightened, and he remained silent. With an air of calmness, Lumion opened the revolver's cylinder, revealing the yellow bullets to his captive. He then closed the cylinder and pressed the muzzle against the middle-aged man's forehead. 3, 2. Lumion's finger on the trigger moved back with each countdown. Panic and terror swelled within the middle-aged man's eyes. Though he doubted anyone would dare to shoot him in broad daylight, this man had started the encounter with an inexplicable beating. It was impossible to predict how much further he might go. Just as Lumion reached the final count, the middle-aged man cried out in desperation, "It's the envoy! Envoy!" Lumion arched an eyebrow. With his psychological defenses shattered, the middle-aged man abandoned any hope of escaping unscathed. He blurted out, "The envoy of the malady god. He approached me, taught me some tricks, and told me about the malady god. He asked me to help him recruit believers, promising a share of the profits. Is he a genuine believer in an evil god, a swindler exploiting a deity's name for riches, or perhaps a blend of both?" Lumion withdrew the revolver from the middle-aged man's forehead and lightly tapped his still intact cheek with it. A smile crossed his face as he remarked, "Now, that's more like it. All it took was a little chat. Didn't it?" Bang! A bullet tore through the air, embedding itself into a nearby felled tree. Lumion exclaimed, "Sorry, it went off accidentally. I didn't scare you, did I?" The middle-aged man's heart pounded wildly, and a small puddle formed beneath him. Lumion cast a brief glance at the trembling man and offered another reassuring smile. "What's the name of this envoy of the malady god? Where does he reside and what does he look like? Lately, I've been running low on funds, so I thought I'd pay him a little visit." Inwardly, Lumion pondered. He didn't react to that little prank just now. He's not a bestowed. The middle-aged man vigorously shook his head. I don't know." Seeing Lumion raise the revolver once more, he hastily amended his response. "All I can tell you is that he's tall and slender with pale skin, almost as if he's chronically ill. His eyes are a grayish-blue shade, and he has black hair. It's short, like the haircut of a wealthy boss's secretary. He visits me once a week, but I have no clue how to track him down." Meanwhile, Jenna had joined Madame Morgana and the others, her curiosity piqued by Lumion's actions. She stole a moment to cast a glance in his direction, wondering what her hunter companion had uncovered and what he was up to. However, the urgency of the situation prevented her from inquiring at that moment. Jenna had effectively instigated several individuals who had been long awaiting compensation. The more these wronged souls spoke, the fiercer their fury grew. Some had already taken it upon themselves to seek out other victims or their families, urging Jenna to lead them in confronting the factory owner named Edmund. In the midst of this mounting outrage, Jenna found that she no longer needed to actively instigate. The collective anger had taken on a life of its own, and individuals were stepping forward to aid her in this quest. As they hurried toward the neighborhood where Edmund Sr. resided, Jenna had an epiphany. To instigate someone, she had to converse with them, but to instigate a group of people, she didn't need to personally converse with every member of the group to incite them. Understanding the situation and igniting the spark in a few initial individuals was sufficient. The ignited ones would, in turn, become agents of instigation, rallying more people to their cause in a snowballing effect. While Jenna and the mob progressed toward their destination, Lumion remained behind to extract more information from the middle-aged man. After confirming that he couldn't elicit any further details, he rose to address the deceived women who had been observing the unfolding events. "You heard him. This guy is trying to deceive you. Do you intend to let him off the hook?" Lumion had discreetly employed the knee's face to alter his appearance slightly when confronting the middle-aged man. ensuring that no one would associate him with the wanted criminal, Lumian Lee. One of the women present had actually been the middle-aged man's collaborator, assisting in the preaching and swindling of money. In this dire situation, she dared not utter a word and looked to the others for guidance. Among the women, some were brimming with anger, ready to hand the con artist over to the authorities, while others cowered, fearing that the swindler might have dangerous accomplices who would seek revenge. Lumian observed in silence as they voiced their opinions, casually scanning the onlookers nearby. Among the bystanders, he noticed 3 men attempting to slip away unnoticed. These 3 were the accomplices of the swindler, responsible for resorting to violence when required. Without hesitation, Lumian raised his revolver and discharged 3 rounds. The trio let out cries of pain and crumpled to the ground, suffering from wounds to their legs and calves, blood streaming freely. "No need to worry about them seeking revenge," Lumian assured the women with a grin. The victims, their emotions running high, fell silent almost like statues. After a few seconds, they stammered, "It's up to you." Lumian nodded with satisfaction and motioned for the trembling cheat and his injured accomplices. "Take them to the nearest, steam cathedral." At the intersection of Quartier de l'Observatoire and Quartier du Jardin Botanique, 5 Avenue Selbu, a swarm of men and women dressed in tattered attire surged toward a beige 3-story building. The 2 guards stationed at the entrance observed the approaching, agitated crowd and swiftly withdrew their legally owned semi-automatic revolvers. Their voices rang out, commanding, "Halt!" Confronted with the sight of firearms, even Madame Morgana and her determined followers involuntarily slowed their advance. The presence of the weapons was undeniably daunting. Sensing the hesitation, Jenna rushed to the forefront and hollered at the 2 guards. "We're here to demand our rightful compensation. The court has already rendered its verdict. You sons of bitches. Go ahead and shoot if you dare. Do you even have enough dogs hit bullets? Can you take down all of us? If not, each of us will take a bite out of you that you won't recover from." With fiery determination, she strode toward the entrance. Beads of sweat formed on the palms of the 2 guards as they peered out at the sea of faces. The sheer number of debt collectors was overwhelming, their exact count obscured by the throng. It was impossible to predict the response if they opened fire on the crowd. They felt exposed and isolated, like logs confronting a relentless flood. Jenna, utilizing her instigation ability, pressed forward with her rhetoric. "If we disable or kill you, do you think you'll still receive your compensation? Look at us. Our due compensation has been withheld for years. Are you certain you'll get your payment from that stingy old Scrooge? His family might flee town tomorrow." The 2 guards were taken aback. This was indeed a problem. Furthermore, they were well aware that the boss's family had liquidated most of their assets and were on the verge of fleeing the city in 2 days, seeking refuge in another province. Would they take 2 injured and incapacitated bodyguards along? Would they seize the opportunity to withhold compensation? The harsh reality was laid bare before them. As the guards hesitated, Jenna had already reached the entrance, with the crowd of debt collectors close behind. Instinctively, one of the guards followed standard procedure, raising his right hand and firing a warning shot into the sky, attempting to deter the approaching horde. The other guard tried to subdue an elegant-looking young woman who appeared to lack substantial combat prowess. Jenna recoiled momentarily, grabbed hold of the guard's arm, and unceremoniously brought him crashing to the ground, causing his firearm to skid away. Spurred by the gunshot and Jenna's boldness, Madame Morgana picked up the semi-automatic revolver. Although she wasn't familiar with its operation, her resolve surged, and she sprinted toward the entrance, cursing all the way. The remaining guard hesitated for a fleeting moment before relenting, opting not to open fire on the advancing crowd and instead allowing them to swarm into the house. Inside the living room, Edmund Sr. and his family, on the brink of departure, found themselves instantly encircled by Jenna's nearly 100-strong assembly of debt collectors. It was an impenetrable wall of humanity. Clutching a revolver, Edmund Sr. voiced his trepidation. "What do you intend to do?" "We're here for our money," Jenna seized the revolver from Madame Morgana's trembling hands and leveled it at Edmund Sr. She declared, "Without the compensation we're owed, we won't survive. Let's find out who meets their end today." Edmund's hand trembled, as though he had contracted an incurable ailment. Outside a steam cathedral that bore a resemblance to a small factory, Lumion gave instructions to the woman assisting the injured swindler. "Take them to the padre and have them explain the money-conjuring magic and their association with the malady god. If they refuse to talk, provide an account on their behalf." The women nodded solemnly and, with their black eye, guided the swindler's group into the cathedral, a trail of blood marking their passage. Lumion holstered his revolver and observed silently from the doorway. He reflected with a touch of amusement. Madame Magician's suggestion is indeed on point. It's healthy both physically and mentally to let off some steam now and then. Of all things to believe in, they choose an evil god, and on top of that, they're swindlers. After a mere 2 minutes, Lumion casually strolled away, while the police officers hurriedly arrived on the scene. Lumion unexpectedly crossed paths with Jenna and the jubilant debt collectors outside 5 Avenue Selbu. "So quickly?" he inquired, surprise evident in his tone. Jenna pursed her lips. "I didn't anticipate it happening this swiftly either. I was prepared for someone to call the police and handle the situation accordingly. However, once we had Edmund Sr. and his family surrounded, and we issued our threats, he yielded and began paying according to the list. Damn it, his family's cash, gold, and other valuables added up to more than enough for our compensation. There's even a surplus. And that doesn't even account for his assets that haven't been liquidated yet. He delayed our compensation for so long." Lumion chuckled. "Giving always stings. Sometimes things seem complex, but when you truly commit to them, they become simple. And then there are situations that seem straightforward but turn out to be fraught with twists and turns that nearly cost you everything." His words carried the weight of experience. Jenna knew that Lumion needed gold, and the compensation she had received came in the form of various types of gold jewelry, which were collectively worth 3,000 vril d'or at their pure gold value. She offered, "Here, I'll sell these to you." Lumion fell briefly silent before responding, "I'll withdraw the money from Salle de Balbrise." He only had banknotes and silver coins totaling just over 600 vril d'or on him. In the evening, Lumion found himself with some free time and leisurely returned to Aubert's du Coq d'Or. He descended to the basement bar and spotted Charlie, beer in hand, regaling a group of patrons with stories. Lumion grinned and declared, "Drinks are on me." Amidst the cheers of 20 to 30 people, Lumion added a playful twist, "Charlie's footing the bill." Charlie's expression froze. Lumion chuckled and shouted again, "And if he does a strip dance, I might even cover that too."